Chapter 605. The Cruise People's epic, Pale Poem, mentioned that the 4 elven kings and their subordinates were the guardians of this world. However, this agreement was only between them and Martha. These elements were violent and furious, and humans rarely got along with them, just like now. After the lightning cage failed to work, Adega the Rager directly jumped into the 3rd stage. Brendel was shocked when he saw this. He immediately lost the mood to watch the show and shouted, "Your Highness, please order everyone to retreat to the foot of Anchor Mountain immediately." Everyone was still confused, but suddenly there was a muffled sound from the ground, like the roar of a building collapsing. They looked up and saw that in the crack where Adega was, countless angry whirlwind elements rushed out from the ruins of the Holy Temple. At the same time, the purple-black thunderclouds in the sky began to surge and began to rain down lightning storms. That scene was like the final judgment, described in the Book of Dark Prophecy. The world was filled with scenes of doomsday. Lightning and fire descended from the clouds, and the Knights of Dusk rode in the rain of fire, burning everything to ashes. Everyone's face was pale, and Count Audine's private soldiers were even more frightened. Princess Griffine's face was also pale, but she calmed down and immediately ordered, "Count Audine, the officers of the Royal Knight Academy, please retreat to the direction of Anchor Mountain immediately. Mr. Brando, please lead our Naga allies and retreat together." Brando looked back at the scene of heaven and earth collapsing. Among everyone present, he was probably the only one who did not feel afraid. Instead, he felt that the scene was so familiar. The desire of a player to explore and adventure burned in his blood. He turned his head again and added, "Remember, do not leave the range of this valley." Princess Griffine looked at him and nodded seriously. In fact, there was no need for orders. The dragon riders of the Southern Legion in the sky had already begun to retreat. After everyone had entered the forest, the last to leave was the gray fin Naga. When the sea monster Bridget passed by Brando, she looked at him with her beautiful bright yellow eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "You are not a good commander, but an excellent prophet." Brando's heart skipped a beat as he looked at her in confusion. "You don't have to be surprised. The water told me everything." The sea monster, Bridget, bowed to him and slid into the forest with her ceremonial blade. Her long tail was like a snake. "What did she say to you?" Sonny asked, unable to hide his curiosity. Bridget was one of the gray fin Nagas, and he had never seen her color a male creature, be it Naga or human. "She said I'm a scammer. Do I look like one to you?" Brando turned around and smiled. Sonny thought for a moment and replied seriously, "I think so." It was indeed very similar, so much so that Princess Griffine waited for everyone to go up the mountain, one step behind Brando to come up last. She looked at the man carefully with her silver eyes and asked, "Mr. Brando, did you already know that this monster was sealed in the ruins of the temple under the Mar Highlands?" She asked the question that was on everyone's mind. If that was not the case, it would not explain why he insisted on fighting the Northern Coalition army here. Moreover, he was the one who ordered the production of the disintegration crystals, so he could not hide the fact that he ordered a group of lizard men to transport the crystals underground. Incidentally, he was also the one who discovered the tunnel that led to the underground. Too many coincidences were no longer coincidences. Brando knew that he could not hide it, so he nodded. "Yes." A black wolf the size of a horse passed by him and rubbed its head against his shoulder intimately. Brando touched its furry forehead. The wolf pack passed by the two of them. The princess had only heard of such a strange scene in legends, and she could not help but hold her breath when she experienced it for herself. The Erech Highlands was once the holy land of the Silver Elves. There are many secrets buried here. This temple is one of them, and the other is near Fail. That ruin is much bigger than this one. The ancient war buried a lot of history underground, but it is still recorded in the ancient books of the wizards. Brando answered. The princess was silent for a while. She already knew that Brando knew many secrets that ordinary people did not know. But no one knew how he grasped all this knowledge, as if he was born to know everything. She thought for a while and asked, "Mr. Brando?" "No, the descendant of the Sword Saint. You said that you know nothing about your grandfather's deeds, but your experience is like a legend to us. You overcame difficulties that ordinary people could not imagine to reach where you are today. We all know that your future is limitless. If you want, status, power and even women are all at your fingertips. But why did you choose to help me?" There was one thing that she did not ask. Looking back, It was not hard to see that Brando's every move since he left Fortress Reden was for this day. He did not hide his good impression of her, the Princess of Erewhon, and unconditionally helped the royal family of Covardo during their most difficult time. If Brando came here because of the will of Sword Saint Darius, she would not be surprised. But that was not the case. Brando's legend was his own epic. He did not even know that his grandfather was the famous sword saint in Erewhon's history. Princess Griffine did not believe that there was love without reason in this world, just like there was no hatred without reason. She still asked this question. Brando scratched his head. It was not that he did not think of this question, but it was hard for him to answer. He could not say that the love and hatred from his previous life had been passed down to this soul. Could he? Ugh. Maybe it's because some people are born to be helped. Besides, the princess is so beautiful. Is she not worth helping? Does Mr. Brando intend to use this answer to brush everyone off? I think even your subordinates need a reason, right? Griffine asked calmly. This really hit Brando's Achilles heel. He turned around and noticed that Carglass and Amandina were quietly observing the situation. Indeed, his actions in the past could cause people to gather around him to not ask for a reason. They believed that he could lead them to create a miracle. But saving an aging kingdom required more than a miracle. One day, they would need a common goal. Actually, I don't understand either, Your Highness. But I believe that the kingdom also had a revival, but it was fleeting. One or two strong people could not change history. Perhaps what the kingdom needs is not just strength, but what kind of purpose does this strength serve? Is it to eradicate all the wrongs of the kingdom, or to maintain its corrupt rule? Don't you already have an answer in your heart, Your Highness? And your answer is my answer. Brando replied slowly. He closed his eyes. Others thought that he was talking about the second revival of the kingdom, but Brando was actually talking about the last revival of Erewhon. That was the final scene of the kingdom's drama, but it was a regrettable one. Griffine looked at Brando in a daze and clenched her fists. She had already thought of this answer in her heart. But she closed her eyes and forced herself not to cry because of her emotions. She wanted to maintain the rule of the kingdom. It was not because the royal family of Covardo had to last for generations. It was because she wanted to inherit the ideals of the late king and herself, to recreate the most glorious era in Erewhon's history. But her glory did not belong to the nobles, but to the entire kingdom, everyone. Even if the royal family of Covardo no longer maintained their rule, she would not let the glory of the Holy Church fade away. From then on, Erewhon would shine in Wone's history as a kingdom, and not as a vassal of the nobles. Just like the vow that King Eric made on this land, the Lionheart sword did not mean that the rule of this land would continue forever, but that the glory belonged to the people of Erewhon. Until that moment, this ancient kingdom would become strong from the inside out, and radiate new life and vitality. Brando silently looked at the weak girl. She had never had a companion in history. Other than a few players, no one knew the true ideals of the princess. Even the nobles who supported her did not understand why she insisted on it. In order to gain the support of the royal party, in order to gain the support of Duke Erek, she had to compromise time and time again. Some players even slandered her as a political prostitute, but she had to maintain the rule of the nobles in order to achieve her ultimate goal. But the development of history did not always go as expected, and this was the tragedy of the princess. She had to go against her ideals time and time again. Although she tried her best to make up for it, in the end, it was hard to change it. When she finally decided to give up the past and focus on moving forward, the new nobles that she had promoted and the royal party who supported her immediately abandoned her. Perhaps she should have jumped out of this outdated mindset from the beginning and won the support of the people who should support her. But she was still a princess who grew up in the royal family, and she deeply feared the power of the nobles. But finally, there was someone who stood behind her. Perhaps this is a change, Brendel thought to himself. It made her understand that she could not only rely on the nobles of the kingdom. There were many people who wanted to change this ancient kingdom, such as Freya, Amandina, and even the descendants of nobles like Carglass. It was just that they could not say it out loud, and they could not see through the fog of history. But he could see everything in the future at a glance. He did not even need to guess. History and the future were within his reach. Brando understood what was right, and what was wrong. The nobles in the north were obsessed with the power of the past, and all their efforts were just to continue the current situation. But there were still people who were determined to get rid of the old abuses, and understood that this ancient kingdom must be reborn from the ruins. He looked back and saw Carglass lying on a simple stretcher not far away, winking at him. Amandina nodded at him with a smile, as if she was relieved. Princess Griffine also took a deep breath. She could not help but look over Brando's shoulder, and her silver eyes reflected the scene of Adaga rampaging through the Northern Coalition army in the valley. She sighed softly. "Thank you, Mr. Brando. Although the people of Erewhon will inevitably kill each other, after losing half of the Black Blade squad, the nobles in the north will reconsider their position. If the Holy Cathedral of Fire does not want Erewhon to fall into a long civil war, they may turn to us and compromise. The kingdom must go through the pain of rebirth, but it is better than slowly bleeding. Ampere Seal has done it all in one battle. Mr. Brando has single-handedly changed the future of Erewhon, and saved more people of Erewhon from the flames of war. I thank you on behalf of this ancient kingdom." She said this from the bottom of her heart. Ampere Seal's crisis seemed dangerous, but it also contained opportunities. The royal faction, the nobles in the north, and herself were all looking for the key to breaking the situation, but the nobles in the north were the first to act. The Holy Cathedral of Fire's participation was unexpected, and the situation was irreversible. But at this time, Brando single-handedly changed the whole situation. She had seen many people, but the young man in front of her was like an anomaly. He had power and strength, but she could not see the sophistication and cunning that the nobles in the kingdom usually had. Even she herself was unavoidably branded with it. That was why she could treat herself and others as political chips without batting an eyelid. But Brando did not have it. She could understand this in just a short time. She could not understand that kind of free, unrestrained, and determined temperament. Such temperament was ridiculous and childish in the eyes of the nobles, but perhaps it was this kind of person who could change history. Her Royal Highness looked a lot more relaxed. But Brando shook his head and had to hurt her mood. "Your Royal Highness, I'm afraid it's not that simple. You think too simply of the Holy Cathedral of Fire." He was not being an alarmist, but he had seen the greed and arrogance of those guys with his own eyes. Erewhon's people had lost their honor, but how could the descendants of the Flame King not be the same? It was just that the Cruz Empire was rich, and Erewhon was in a precarious position. Princess Griffine frowned slightly. "Mr. Brando, you mean the Holy Cathedral of Fire will tear up the Sacred Covenant and intervene in Erewhon's civil war? This is impossible?" Indeed, this was something that had not happened in 1,000 years. But today was different. Brando knew that the arrival of the great demonic wave was just around the corner. Many prophecies only mentioned this huge change in words and phrases. The Holy Cathedral of Fire had a long history, and it was impossible for them to be unprepared. In fact, the upcoming Holy War was just one of a series of chain reactions brought about by this change. The reason why the Holy Cathedral of Fire attached so much importance to this Holy War was because of this. They would never compromise with a vassal state at this time, not to mention that the fragment of the Flaming Blade was still with him. Although the Flaming Blade was not something that he had to get, of course it was tempting to get the divine artifact, but there was more than one divine artifact in the world, and it was not worth it to lose his life for it. But now he had no choice. Orthlis had already told him that the divine artifact was bound to him. Simply put, unless he was killed, the Flaming Blade would belong to him. It sounded wonderful, but it was actually very dangerous. Brando glanced at the princess and nodded. Her Royal Highness did not know that history was at the most critical moment of change, so it was understandable for her to make a mistake in judgment. Moreover, Erewhon had been under the rule of the Holy Cathedral for centuries, and no one dared to underestimate the Holy Cathedral. Princess Griffine was silent for a moment. She did not know how to resist if the Holy Cathedral intervened. Although there was still the Holy Cathedral of Wind, the Wind Elves of Saint Tossel would never intervene as long as Cruz did not try to annex Erewhon. She could not help but bite her lips, and unknowingly, her lower lip was bleeding. But Brando looked up. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and in the valley below, Adaga was fighting with the Northern Coalition army. But it was at this time that Brando felt a strange aura in the sky. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to appear on the battlefield. "Brando, that's the reaction of the portal." Orthlis's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "I know." Brando nodded. He was too familiar with it. In the future battlefield of Wound, mass teleportation was one of the most commonly used tactics. When a large-scale portal was opened, It was often the most shocking scene on the battlefield. But this time, the teleportation in the sky made Brando's heart palpitate. That was the Door of Flame. Above the sea of Ampere Seal, there was a world of water between heaven and earth. A quiet fleet quietly docked in the sky above St. White Bay. The Erewhon Royal Fleet's flagship, Victory, the Royal Navy's officers were lined up in the heavy rain, as if waiting for a review. In the distant sky, a clear cry pierced through the rain, and an Erewhon wyvern flapped its wings and appeared in the rain. It approached the fleet in an instant, and then landed on the deck of Victory. The wyvern flapped its wings twice, and a person jumped down from its back. "Captain!" The officers immediately shouted in unison. "Very good." The commander of the Erewhon Royal Fleet's First Fleet, Count Yanalasu, looked at his subordinates and replied seriously, "Bring me my coat." "Captain, Ampere Seal has entered a state of war. Her Royal Highness ordered the First Fleet to prepare to depart." There was a burst of excited cheers on the deck. Count Yanalasu looked up, and the ship was already busy. The magic power core began to rotate, and a few mages in silver robes came to the magic helm at the highest point of Victory. "Position, my lord." The helmsman of Victory, the silver-robed mage Silverflame Darwend, asked calmly after confirming that all the procedures were in place. Count Yanalasu looked back at the vast curtain of rain. Anchor coordinates, 128, 22. All fleet in position, status level 1. Activating the secret anchor point at St. White Bay. Codename, Battle of St. White. Listen to my orders. Prepare to jump. P.S. It was a bit difficult at first, but I forced myself to write it and it became smooth, so it's a bit late today. I'll apologize first. Hee, and ask for votes. By the way, I drew a Roman image when I was bored. Let's see how to send it to the starting point later. Everyone can refer to it. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it at the starting point. Chidian. Come. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 606. A streak of lightning flashed across the dark purple sky, and the clouds were boiling like porridge. Suddenly, a red dot appeared in the middle of the sky. Like a falling stone hitting water, a red circle appeared in the sky and spread out for half a mile. There was a soft buzzing sound. "Brando, this is..." Orthlis's voice was a little cautious. "I know." Brendel's face was expressionless as he watched the scene unfold. The soldiers on the princess side in the forest finally noticed the change above their heads. They looked up stiffly and saw a huge shadow gradually appearing under the red circle. It was a battleship. The 4 decks of cannons and the towering stern of the battleship gradually turned from a shadow to reality. Beside it, 3 smaller red circles spread out one by one, and then 3 small frigates appeared one by one in the storm. Then, 12 red dots flashed in the sky. Knight in golden red robes holding flame-shaped swords formed a circle around the fleet. "It's the Holy Cathedral of Fire." The fleet of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar army finally affected the entire battlefield. Even Adega could not help but raise his huge head to look at the uninvited guests who had suddenly appeared in mid-air. Then, the soldiers of the Northern Coalition Army also put down their weapons and looked up. More red dots flashed in the storm, like red butterflies dancing. Every time the red light flashed, a fully armored knight riding on a silver Pegasus was left behind. After that, an even wider red dot spread across several miles of the sky. After the red light, a vast number of soldier monks appeared in the sky. Each soldier monk had a pair of flaming wings on their back, as if they were golden angels. The battlefield was silent for a moment. The goddess of golden flame at the bow of the ship, 13 sails, 4 decks, 110 cannons. Brando looked at the scene in front of him and could not help but shake his head gently. The Ash-class battleship. The Perrin. The Knights of the Holy Cathedral. The Holy Cathedral of Fire's armed forces. The Scepter of Fire. The 13 green sails spread out into a pile of green clouds in the storm. The giant ship in the sky was slowly turning, and the goddess at the bow of the ship was shining in the storm. It was the goddess of golden flame at the bow of the ship. The 4 battleships turned one by one and aimed at the storm elemental Adega with one side of the ship. Adega had been sleeping for nearly 1,000 years, and it had never seen such a thing before. But it was at this moment that it keenly felt a great danger looming over it. Cruz's orders came in the wind. "Wizards in position. Open the cannons." The next moment, the 4 warships shook violently, and one side of their hull suddenly shot out a fierce flame. Oh! Before anyone could react, Adaga the Rager let out a blood-curdling scream that shook the heavens and earth. A bright explosion of fireworks suddenly in the night sky. Cruz's people poured all their firepower on the huge monster. Although the more advanced magic power and disintegration crystals of this era had not yet been developed, and the power of the old-fashioned magic cannons designed by the Hazel people was far from enough to pose a real threat to the storm elemental, the severe pain still made Adaga of the Rager subconsciously raise its head. It was at that moment. 11 Knights of the Holy Cathedral raised their swords at the same time and stabbed at Adaga's throat. 11 golden rays of light extended from the flame-shaped long swords in their hands, completely penetrating Adaga in an instant and locking the monster to the ground like 11 golden threads. Compared to the overwhelming firepower of the 4 battleships before, this was a fatal blow to Adaga. 11 masters with elemental activation. Even under normal circumstances, it would not dare to take the attack head-on, let alone hit its vitals. Adaga suddenly let out a mournful howl. Lightning flashed in his body and he became shockingly bright, as if he was going to collapse at any time. However, this monster was indeed one of the top bosses in the early versions of the Amber Sword. Even though he was severely injured, he didn't die immediately. Instead, his ferocious nature was aroused. He struck back, waving his huge palm in the air. The storm elemental was huge, and this palm almost covered half of the battlefield. The 11 Knights of the Holy Cathedral did not dare to take it head-on and hurriedly scattered. The 3 frigates behind them were in trouble. One of the ships was directly hit by Adaga. Just as the cyan protective shield lit up, it instantly emitted a blazing white light. Then with a loud bang, it was smashed into pieces by Adaga's slap. It was swept into the distant hills from mid-air. About a few seconds later, a bright fireball rose in that direction. But it was at this time. The thick clouds in the sky suddenly moved slightly. The clouds seemed to gather in a vortex in one direction, and in the center of the vortex, a golden red light flashed. Boom! A fiery red beam of light fell from the sky with a loud bang. Like a red sword, it pierced through the head of Adaga the Rager in a flash and nailed it to the ground. The storm in the center of the battlefield suddenly stopped. There seemed to be a faint sigh in the wind and rain. Then, in the blink of an eye, countless lightning spread out from Adaga's body and tore its body into pieces. It turned into clouds and dissipated in the storm. Then everyone on the battlefield saw a tall knight in a long cloak in the clouds pulling out his long sword from the lightning. It was the deputy commander of the Holy Cathedral Knight Regiment, the Golden Flame Sword Williams. The Northern Coalition Army suddenly let out a cheer. It was shocking. Williams, the deputy commander of the Holy Cathedral Knight Regiment, calmly looked at the ants on the ground. There was not a trace of superfluous expression on his face, but golden lines of law surrounded his long cloak. His eyes also turned golden. He held the long sword in his hand and looked down. The rain in the sky turned into white smoke before it could get close to his body, and then merged into the surrounding rain. He did not speak. The ground quickly quieted down. After Adaga the storm elemental dissipated, there was only a piece of embers left after the explosion. Those small wind elementals also scattered and fled. No one would think of holding them back. William soon saw the little girl in silver in the forest. At that moment, Princess Griffine also saw him. The young girl stood in the rain with her head held high. Her face was pale and her silver eyes reflected a trace of rain. However, there was a light that was even brighter than before, as if there was a ball of raging flames burning within. At that moment, Williams had an illusion, as if he saw the pair of incomparably bright eyes. But he shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Little princess, I'll give you a chance. If you bring your men out and surrender, I can spare your lives." William said softly, but his voice seemed to spread throughout the battlefield so that every soldier present could hear it clearly. "How can you do this?" Princess Griffine clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth. "You made an oath before the sacred covenant. What did that oath say? You said that you would treat every country under the Holy Cathedral fairly. But today, I only see the Holy Cathedral of Fire belonging to Cruz. If one day the Holy Cathedral of Fire betrays everyone, aren't you afraid of being betrayed by everyone?" Brando saw that her hands were trembling slightly. Williams did not speak, and did not even bother to find an excuse. He replied faintly, "Is this your answer, Princess Griffine?" Unfortunately, no matter what you say, you can't change the fact that you must belong to the losing side today. Because this is the will of the Holy Cathedral. Princess Griffine suddenly froze as if struck by lightning, her silver eyes full of grief and indignation. Williams glanced at her and shook his head disdainfully. Princess Griffine, either surrender. Otherwise, I'll let them die with you. You only have half a minute to think about it. Her voice shook the mountains and fields. Grey Sword Saint Mephistopheles carried his long sword and suddenly stopped. He looked up and saw a golden red door suddenly open not far in front of him. An old man in a bishop's robe stepped out of it. Then 9 more light doors opened beside him, and 9 knights of the Holy Cathedral came out of them one by one. A circle of people surrounded him directly. Mephistopheles was a little amused. I just killed a bishop, and here comes another one. The high-ranking priests of the Holy Cathedral of Fire are more numerous than dogs. This obvious sarcasm did not annoy Wood. Instead, the old man smiled slightly. You don't have to show off your glorious deeds of killing Moros to me. But you are hurrying so slowly. Aren't you afraid that the little guy will be killed by Williams? Mephistopheles glanced at him angrily. If I say that I am worried, will you make way? Sorry, that won't happen. Then that's it. The two suddenly stopped, looked at each other, and then smiled at the same time. When we were in Cruz, thank you for letting me live, but I am not what I used to be. It is not impossible to kill you, Wood, the Ash Sword Saint suddenly said. So, you are really going to do it? Wood asked. Not to that extent. You have your dreams to realize, and I have my homeland to recover. As long as you don't stand in front of me, I won't do anything to you. What's more, you know this. Otherwise, why would you bring so many people to kill me? Mephistopheles glanced at the knight of the Holy Cathedral and said as if he did not care. Besides, it is a bit difficult to deal with you alone. It will be a bit troublesome if there are so many dogs. The knight of the Holy Cathedral heard this and glared at him, but no one dared to do anything. It was not known whether it was because of the order or because they were afraid of his strength. So, it is better to stop and look at the scenery. Then you go your way, and I go mine. It is not a day or two that you can't catch me. I don't think the Holy Cathedral will bother you because of this. Mephistopheles sneered. They have already lost one bishop, and they don't want to lose a second one. Wood shook his head and looked in the direction of the sea cliff. In the distance, the sea was surging with dark clouds. In the storm, the waves formed a white line and smashed into countless waves on the reef. Although I don't know what your relationship with him is, it seems that you are really not worried about that little guy. No, I didn't believe it at first, but now that you are here, I believe it. Mephistopheles shook his head and replied with a smile. I am here and his purpose has been achieved. Do you understand? Wood was slightly startled. He already knew that I was behind this? Could it be that Tumen is also an Ampere seal, and he told him? No, the Ash Sword Saint laughed happily. He just guessed from the beginning that the Holy Cathedral of Fire was involved in this. It was not because of you, but because of Moros. Wood frowned and looked at this guy suspiciously. Due to some special reasons, he had once let the other party off in curluts, but he also understood that the other party would never appreciate it. The other party was smiling so happily. It must be because the Holy Cathedral of Fire had suffered a loss somewhere. Moros killed Princess Magadal. He thought that he could hide it from everyone, but there is always a mistake. He must have never dreamed that his identity would be guessed. Mephistopheles smiled and said word by word. That young man is really sharp. Wood's eyebrows raised, and his face suddenly changed. Time's up, Your Highness. What is your answer? There was silence on the battlefield, as if after the sound of fighting had receded, only the sound of the rain was left. But after a moment, William's voice sounded again. Arrogant and contemptuous. Brando saw Princess Griffine standing in the rain in a daze. He was about to walk over, but he did not expect the princess to turn around first. In the pouring rain, the half-elf girl's silver eyes were filled with determination. Mr. Brando, I have decided to surrender to the nobles of the north. Brendel could not believe his ears. He stared at the princess with his mouth agape. But Princess Griffine said softly, After I die, there is still one person in Erewhon who can pick up this dream. I believe that person. I believe that he did not lie to me. She raised her head and looked at everyone in the forest. If these people survive today, One day, they will be the seeds of Erwin's future. Your Highness. Mr. Brando, I only have one request. She looked at Brando and her eyes were amazingly bright. Please save my brother, because even if he can't be king one day, I at least hope that he can live well. This is my only wish, Mr. Brando. She took out a crystal and put it in Brando's hand. This is the anchor key. Only it can provide an anchor point for the royal fleet. Father built this fleet with his own hands, and he gave it to me personally. Now I entrust it to you. Princess Griffine suddenly smiled, and tears slid down her cheeks. Mr. Brando, I hope you remember that there was once a princess of Erwin who fought side by side with you. I hope the kingdom will last forever. I hope that one day our dream can really be realized. I really hope that your sword will always shine, Erwin. Brando stared blankly at the princess who was crying in front of him. This was the second time he had seen her cry. She was no longer the strong image in history, but she was the real princess of Erwin. He covered her mouth with his hand. There was no need to say anything. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Brando pulled out his sword and stepped past the stunned princess. He had already raised his head and replied softly, There is no need to say anything, Your Highness. Please have hope. Don't give up your dream. Because today, history will not repeat itself. The future of this kingdom, I will personally change it for you to see. And from this moment on, everything in the past has already disappeared. There will no longer be the crying of Bucci, and no more crimson sorrow. Here, the kingdom has not deviated from the path of glory, and everything can still be salvaged. Not far from him, the female knight Maynard who heard his words raised her head as if she had been electrocuted. But Brando had already raised the Halran Gaia in his hand and pointed at the person in the air. Williams, Brendel yelled. 40 years later, the accounts. Today, I represent those people from that day to ask you to pay it back. Are you ready? The forest was silent, and the entire battlefield seemed to be left with only the silhouette of a single person. And in front of him was the huge fleet of crews. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 607. Williams. The total account after 40 years. Today, on behalf of those people, I am here to ask you to pay it back. The young man's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Other than his voice, the battlefield was silent. He stood on top of the forest, facing everyone, as if there was another world in front of him. The army of the Holy Cathedral of Fire was still there. But that moment was destined to be forever frozen in everyone's memory. Time flew by, and after they grew old, whether it was enemies or allies, there would be a day when they would remember everything that happened at this moment. It was a door of memory that had been opened, and behind it, time flowed like a river. Although it was quiet, it had the power to see through people's hearts. The veterans present finally remembered that a few centuries ago, their ancestors had also defeated the same enemy fair and square. Because Erwin had not only lost his honor, but also his courage. But today, there was finally someone who stood in this position again. He picked up his sword, and there was a faint shadow of another person on him. That person stood on top of the holy white rock, with a smile in his eyes, looking at the kingdom. His vision was so deep, as if it was an arc in the sky. In Princess Griffine's eyes, history strangely overlapped, and the burnt yellow lines seemed to outline an old picture. But the glorious impression in the picture was fading, and finally, only the back of the young man in front of her was left. The sound of the battlefield seemed to have been sucked out. Reckless. Williams's eyes darkened slightly. He raised the flame-shaped sword in his hand and was about to say, attack. But before he could open his mouth, a violent swirl of air rushed towards him. Williams grabbed the swirl of air with his left hand and tore it into pieces, and immediately realized that it was just an ordinary wind bullet. How dare he attack him with something as insignificant as a wind bullet? His heart was filled with cold murderous intent, but at this time, he had already heard Brando order first, attack. Williams was finally enraged. Brando was simply looking down on the dignity of the Holy Cathedral. Even the craziest of cultists would not dare to do such a frivolous act. The authority of the Holy Cathedral was maintained by its majesty above the mortal world. As the deputy commander of the Holy Cathedral Knight Regiment, he would not allow these scoundrels of Erwin to shake the foundation of the Holy Cathedral. Kill all these heretics. Leave none alive. He coldly gave the order. A great battle was about to break out. The army in the sky immediately spread out. When the divine temple soldiers with flaming wings glided down, it was as if a meteor shower had fallen from the dark clouds, or as if molten steel had been poured down from the sky. It was all crimson. The 11 Templar Knight also charged towards the Anchor Mountain. 11 powerhouses in the elemental activation realm. This was a force that even Erwin's entire country could not resist. Each of these proud knights had reason to believe that as long as they took action, victory would be as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. However, a flag that seemed to be burning with golden flames suddenly appeared in their vision. The golden battle flag entered the battlefield. A dazzling radiance shrouded the entire valley in an instant. Amidst the radiance, Vampire Princess Andrea's dress seemed to have ignited with a layer of abyssal flames. After the flames subsided, a shiny pitch-black armor appeared on her dress. Everyone around her saw that the vampire princess suddenly turned into a blood-like liquid when the Holy Cathedral Knight of the Holy Cathedral of Fire moved, and then slowly seeped into the ground. But in the next moment, a drop of blood appeared in mid-air and turned into a ball of blood in an instant. Andrique stepped out of the ball of blood and was already in front of the Holy Cathedral Knight of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Her eyes were green and red, and the flame of the soul was burning fiercely. The blood in her hand was cast into the air, and the scarlet blood droplets formed a huge crimson moon in the rain. The crimson moon moved forward, and the first Holy Cathedral Knight to block its path was immediately unlucky. It was a secondary flame elemental knight, and his elemental element was related to purification. He subconsciously wrapped his hand in a ball of white flame to block Andrique's crimson moon. But in the next moment, he let out a terrible scream. His law of purification immediately counteracted the soul damage of the crimson moon, which was also an element unique to most undead creatures. But Andrique not only had the soul elemental element, she was also a rare dual elemental user. Almost in an instant, her other elemental blood immediately sucked the flesh and blood out of the knight's arm. This is impossible. The Holy Cathedral Knight hurriedly withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted. Although it was only a moment of contact, when he raised his left hand was already white and ghastly. The rest of the Holy Cathedral Knight were shocked. They originally thought that Andrique was just an elemental awakener, and had underestimated her. But now they all reacted. The difference between a dual elemental user and a single elemental user was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The combat power it brought was also multiplied. Elemental awakeners were naturally stronger than elemental awakeners, but it did not mean that there was an absolute suppression in combat power. Absolute power was absolute power, and combat power was combat power. These were two different things. Just like how Brando could often rely on the Planeswalker system to challenge people of a higher level. But just as they dispersed, a silver-white figure entered their field of vision. If it was possible at that moment, all the Holy Cathedral Knight of the Holy Cathedral of Fire would have immediately cried out in their hearts, F***CK. The silver fairy princess who appeared in front of them was riding a holy white single-horned dragon. The spear in her hand was more like a sharp sword. She was wearing a pure white robe, and underneath, a shimmering chainmail could be seen. The Silver Elf Dragon King Cavalry. The single-horned dragon that Metisha was riding was said to be a descendant of the Silver Dragon King, Rodion. It was said that its bloodline was the closest to the pure-blooded dragons. It was a silver species and had extremely high intelligence. They lived together with the Silver Elves and were one of the Silver Elves' closest companions. The spear in her hand had even more origins. According to the ancient Elven language, the name of this spear should be Wiro, which meant immortal. Legend said that this spear was an imitation of the spear that the Azure Knight pierced through the dome. There were only 130 spears. No more, no less. Therefore, the Silver Elf Dragon King Cavalry was only 130 at the beginning. That was the top army of the 14th grade. For a moment, the 11 Holy Cathedral Knight almost wanted to turn around and leave. The Silver Elf Dragon King Cavalry had always been just a legend. In ancient times, they had participated in the final war with the Twilight Dragon. Although they were cannon fodder. But that was a legendary era in itself. Later on, this mythical army had even been absent from the war against the Darkness Dragon. But today, she appeared in front of them again, making people suspect that the Twilight Dragon had returned to the world. But fortunately, someone finally reacted and shouted, Don't worry, she's just a heroic spirit. She only has the strength of an elemental awakening. But even an elemental awakening was unsettling. The key was that there seemed to be many elemental-level powerhouses among the enemy. After all, it was impossible for an elemental ranker to be unknown anywhere, and the key was that in their impression, there were no such people in Aween. In a breath's time, the Shire and Ropar also appeared on the battlefield. The Shire was now wearing a silver robe. He looked more like an artisan wizard of Buga than a highland wizard. He had also matured a lot. He held a thick giant book in his hand, letting people know his profession at a glance. A scroll wizard of Buga. But what surprised Brando was that the Shire's elemental level was actually time. This was also one of the top elemental levels, and it complemented his space. This guy's face was also unusually good. Ropar's change was the smallest among them. This lizardman lord only had a few more battle tattoos on his body, and his elemental level was naturally related to fire. As soon as the four appeared, Brando immediately ordered in his mind, "Delay these Holy Cathedral Knight and buy me some time." At the same time, the 11 Holy Cathedral Knight also understood that it was impossible for them to break through the enemy's defense line immediately. Although Andrique, Metisha, the Shire, and the Fireclaw Lizardman Lord Ropar were only elemental awakening, the difference between elemental awakening and elemental activation was less than 1 level, and the key was that the abilities these guys had mastered were frighteningly strange. Needless to say, there was a dual elemental level, and a Silver Elf Dragon King Knight. The Silver Elves were originally a fighting race, and the Dragon King Knight was a troop class that only existed in legends. Although it seemed that their strength had been greatly reduced after becoming heroic spirits, as long as their combat skills were still retained, no one dared to underestimate them. On the other hand, the Scroll Wizards of Buga were also a difficult opponent. These Scroll Wizards were all experienced librarians, but they were not scholars hired by the noble's library. They managed the magic books of the Buga Wizards, and each Scroll Wizard's mind was filled with all kinds of knowledge and some rare spells that had never been heard of in the world. It was just that these Scroll Wizards were addicted to the world of words and rarely appeared anywhere outside of the library. God knows why they were involved in this war. The last remaining Lord of the Fireclaw Lizardman seemed to be the easiest to deal with, but it was also recognized that no elemental creatures or semi-elemental creatures in the elemental realm were easy to deal with. Seeing these people, not only the Holy Cathedral Knight below, but even Williams, who was watching the battle from the top, frowned for a moment. The Shire's appearance made him feel a little uneasy. If the Silver Folk also intervened in this war, it was likely to drag the Holy Cathedral into a protracted diplomatic dispute. But the Buga Wizard should not be so reckless. He could only hope that the Shire's appearance was just a personal act. Williams pressed the hilt of his sword and calmed down again. Although there were some variables, the balance of the battlefield was still far from his side. Since the princess's side did not know what was good for them, he did not mind teaching them a lesson with facts. Exactly. Brando ordered his summoned creatures to temporarily block the top power of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, but this was not enough to change the overall situation on the battlefield. In coordination with the attack of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the Northern Coalition Army also sounded the horn. After overcoming various difficulties, the black mass of the army began to regroup and advance again. It was just that the soldiers were not so enthusiastic. Erwin's people finally understood that they were not willing to fight side by side with the Cruz people and kill their own people. The nobles had to curse and drive their soldiers forward, so there was a spectacle on the battlefield. The noble lords and the knight beside them had to form rows of supervisors to monitor their army's advance. It was just like the scene of the Cruz people driving their slave army. But even so, the pressure of the army was still suffocating. The nobles' private soldiers under Audine did not know what was going on. They looked at the golden meteors in the sky, shooting straight in the direction of Anchor Mountain. And the army on the ground was advancing like a black cloud. It was a scene of doomsday. If they had the confidence to fight against the Northern Coalition Army before, they were now at a loss. Could this battle still be fought? Opposite them was the alliance of the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the Northern Coalition Army. No matter which side it was, they seemed to be somewhat unbeatable, let alone working together. Count Audine tried to reinvigorate the morale of his men, but the results were limited. The Count could not help but sigh. At this time, the Northern Coalition Army had already crossed the stream that had begun to surge in the storm and was ready to enter the forest. Everyone could not help but feel a little desperate for a moment. Mr. Brando, Princess Griffin asked softly. Should we retreat a little? Brando withdrew his gaze from the sky and looked up at the main battlefield. There were so many enemies that it could be described as a vast ocean. But he shook his head. Give me a little more time. He was waiting for an opportunity. But it was at this moment that a humming sound suddenly sounded on the battlefield. It was a horn, but it was not the horn of the Northern Coalition Army. It was a deeper horn sound. Another new enemy? Or reinforcements? Everyone could not help but be slightly startled and then looked up. Then they saw that in the endless rain, there was a sudden commotion in the southern formation of the Northern Coalition Army. This commotion was rapidly spreading, and almost in an instant, a huge gap appeared there. Reinforcements. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. But where would the reinforcements come from? Could it be that the princess's army had arrived? Impossible, everyone shook their heads in their hearts. Even the first royal fleet had not entered the battlefield. How could the princess's army have arrived first? It's Anthony's army. Count Audine suddenly put down the monocular in his hand and shouted with a trembling voice. It's the royal faction. There was an immediate uproar among the Knight Academy students. This is impossible. Didn't they leave already? But it was indeed the royal faction's army. Anthony's coat of arms, Makarov's private flag, the Violet Earl's private flag, one by one on the battlefield, cutting into the main position of the Northern Coalition Army like a sharp blade. Princess Griffin bit her lip and clenched her fists. They're back again? But how could it be? No one knew those people better than her. A group of black and red cavalry appeared on the battlefield. The cavalry cut into the battlefield from the side of Anchor Mountain and killed their way into the formation of the Northern Coalition Army that was advancing. They stopped the huge army of the Northern Coalition Army right in front of the princess's main position. Then, a knight took the lead and rushed out of the formation. The knight stopped in the rain and turned around on horseback. Then, he lifted his mask. A young face was revealed. It was Eek. The young man raised his sword at Brando and shouted, "Noble Sir Knight, I've come as promised. That day in the Eversong Forest, I heard you talk about the dream of the night, the oath to pursue the late king, so I've come today. For Erwin." His voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Brando did not expect Eek to appear at this time and in this situation. He could not help but smile in his heart. He could totally imagine what Eek had done. That cunning fox Makarov must be furious right now. But he turned around and glanced at the princess. It was only at this moment that his heart suddenly calmed down. It turned out that he was not fighting alone here. It was not just him and the princess. There were many people fighting side by side with him. Just like in the game, when he closed his eyes, he was surrounded by like-minded comrades. But this time, they were more capable of controlling their own destiny. So, what was there to be dissatisfied about? He smiled slightly and at the same time, drew the card that he had prepared for a long time from the deck. In the sky, Williams finally frowned. The appearance of Anthony's army was beyond his expectations. In fact, Erwin's Northern Coalition Army had promised him that there would never be a third party on the battlefield. These damn bastards. He could not help but curse. But fortunately, it was just a private army of the Northern Coalition Army. It was not a big deal. But it would be troublesome if they scattered the Northern Coalition Army. He immediately raised the flame-shaped longsword in his hand and ordered the cruise air fleet on the side to stop Anthony's army on the ground. The cruise's flagship, Perrin, immediately began to readjust the direction of the hull. The black hole of the cannon was aimed at the flank of the Northern Coalition Army, in the direction where Anthony's army appeared. But the wizards on the three warships did not have time to test the landing point of the magic cannon's first shot. Suddenly, there was a fish scale-like fluctuation in the space in front of the fleet. The space was in chaos. The chief wizard on the frigate Taylor screamed, "The portal is reacting, it's a new enemy. Fire! Fire!" The three Kurlutzian warships fired subconsciously, and a bright fire suddenly exploded in the rain. But it was still a little late. 4 green halos suddenly opened in the transparent space, and the shadows of 4 black square towers slowly emerged behind them. Floating space towers. Tower wizards. It's the tower wizards, why are they here? P.S. It took some time to check something. Sorry. 5,000 words to make up for it. I'll consider it when the time is right. To be continued. If you like this work, You are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 608. The Black Tower in the Highlands, the Scholars in the Wilderness, and the Melodious Wind Songs. This was the impression the world had of Karsuk. The Black Tower mages originated from the Silver Folk. When the first generation of grey robes mages began to build the Black Tower in the north of Dardanelles, Erewhon had yet to be built. To this day, there were still the ruins of the famous Black Tower near Silverhorse City. However, the mages had gradually moved to the north, to the Nail and Charn regions to build huge libraries and cities. The Black Tower mages were closely related to Dai Linjia's Highland Knight, and both sides abided by an ancient treaty. The text was written in a document made of black goat skin, and it was still kept in the Great Library of Charn. When William saw the appearance of these disruptors, his face was gloomy. He raised his head and saw that there were several gold-ranked grey-robed mages at the top of each of the 4 square towers. For the mages of these towers, the black towers that they had painstakingly built were complete magic circles. On their respective towers, their spells could be enhanced to the maximum extent. They were not inferior to elemental masters. Tower mages, how dare you violate the Toftaka Pact? However, the Grey Wizard did not care about him at all. The moment the Black Tower appeared, the sound of magic chanting could be heard in the heavy rain. Lord of Calamity of the Azure, please grant me the authority of the elements. Deep Ice Spear. A slanted white light circle appeared on top of each of the 4 towers. The runes and spells on it rotated and converged at one point, then shot out a blue translucent light belt towards the Holy Cathedral of Fire's fleet. The 3 floating battleships of the Holy Cathedral of Fire immediately sounded like a shrill alarm, and the commanders screamed. The Perrin and Taylor immediately began to maneuver and evade against common sense. The magic core of the floating magic ship let out a sizzling sound, and the outer shell burst out with blue electric arcs one after another. Williams clenched his teeth and swung his sword in that direction. The golden-red sword light was like a flaming whip in the night sky, lashing out at least 1,000 feet away. But it was actually an irregular derivative line of the law. The hot golden line that was moving forward in a zigzag line instantly cut off 3 of the blue light ribbons, and the remaining one still brushed past the bottom keel of the Taylor frigate. With a crisp crash, the Mithril frigate was immediately covered in a layer of solid ice that was as thick as an arm. Rainwater flowed down the solid ice and instantly froze into long icicles. The huge weight caused the USS Taylor to sink slightly. Williams disappeared from the sky and appeared in front of the 4 square towers in the next instant. This was not teleportation. Instead, his movements were too fast for the naked eye to catch. Wizards of the Tower, you better give me an explanation. Haha, the cruise people are really arrogant. We have long since severed all ties with the Silver Alliance, so please call us adepts of the Black Tower, Sir Williams. Williams looked coldly at the wizards on the tower. As for why we are here, this is Erewhon's civil war. We chose to support the Corvado royal family. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you cruise people. Princess Griffine could not help but gently press her chest when she heard this from the forest below. Her slender fingers clenched into a fist. But of course, she knew that these wizards who stood aloof from worldly affairs would not support her for no reason. The only one who was related to them was the former genius of the Peloche family, the Shire, and the descendants of the Earth Sword Saint, Darius, who were related to him. She looked at Brando. The Corvado royal family is involved with the pagans. In the eyes of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, they are not qualified to inherit the throne. Wizards of the Tower, the holy war is imminent. I advise you not to get involved in this dispute. Williams raised his hand, and the entire battlefield suddenly stopped. The soldiers of the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the 200 Pegasus Knights suddenly stood still in mid-air. The Northern Allied army also retreated like the tide, distancing themselves from the Knights of Anthony. The Wizards of the Tower were a huge problem. He really did not want to involve them in this whirlpool that was getting bigger and bigger. What a joke! An angry rebuke. Brendel's hand was still holding on to the golden card, but he suddenly stopped. He looked up and coldly interrupted Williams. The Corvado royal family is involved with the pagans. Just based on your words alone? Williams was interrupted by Brando. His face turned green, and he replied coldly, "Naturally, I can represent the Holy Cathedral here. I don't care to explain to a sinner like you. You just need to know that the Holy Cathedral will never make mistakes." Brando smiled contemptuously. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that the Holy Cathedral's words had too much power and he wanted to clear the princess name, he wouldn't even bother to look at the other party's face. In his opinion, the historical Williams was a complete brainless child. It's up to you to decide whether it's right or wrong. Naturally, there will never be a mistake. Unfortunately, Saint Tassol, Fanzin, and even Eloranta won't agree with your bullshit. The Holy Cathedral will never make a mistake? Is the history of the Bishop of Russ's region bribing all for one during the year of separation a myth? What Bishop of Russ's region? William's expression changed slightly, and his hand was pressed on the hilt of his sword. The Bishop of Russ's region, Hanfuck, was close to the people and was once a strong candidate for the central priest. Later, he disappeared inexplicably. The Holy Cathedral announced that he died of illness. It's ridiculous that a priest can die of illness. Could it be that dispelling illness is a divine spell that you worked hard to develop after the year of separation? Why do I remember that it was a spell that existed as early as the year of the saints? William's face showed signs of turning from green to black, but Brando did not intend to let him go. To be honest, the Holy Cathedral of Fire was a huge organization, and there were countless regional archbishops. Border areas like Erewhon had long been infiltrated like a sieve. Amon, whom he met in the loop of trade winds, was not the first all-for-one spy, and would not be the last. The funny thing is that the dignified Holy Cathedral of Fire is so stifled even when it comes to finding an excuse. Perhaps the organization is too rigid and bureaucratic, but fortunately, your authority is indeed deeply rooted in the people's hearts, and no one will pursue such a bizarre reason. But you don't really think that all the countries on the continent except for Cruz are fools, do you? Brando's words seemed to have frozen the battlefield. His words were definitely treacherous in the past, and for thousands of years, the civilians under the rule of the four holy cathedrals had never thought of questioning the authority of the Supreme. But this was like a piece of window paper. As long as it was poked through, it was enough to raise doubts in the hearts of most people. Besides, it was not that the nobles did not suspect that there was something fishy behind this, but they were well aware of it. Brando continued. Besides, do you really think that no one knows all the secrets here? Don't forget that there are too many pairs of eyes in this world. Wizards record history, astrologers predict the future, and only you think that you can hide from the world. Although the religious events in the Russ area have been dusty for nearly 3 centuries, there are many documents in Buga and White City. Even under the rule of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, there are still many descendants of those who know about it in Jaka and Eredeb. You think I'm lying? Then let me tell you the First Era 101 in West Chifran. Enough! Williams looked at Brando as if he had seen a ghost. What Brando said was the most strictly guarded secret of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. In fact, the upper echelons of the Holy Cathedral of Fire were aware of the infiltration from below, but it could not be helped. They could not make everything public because authority was everything to the Holy Cathedral. But the question was, how did he know? When Brando said the First Era 101, Williams felt as if he had been stabbed in the chest by a sword, which happened to be the most critical point of the religious case. He did not know how Brando knew these details, but he was sure that if this was a nightmare, then Brando must be the biggest nightmare in front of him right now. With such a serious leak, even if he was implicated, he would end up in big trouble in the end. Although he was the deputy commander of the Holy Cathedral of Knights, do not forget that although the Holy Cathedral of Knights only had one commander, there were 7 deputy commanders. This is the difference between a sage and a mortal. The people's hearts are in turmoil, and being bought by the cultists can only mean that he has fallen into depravity. What does it have to do with the Holy Cathedral? The fact that the Holy Cathedral is dealing with such scum shows that the inside is still pure. William suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and answered seriously. You have a glib tongue, Sir Williams. If this is an individual case, then it is true. But as far as I know, the Holy Cathedral's performance in the periphery is not as good as you say. For example, Brando replied aggressively. Cut the crap. Williams did not dare to let him speak again. If he continued, he, as the deputy commander, would really be taken to court. It's the same for you, descendant of the Cataloso family. 60 years ago, the Holy Cathedral made a huge mistake. But they will not repeat the same mistake. He turned his head and looked coldly at the black tower wizards in the sky. You should all remember what happened in the Valley of Fefapi. If you do not want to be involved in this huge trouble, immediately turn around and leave. I can pretend that you were never here today. Valley of Pfefferpi? Brando was slightly stunned. He seemed to have heard of this name before. He immediately memorized the name in his heart and prepared to look it up in Charn's library when he had time. Or it would be best to go to Buga's Silver Wall, to look up the history on the wall. However, it seemed that the Holy Cathedral of Fire was indeed very afraid of the Black Tower wizards. It was a pity that the royal family of Covardo did not catch them back then. Now it seemed that the Highland wizards did not have any ill feelings towards Princess Graphine. Why did they later become so disloyal? Williams thought that he could scare off these troublemakers who suddenly appeared, but he did not expect a group of people to walk out from behind the grey-robed wizard. When he saw these knights in sky-blue armor, he knew that things were not good. He saw that the leader of the knights was Bun-Eyed, the commander of the Highland Knights. This handsome middle-aged man smiled and replied, "Williams, it seems that your memory is deteriorating very quickly. There are signs of prematurely aging. How did I answer you last time? The decision of the Highland Knights half a century ago is our decision now. When have the Highland Knights ever broken their oath? If you want to fight, I will accompany you. The Holy Cathedral of Fire is powerful, but the blood of the Danny-less has not run dry." Bun-Eyed pulled out his long sword and winked at Brando, who was in the forest below. "Descendant of Darius, I heard that you are resourceful. I believe that you will not fight a decisive battle with these northern barbarians here if you do not have full confidence. So, I will help you block these broken ships of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. I hope you can teach these arrogant cruise people a lesson." Brando raised his head and smiled in his heart. The sudden appearance of Eco and the Highland Knight warmed his heart. The Erewhon people were not completely dead. At least some of them still had the blood of ancient pride flowing in their bodies. Of course. But these are probably the vanguard fleet of the cruise people. "Uncle, you have to be careful," he replied. "Uncle?" Bun-Eyed laughed out loud. "Thank you for your concern." These two people acted as if there was no one else around. The anger in William's heart could simply destroy the Erewhon people. "Since you don't appreciate my good intentions and are determined to walk this path to the end, then there is no need for us to talk anymore." He knew that if he did not kill Brando today based on his previous words, he would probably be sent to the Inquisition tomorrow. He took one last look at the Danal Highland Knight and did not say another word. The negotiations broke down and the attack continued. The Northern Coalition army was regrouping. In fact, Anthony's army also needed time to adjust. But the battle was about to break out. Brando lowered his head and shouted to Eco, who was not far away. "Eco, can you stop the northern barbarians? It's a little troublesome." Eco waved his sword. "I didn't expect there to be so many of them." Brando almost fainted. "You didn't expect so many enemies and you still came. What kind of commander is this?" He suddenly saw Makarov not far away, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly understood how he felt. But Eco just smiled faintly and said, "But it doesn't matter. The knight is only seeking death for the sake of his ideals." Brando shook his head. This guy is really crazy. But he did not want to die here with this dumb knight. The situation below had to be stabilized first before he had time to deal with the Sanctum Knight above. He finally threw the card forward and said, "It doesn't matter. In that case, let me help you." How do you help?" Brando did not need to answer. Because the grimoire of life was entering the field. A ball of pure white light was rising from the Anchor Mountains. It was like the first light in the darkness, giving life and spirit, described in the epic of the crew's creation. Suddenly, a huge book emitting the purest power of life appeared in front of Brando. At that moment, he abandoned the Sea Wave Gem and used the Sea Wave Gem's feature of sacrificing this card. Choose any card in your hand, and make it enter the field for free, to put in the 25-cost Grimoire of Life without any cost. Life. Martha's Domain. The majestic power swept through the entire battlefield in an instant. Everyone subconsciously turned to look at the direction of the white light, their hearts throbbing. Another divine artifact. Williams felt the flaming blade shards on his body vibrating slightly. This was the resonance between the divine artifacts. But the power of the divine artifact was far greater than that of Flaming Blade Odorfice, because he could deeply feel the reverence of the flaming blade shards. He raised his head just in time to see Brando's second spell. A white halo spread out from the young man's hand. Isn't this guy a swordsman? Williams thought. In fact, Brando was showing the mana cost of the Eternal Orb. The ability of the Eternal Orb was to tap and pay 5 mana to choose the next card to enter the field and provide a perfect copy. Brando paid 5 mana and copied the Grimoire of Life. When the 2 Grimoires of Life appeared in the sky above the battlefield, everyone's mind went blank. The twin holy artifacts. Williams immediately had a bad feeling, although Brando hadn't launched an attack yet. But he also roughly guessed the other's profession. He clearly noticed that the 2 books of divine artifacts were summoned into the battlefield by Brando. Although he didn't know what Brando wanted to do, even the prerequisite summon was a divine artifact. How bad could the follow-up be? For the first time, the deputy leader of the Knights Templar felt that the battlefield was out of his expectations. He never dreamed that a young man who was just elemental awakening would have such a backup plan. A young sword saint who was less than 20 years old and had elemental awakening. His real profession was actually a summoner? Was there any justice in this? Who would believe him if he said that? At that moment, Brando just happened to look up. At that moment, he was looking at Williams as a planeswalker, and for the first time, the vice-captain of the Knights Templar felt a deep sense of fear. He saw in that pair of young eyes the aura of a sovereign looking down on everything. It seemed to be saying, "Are you ready? Stop him." The fear in Williams' heart rose. He raised his long sword high and slashed down with the strongest strength in his life. That sword was like a ray of light in the sky. A golden red line, parting the curtain of rain. The lines of the law surrounded the blade, like the hand of God smoothing out the darkness. With one slash, almost half of the sky was shining with the power of the law. At that moment, William's heart seemed to touch the boundary between life and death. A spiral peak suddenly appeared above his head, and the law spread out in all directions like a line. Then, he saw the extreme plains. It was pure white. The Black Tower wizards immediately noticed the abnormality of this sword. Bun-eyed was the same. Although they couldn't understand the understanding of the ultimate power after igniting the fire seed of the blossom element. However, Bun-eyed felt a deep shudder in the air. Williams had actually advanced at this juncture? Was this scientific? Master Ashwood. Teleport over there. He wants to kill Brando. He suddenly grabbed the tower of the Black Tower and shouted to the tower on the left. The Grey Robe Wizard only hesitated for a moment, and suddenly clapped his hands. The Black Tower suddenly disappeared, and then in the next moment, it appeared in the path of William's golden sword. With a sizzling sound, like a hot knife cutting into butter, a golden flame slashed across the center of the giant tower. In an instant, the supposedly indestructible Black Tower collapsed. The Grey Robe Wizards on top of it immediately scattered and flew to the other giant towers. And William's golden sword flame was still moving forward, and it was not even blocked at all. Ah, the extreme realm! Bun-eyed finally realized what happened, and the second half of his sentence was stuck in his throat. William suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were calm, and he gently exhaled. Unfortunately, it was still a little short. But this attack was indeed at the level of the extreme realm. He quietly looked at the line of golden law in the curtain of rain that was sweeping across half of the sky, approaching the treetop, and was about to hit Brando directly. This was the power of the extreme realm. But it was at this moment. Countless pure white light shields suddenly appeared in front of Brando, and each shield blocked in front of William's golden law. Each shield deflected the most powerful attack of the vice-commander of the Holy Cathedral Knights Order, as if a gentle hand was smoothing these hot golden lines one by one. In an instant, the golden flame that covered half of the sky was swallowed by darkness. It did not even hurt Brando at all. Brando still looked up at Williams, and used his mouth to answer the endless questions in the eyes of the Holy Cathedral's high-ranking member. Enroldo's Holy Ring, 10 points. Enroldo's Holy Ring, Paradise of Adversity X, 10 points. Spell, instant. Effect. The next attack will be ineffective. Sanctuary. William's hand was completely frozen in the air. Almost everyone on the battlefield was stunned. P.S. Oh, it's finally starting. Sob, I've been writing for so long. It feels like a century. Everyone, please give me some monthly votes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 609. It was a magnificent strike supported by the power of the ultimate realm. The golden flames that filled the sky seemed to have brought the scorching heat of the elemental world to the battlefield. In the entire Kurlutz Empire and the Holy Cathedral of Fire, there were no more than 10 people who had reached the ultimate realm. Each one of them had their own unique experiences to the ordinary people present. Just like the Earth Sword Saint Darius back in the day, no one dared to say that they could withstand his strike. Even the cross-hand Buga of today did not have the confidence to do so. But such a strike was like a stone sinking into the sea in front of Brando. Countless golden lines of law that cut through the curtain of rain collided with the pure white curtain of light that appeared. Because it was too fast for the human eye to react, the crowd could only see the flames rolling back like fireworks, like a big golden Persian chrysanthemum blooming in the torrential rain. Then, the flames disappeared without a trace. The lines of law that represented the sublimation of flames were reversed. This could only mean one thing in the world of Wond. It meant that the authority of the law was too low and was rejected by a higher priority. But that was the law of the ultimate realm of the fire element. Could it be the power of existence? While everyone was stunned, only Brando understood that among all the rules that he had seen, the world of Wond, where the planeswalkers formed their own system, seemed to have the highest priority. The description on the card of fate was that no matter how bizarre it was, the world of Wond would immediately agree. The description on Enrolda's holy ring said that the first attack was ineffective, so no matter how powerful the next attack was, even if it could destroy the world, as long as Brando showed this card, he would be fine. This was the strongest shield. Even he himself was amazed by such a rule, let alone others. But Brendel did not stop. He took advantage of the moment when Williams was distracted by the battle. He took the opportunity to place the 4 nightmare forges on the battlefield. The nightmare forges crawled out from the ground like shiny metal beetles, about the size of a human head. These creatures were only silver, level 35, after the evolution of the golden battle flag, and did not attract much attention at first, but their ability to complete self-replication by devouring light elements. White light constantly flew out from Brando's hand and merged into the nightmare forges inside the ugly nightmare forges. Soon, the number of nightmare forges on the battlefield increased to 32. Brando's elemental pool now had 78 fire elemental, 51 wind elemental, 55 earth elemental, 48 water elemental, 50 light elemental, and 60 dark elemental. Among them, the growth of the fire elemental was far ahead due to Erwin being a descendant of the Flame King, while the growth of the dark elemental was rapid due to the influence of the Dark Dragon's legacy. The growth of the light elemental was also influenced by the talent of the Chosen One after Martha's blessing, so its growth was only second to the dark elemental and fire elemental. He had been cautious in using his planeswalker abilities in the previous battle, and only used 40 earth elemental and 1 wind elemental to summon and maintain the Holy Sword and Wind Spirit Spiders. Summoning the Grimoire of Life also required him to abandon the Ocean Wave Gem and enter the battlefield for free. The Ocean Wave Gem and Eternal Orb cards were still on the battlefield, which meant that Brando's other elemental pools were still almost full. He placed 4 nightmare forges on the battlefield, using a total of 4 dark elemental. When the number of nightmare forges increased to 32, his light elemental pool instantly dropped to 0/50. The next full increase required 32 elemental pools. From 4 to 8, from 8 to 16, and from 16 to double again. The changes around Brando finally caught William's attention. The strange swarm of metal beetles seemed to have expanded in an instant. He had mistaken Brando for a summoner, so he was extremely vigilant against all of Brando's summons. But after a closer inspection, he found that the nightmare forges were only upper silver-tier existences. He let out a sigh of relief and turned his attention to the 2 huge grimoires of life in front of Brando. The 2 grimoires of life emitted pure white light as they floated quietly in the air. At first, they seemed to have no effect, but when Brando released 4 nightmare forges into the battlefield, the 2 grimoires of life suddenly began to flip simultaneously. They flipped 4 pages, and with each flip, a pure energy spread out from the grimoires and pervaded the entire battlefield. It was a gentle ripple of light. It passed through all the soldiers who were allied with Brando, and the wounds on their bodies immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the 8 ripples of light completely covered the entire battlefield, even the soldiers who were missing limbs had regrown their limbs and crawled up from the ground. In mid-air, the Shire had just used a magic shield to save Metasha from a Templar Knight. But Andrique was stabbed in the abdomen by a female Templar Knight who rushed over, almost cutting her in half. The vampire princess groaned and immediately lost consciousness and fell from mid-air. But it was at this moment that a gentle white halo passed through her body, and her wounds began to quickly heal. After 8 consecutive halos, the vampire princess actually opened her eyes again. She paused in midair and stopped her fall. More importantly, his exhausted body felt as though it had been injected with vitality after several hours of rest. A miracle! At that moment, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. Even the private soldiers of the nobles thought that there was at least one messenger of the god of life fighting side by side with them. One could imagine how much the morale of the ordinary soldiers would increase if they did not have to worry about being injured or even disabled on the battlefield. Almost immediately, the princess's army burst into cheers. The princess's morale was greatly boosted, but the morale of the Northern Coalition army, which was not high to begin with, was even lower. If it were not for the support of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in the sky, the nobles' army would have retreated immediately. Williams frowned. "Stop that summoner, don't let him activate the 2 divine books," he ordered his men. It was a little awkward to say that Williams had broken through the limit of his strength and swung his sword. Although he had benefited a lot, he was a little tired at the moment. Although there was no need to worry about self-preservation, it was a little difficult to break through the defense line of the Black Tower mages and attack Brando. He could only order the remaining 11 Holy Cathedral Knights to attack Brando. Hearing this order, the Shire, Metisha, Ropar, and Andrique immediately sensed danger. The 11 Holy Cathedral Knights of the Holy Cathedral of Fire were, after all, elemental-activated powerhouses. In fact, at this time, their defense was already very weak. If the opponent wanted to bypass them and attack the Lord, they really had no way to do anything. Brando! The Shire used the almost stagnant elemental time to form a wall of delay in front of him and reminded Brando. "I know," Brando replied. He threw out another card, and a red light flashed in his hand. A flame bloomed from the forest. "Infernal Jinn!" Williams looked at the giant monster formed from the flames and suddenly shouted in his heart, "Oh, Martha!" Brando summoned the Fire Jinn, but with the bonus of the golden battle flag, it was upgraded to a higher-level Infernal Jinn. This thing looked similar to the Fire Jinn, but it was bigger, and under the golden flames, there was a black infernal fire. More importantly, it could also self-destruct. As high-ranking members of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the Holy Cathedral Knights were naturally not unfamiliar with the fire elemental plane. They were also familiar with the characteristics of some creatures living in that world. Therefore, when this huge flame monster appeared in their sight, everyone's face turned pale. That was a terrorist at the peak of gold. But it was obviously too late to retreat. In fact, at that moment, everyone on the battlefield felt that the sky seemed to darken slightly, but that was just an illusion caused by the pupils contracting to adapt to the strong light. They saw an extremely bright small sun rising slowly from the forest. In comparison, everything seemed to be in a state of darkness. Then, a scorching shock wave swept through the earth, and even the rain in the sky seemed to evaporate in an instant. The 11 Holy Cathedral Knights who were in the battle felt even worse. The 2 people who bore the brunt of the attack were seriously injured. One of them had his breastplate and shoulder armor melted in the high temperature, leaving a burn on his face. The others had no choice but to retreat, and the encirclement that was formed with great difficulty was suddenly announced. But what was even more unbearable for them was that as soon as the infernal Jinn dissipated, 2 more white halos spread out from the grimoire of life. The Shire, Metisha, Ropar, and Andrique on the opposite side disappeared once again. How could they fight this? This time, Brando summoned the Furnace of Adversity. Echelonius's Furnace of Adversity was the 3rd card of the Paradise of Adversity. The cost was 30, and he specified 30 wind elements in lieu of payment. At this moment, adding the cost of summoning the Fire Jinn, Brando's Fire Elemental Pool and Wind Elemental Pool were reduced to 6378 and 2051 respectively. When Echelonius's Furnace of Adversity entered the field, it had to be attached to a volcanic land card. Brando happened to have the Ember Volcano land card. As soon as he attached the card, an industrial-style metal building immediately appeared on top of the Ember Volcano in the Planeswalker's world. The Furnace of Adversity could be said to be the engine of the Paradise of Adversity deck. Its role was to sacrifice the creatures of the Echelonius series cards to obtain a special resource dedicated to this deck, energy. However, Brando did not have any Echelonius soldiers on hand for the time being. He still needed time. Brando returned to the real world once again, and then threw out the 3rd last card from his hand. At this time, The situation on the battlefield had become white-hot. Almost all the soldiers in the valley were soldiers of the Northern Coalition Army and the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Anthony's army only occupied 1 foot of the battlefield. The Nagas, the Knight Academy's officers, and the White Lion Guard stood side by side with them to block the enemy's army in front of the main position. The situation looked precarious, but with the power of the grimoire of life, they were still able to hold on. The young man, Eek, who was full of night thoughts, finally understood how Brando was going to help him. He could not help but shout excitedly, "Mr. Knight, I didn't expect you to be a powerful summoner." Obviously, this guy also recognized the wrong person. But Brando immediately made him even more wrong. The third last card he threw out was the pitch-black Death Sentinel card of adversity. The Death Sentinel card, the 5th card of the Paradise of Adversity, cost 15 dark elements. The characteristic of this card set was that there was no limit to the number of cards on the field. Each card would place 10 black, spirit figurines, creatures called the Death Sentinels into the field, and for every corpse on the battlefield, there would be an additional black, spirit figurines, creature called the Death Sentinel. Brando had already privately argued that if there was a place where this card could be used the most, it would be the battlefield. And now, it was the time for it to be used the most. Brando paid 15 dark elements, and the dark element pool was instantly reduced to 4,160 dark elements. But at that moment, the most spectacular scene since the beginning of the war appeared on the battlefield. At this moment, there were at least tens of thousands of corpses on the battlefield in the Marl Highlands. When the Death Sentinels entered the field, under the slippery mud and under the meadow, there was a crash sound as countless black arms broke out of the ground. Ah! Madara? Whether it was the Northern Alliance army or the soldiers on the princess side, they were all frightened and screamed in an instant. Some of them had participated in the First War of the Black Rose, and they were very familiar with Madara's ruthless fighting style. It was a nightmare to see a dead comrade appear in front of you in the next moment with a sword and attack you. But didn't the two countries sign a peace treaty? Why were these scary people here again? But at the next moment, they realized that these were not the enemies of the past. Because these warriors suddenly appeared. Their bodies were covered with tattoos, their upper bodies were naked, and their lower bodies were covered with heavy armor. As soon as they crawled out of the ground, they immediately attacked the Northern Alliance army. Allies? Princess Griffine could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then she realized something, and her silver eyes widened slightly as she looked at Brando. Mr. Brando, these are... You are a necromancer? Brando smiled bitterly. In fact, he had always put this card last because the summoning effect was too similar to a necromancer's. He shook his head. Your Royal Highness, have you seen a living necromancer? Unexpectedly, this sentence made Princess Griffine think of something that she should not think of. She blushed and touched her lips subconsciously. As everyone knew, necromancers had no body temperature. I'm sorry, I thought too much. Princess Griffine said softly. Brando immediately rolled his eyes. But it seemed that necromancers had a bad reputation in the mortal world. He should use this card less in the future. In order to avoid misunderstanding, he explained, it's actually because of them. Them? Princess Griffine and Count Audine both saw the metal beetle beside Brando. Of course, they did not know that it was a creature called the Nightmare Furnace. This thing had never appeared in the history of Vaunt. Even Brendel, who was knowledgeable and familiar with magical creatures, could not recognize it for the first time. Let alone these two natives who were born and raised in Vaunt. That's right, Brendel blurted out. This thing is called the Necromancer Beetle, even though it's a type of construct. Although it is a necromancer, it can cast simple necromancer spells. It was invented by an extremely brilliant rune master. Princess Griffine and Count Audine looked at the horrible nightmare furnaces. Seeing that their ugly appearance was indeed a necromancer style of aesthetics, and that they were indeed necromancers, they nodded together. After all, people were more willing to believe what was more in line with their common sense. Brando! You are too good at lying. Only Orthlis could not help but sigh and say in his mind. Then she asked suspiciously, have you ever lied to me about anything? Absolutely not. Brando immediately shook his head. You saw it too, Lady Orthlis. I had no choice. The Wind Elf nodded and reluctantly accepted this explanation. While Brando was explaining, the Northern Allied army was in big trouble. The Death Sentinels summoned by Brando were different. The level of the Death Sentinels was related to the number of black cards a planeswalker had, x5. He had 3 black cards, Rogan's Swamp, Water of the Underworld, and Forest of Death. Therefore, the Death Sentinels he summoned were already level 15, which was equivalent to the strength of a lower Iron-ranked Death Knight. But under the Golden Battle Flag, they became level 25 Iron-ranked Death Sentinels. The range of a Death Sentinel card was about a few thousand feet, and it could summon about 1,500 black creatures. In other words, Brando had an army of 1,500 Iron-ranked Death Sentinels. Coupled with the positive effect brought by the name of Madara's Undead Army, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. This time, the Northern Alliance army could not advance any further. But what surprised Brando the most was that the problem of the human soldiers fighting side by side with the Death Sentinels did not occur. Even the private soldiers of the nobles accepted their new comrade in arms very well. It seemed a little unreal, but after giving it some thought, he understood. He had obtained the talent of the Chosen One in the Loop of Trade Winds, which allowed him to maintain the morale of soldiers of different races when they fought together. However, this talent did not have any practical effects, so he had almost forgotten about it all this time. But he did not expect it to be like this. The next step was simple. The sacrificed Death Sentinels on the battlefield were entering the furnace of adversity one by one. 2 digits of energy quickly entered Brando's storage. At the same time, the 11 Holy Cathedral Knights in the air had formed a circle and were ready to attack Metisha. But at this time, Brando looked up and raised the long sword in his hand. The Halran Gaia was pointed at a Holy Cathedral Knight in the air. A circle of black light gathered on the Halran Gaia, and the second last card was immediately displayed, Lightning Storm. Lightning Storm, Paradise of Adversity 6, 4 energy, spell, real-time, effect. Tap all Nightmare Forges on the field, dealing 5 true damage to each of the Nightmare Forges. Enter the graveyard after use. Fire. Commander of the Echelonian Army. Turin. Everyone heard a piercing sound, and the 32 Nightmare Forges beside Brando shot out black lightning at the Holy Cathedral Knight in the air. The black lightning gathered in the air and formed a huge sharp claw. The Holy Cathedral Knight reacted quickly and immediately used the lines of law to weave a golden barrier in front of him. But unfortunately, the description of Lightning Storm deals 5 true damage to each of the Nightmare Forges immediately took effect. Everyone saw that the black lightning did not seem to have any entanglement with the golden lines in front of the Holy Cathedral Knight, and directly hit his chest. It was as if he did not defend at all. This is impossible. That was the only thought in the Holy Cathedral Knight's mind. But at the same time, intense pain tore through his body. He was already heavily injured in the explosion of the Titan spirit, and this 160 true damage was the last straw that broke the camel's back. He was shot down from the air. Raphael! The female Holy Cathedral Knight cried out in alarm. She probably never dreamed that a Holy Cathedral Knight would fall in such a battle. Be careful. Williams was indeed an expert who had recently reached the Supreme Realm. His understanding of the laws was extremely sharp. He immediately identified the mystery hidden in Brando's lightning and warned his subordinates, "Don't take that lightning head-on. Be careful to avoid it." But this vice-head of the Temple Knights finally felt the danger. He had witnessed the proliferation of the Nightmare Forges with his own eyes. At first, he thought that it was just a small toy in the upper reaches of the Silver Tier, but he didn't expect it to have such a terrifying offensive ability. Ignoring the laws. Williams did not know why Brando had so many strange means of attack, but he did not want to see the next one. White-Winged Knight Regiment. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Prepare to assemble." White-Winged Knight Regiment. The 5th level of the Crew's Army. Erwin's White Mane Army's Silver-Winged Knight Regiment was created to imitate these Crew's Knights. But the difference was that the Crew's White-Winged Knight Regiment was a true Pegasus Knight Regiment. And every one of them was at least a gold rank. The ones that appeared on the battlefield today were more than 100 gold rank heavy cavalry. As if responding to the orders of their regiment commander, countless silver wings flashed in the rain. The arrogant Crew's cavalry gathered together and began to assemble. The Crew's cavalry on the battlefield screamed, and the higher-ranked Pegasus Knight Regiment immediately began to leave the regiment. These heavy armored cavalry descended to a lower altitude and began to attack Brando's position. They directly crashed into the defensive line formed by the arrows of the archers, knocking those arrows into pieces. Although the Cruz Empire had countless strong people, but in reality, the ones that truly shined in large-scale battles were the White-Winged Knights Regiment. And today, in Wonde, only the 4 great empires had such elite troops. The White-Winged Knight Regiment was fortunate enough to have its name listed as one of the strongest regiments. The Knight Regiment flying at the front had already raised the spear in his hand. The armor on their Pegasus shone brightly. This was the effect of the Wings of the Wind spell. Their good discipline allowed them to form a straight line as they shot towards Brando. But Brando did not even look at them. The White-Winged Knight Regiment could not help but be slightly startled. Was he scared silly? But how could a summoner with the ability to summon artifacts be scared silly by them? A crimson ponytail suddenly flashed in their vision and explained everything. The red-haired girl's eyes were burning with golden flames. She was unarmed, but she was like a female beast waiting to pounce on the charging Knight Regiment. She was too fast. In fact, the leading White-Winged Knight Regiment only had time to see her white fingers clenched into a fist that was getting bigger and bigger in his vision. Then, with a bang, he was sent flying off the back of his horse like a cannonball. Scarlet turned around in midair and stomped heavily on the back of his Pegasus, sending the beast flying into the forest below. Then, she used the momentum to jump up. In front of her was another knight. The unlucky guy had just seen his companion in trouble. He suspected that the other party had bumped into a dragon. He was scared out of his wits and tried to dodge, but the red-haired girl's figure had just formed 2 shadows in his eyes. The next moment, a cold hand had grabbed his neck. Gold Peak. How can she be so fast? He looked at the red-haired girl's eyes that were like golden whirlpools in horror. This was his last thought. Scarlet lifted him up like she was grabbing a chick and threw him out in the air. The knight collided with the 3rd knight. Both of them fell into the valley below like a comet. After killing 3 White-Winged Knights in a row, Scarlet stopped and landed on the ground. She raised her head and saw that more than 100 White-Winged Knights had stopped in their tracks in fear of a little girl. They scattered in the air in a panic. The red-haired girl bared her small canine teeth. On her body, the scales on her arms and bare thighs were faintly flashing. She was a descendant of the dragon. A shadow rose in William's heart. At the same time, Brando cast the spell Lightning Storm. He obtained the right to draw 3 cards from his hand from the deck. Accelerated Thinking. Cost 22 light or dark. Whichever player cast the spell, the holder will draw 3 cards from the top of his own deck. Before the next effect of Accelerated Thinking, the player shuffled more than 8 cards from their hand back to the deck. This was the ability of the 8th card of the Paradise of Adversity. Brando had already prepared this barrier for a long time, and this was the real reason why he asked the princess to wait for a moment. Then he drew the top of the deck. Desperate Trojan Horse, Spirit, Sun Blade. A trace of a smile appeared on Brando's face. He did not expect that the power to counterattack would return to his hands so quickly. From the Paradise of Adversity, it was just a thin line. P.S. 7,000 words long chapter. That's enough. I want to ask for monthly votes. I also want to recommend a good book. Please help me add it to your collection plus red votes. If it's not from Qi, you can Baidu Red North's Golden Throne, please. I won't say that this is Blackie's book, Get Lost. The Empire's suffering did not only come from the fall of today, but also from the glory of the past. But one day, the Emperor's will resound in the trillions of worlds, calling for the return of the darkness, not only for redemption, but also in response to a prophecy. The 2-headed eagle will spread its wings again, and the golden throne will be forged from iron and blood. The supreme majesty is placed on the ordinary name, and his enemies will tremble in fear, and his legend will be engraved on the epic of the conquerors. Let me tell you a secret, I was the one who helped you write the introduction. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qi. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 6:10. When the Acronians were building their platinum wooden horse, the siege of Liege had reached a critical moment. However, as if at the last moment of redemption, the Acronians finally won the hope of the desperate situation. From adversity to paradise, it was only a thin line. Kelsey Numank's desperate wooden horse, Paradise of Adversity I, 25 dark. Treasure, Artifact Wonder, Effect. This card must be tapped into the field. Inspect your deck. Search for 4 creature cards from your deck and remove them from the duel. Then shuffle your deck. Tap, pay 40, 0. There are 40 counters on this card. After this card enters the field, every time a non-black creature dies on your field, remove a counter from it. When you remove the last counter, use it without paying the spell cost, and place the card that was removed from the field into the field. Opportunity lurks in the storm, hope in the desperate situation. Desperate wooden horse entered the field. A gear ball floated above Brando's head, and his dark elemental pool dropped to 1660. Then the deck opened in front of him layer by layer, and dozens of cards of fate circled around him, but only the creature cards were distributed in bright colors. Vampire Baron, Rune Summoner, Glorious Martyr, the remaining 5 Death Sentinels, 4 Glorious Trumpeters, 4 Acronian Spellweavers, 1 Pristine Archangel, and 1 Silver Colt. Brando stretched out his hand and selected the Glorious Martyr, Vampire Baron, and 2 Death Sentinels, and then placed them out of the field. On the battlefield, the cruise's white-winged knight began to gather in the sky again. The white-winged knights once again launched an attack, but this time they were facing the mercenaries of Lopez and Ropar's 2 teams of Fireclaw spearmen. Furlern stretched out her 5 fingers with a cold expression, and icicles blew out from behind her. The blade-like icy wind wrapped in ice crystals formed cyclones, and swept past the white-winged knights' formation, forming a thick layer of frost on the surface of their armor. The low temperature caused the Pegasi's flapping of wings to slow down. Their speed was also greatly reduced. Meanwhile, Yadi took the opportunity to shoot out thin bolts of lightning from her fingertips. Her target was not the knight on the horse. They were both gold tier. Although the elementalist could suppress the knight, it would take too much mana to kill him. It would also take too much time. Her target was the Pegasus. A knight's role was reflected in a group assault. Could a knight without a horse still be called a knight? Despite Tia's young age, she was still a proper mercenary of Lopez, an existence that players said was born for battle. According to her own words, she had participated in many wars between White City and foreign countries. Now, it seemed that what she said was true. Her strategy worked. After the Pegasi were paralyzed, the white-winged knights fell from the sky one after another and fell to the ground in a daze. However, the gold-tier champions would not fall to their deaths from falling dozens of meters in the air. Although the white-winged knights were dizzy from the fall, they quickly got up from the ground and shouted to each other as they regrouped in the forest. Then, they picked up their spears and began to attack from the ground. In the forest, there were about 30 Fireclaw lizard men and the Night Song Tiger waiting for the white-winged knight to come to them. They formed a huge horizontal line with the young knights of the Royal Knights, waiting for the white-winged knights to come to them. Druid Master Wojcik was also at the back. It was obvious that they were planning to hold the cruise knights here. They were buying time. Brando was also seizing the time to filter his cards. He was sacrificing a large number of defeated death guards on the battlefield to gain energy from the furnace of adversity. He then displayed High Spirits. High Spirits, Paradise of Adversity V, 4 energy, spell, instant, immediately resets all tapped Acronian cards. Enter the graveyard after use. Glory moves forward, morale is high. The soldiers will not retreat in battle. Due to the lightning storm, the overloaded nightmare forges immediately returned to normal amidst a series of sizzling noises. The gearball, desperate Trojan horse, above his head also returned to normal from its horizontal state and began to rotate. At the same time, since High Spirits was a spell, it could activate the thinking acceleration barrier. So Brando got another chance to draw cards. 3 cards of fate flew out in front of him one by one. Lightning storm, High Spirits, energy loss. There was no dawn. Brendel raised his head and saw 2 paladins attacking Seal. Ropar, the Lord of the Fireclaw, stood in front of the young mage in order to protect Brendel, and was slashed in the shoulder. White smoke and hot blood spurted out from the wound. He looked into the distance again. On the other side of the battlefield, Anthony's army was entangled with the Northern Coalition army, while Fleetwood and Buga were fighting with Garlock the Curious and Nicholas the Blazing. Buga the Cross was now slightly inferior to Nicholas, but Fleetwood had the upper hand against Garlock. He was worthy of the title of the kingdom's #1 wizard. And it was at this time that Garlock the Curious suddenly released a disintegration sword spell. Brando didn't even think about it. He raised his hand and used energy loss to directly take away Garlock's disintegration sword. Then he turned his hand and threw it at the Templar Knight in the air. The Templar Knight reacted quickly and immediately pulled back, barely avoiding the disintegration sword. But unfortunately, Brando seemed to have expected it and had already activated Lightning Storm. Once again, he tapped the Nightmare Forges and shrouded the unlucky guy with black lightning. That guy immediately let out a blood-curdling scream as he was hit. Smoke rose from his body as he almost fell from the sky. Brando retracted his attention and then put the last remaining card in his hand, Echelonious Spellweaver, into the field. Echelonious Spellweaver, Paradise of Adversity X, 7 Dark. Creature. Echelonious Spellweaver, Level 25 Elite. Tap, pay 5% of your life. Gain 1 light. Eye of Arrow. In an instant, the 4-handed Spellweaver appeared beside Brando, but he didn't even have time to see what the opponent had leveled up to under the golden battle flag. He immediately tapped the card, paid 5% of his life, and then revealed the second card, Glory. The Spellweaver and the Nightmare Forges went into cooldown once again. At this moment, Brando consecutively cast Energy Loss, Lightning Storm, Summon Echelonious Spellweaver, and Glory. 4 spells and 3 spells. His elemental pool instantly became Fire Elemental 6378, Wind Elemental 1751, Earth Elemental 1155, Water Elemental 48, Light Elemental 050, and Dark Elemental 3460. At the same time, 4 consecutive dense white halos spread out from the activated Grimoire of Life. The life that Brando had just lost was immediately replenished. Ropar and the others above his head also recovered. Opposite them, the faces of the 10 paladins of the Holy Cathedral of Fire suddenly turned a little green. They finally realized that if they couldn't kill one of the 4 people in front of them in seconds, then what awaited them might be the end of being exhausted alive. However, Brando didn't care what the enemy thought. Recovery was just an extra benefit for him. More importantly, his thought acceleration barrier was activated 3 times in a row. This time, 9 cards of fates came to his hand. 3 Daybreakers, 2 Echelonious Spellweavers, 1 Death Sentinel, 1 Glory, and 2 Lightning Storm. This is a godly draw. Brando couldn't help but smile. With the increase in the number of cards drawn, the chances of getting the card he wanted also greatly increased. He raised his head and looked at the entire battlefield. He reached out and put 3 Daybreakers in one by one. Daybreakers, Paradise of Adversity 12, 1 Light and Darkness. Spell, Instant. Effect. Add 6 light to your mana pool. For every breaking dawn in your graveyard, 3 darkness will be added to your mana pool. Enter the graveyard after use. Dawn. Light suddenly appears. The first time, there were 6 light. The second time, there were 6 light and 3 darkness. The third time, there were 6 light and 6 darkness. The light and darkness elemental pools immediately increased to 1850, 4060. In mid-air, William seemed to have finally caught his breath. The deputy commander once again pulled out his flame-shaped sword. Brando noticed this detail and immediately whispered, "Mephistopheles. I'm by your side, master. Protect me." The transvestite vampire nodded slightly. Then Brando placed 2 Echelonious Spellweavers in the graveyard and tapped the 3 Spellweavers together. Another 3 light elements entered his elemental pool. 2150. But at that moment, William's figure suddenly disappeared from his field of vision. Brando's heart tightened slightly. He knew that the other party could only come for him. He immediately communicated in his mind. Ropar. The Shire. Metisha. Yes, Sir Lord. Sacrifice. Brando hesitated for a moment and ordered. In the sky, the Shire, Ropar, and Metisha, who were fighting with 10 Templar Knights, suddenly turned into a bloody light and then gathered around Brando in an instant. With the enhancement of the golden battle flag, Mephistopheles already had the strength of elemental awakening. After the Shire's blood entered her body, she entered the stage of elemental awakening for the first time. The black flame of the secret pattern began to appear on her body. After Ropar's blood entered her body for the second time, she touched the edge of elemental truth. After Metisha's blood entered her body for the third time, she broke through the boundary of elemental truth in one fell swoop. The black secret pattern on her body seemed to come alive, like a circle of black moths flying up and down around the transvestite vampire. Mephistopheles seemed to have sensed something and suddenly took a step forward. Her white palm struck out horizontally and collided with something in the void. With a bang, she flew backward. In the next moment, William's figure appeared in front of Brando. He had obviously exchanged blows with the transvestite vampire and could not help but take a step back. Vampire Count? William stared at Mephistopheles with a dark expression, almost squeezing the words out from between his teeth. He was surprised that he had clearly felt the presence of only one elemental awakening aura around Brando, but just now, it seemed to have grown to the middle stage of elemental truth in an instant. Even if he was hiding his strength, this was too ridiculous. The transvestite vampire could not be bothered with him. She turned into a black smoke and flew in front of Brando. She reached out and shielded her master behind her, then stared at this guy vigilantly. P.S. 2 updates. Begging for votes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 6:11. You think she can stop me? Williams asked coldly. Brando laughed in his heart because he heard Williams use the pronoun she in Cruz's language instead of he. He thought that this guy was also androgynous. He calmly raised his head to look at Williams and replied, "You can give it a try." With that, Brando raised his hand. A grimoire of life disappeared from the battlefield. The grimoire of life was moved out of the field. All the cards in the graveyard were shuffled back into the deck. At the same time, Brando once again cast Lightning Storm. The Nightmare Forges immediately released a black lightning bolt at Williams, but Williams seemed to be prepared for this. He snorted coldly, "Child's play." He dodged to the left, and at the same time, he appeared on Brando's left side and slashed his sword at Brando's neck. "Brando, be careful, flash strike sword art," Orthlis suddenly warned. Brando's heart trembled slightly because the sword was too fast. He could almost feel the coldness of the sword as soon as Orthlis finished her words. It was too fast. From dodging to slashing, it seemed that Williams made 2 movements, but in the eyes of ordinary people, these 2 movements were completely out of the ordinary. Everyone present, including Princess Graphine who was behind Brando, seemed to only see the moment Williams slashed his sword. It was as if he was standing there, and the sword should have cut off Brando's neck. It was natural and flawless. Princess Graphine's face turned pale. But unfortunately, the head that Williams expected to fly high did not exist. On the contrary, he only saw Brando's shadow in front of him gradually fading away. In the next moment, Brando suddenly appeared behind him, and the Halran Gaia in his hand slashed at his shoulder. Clang! Williams did not look back at all, but it was as if he knew that Brando was behind him. He put the sword in his hand behind him and blocked Brando's sword without looking back. The 2 swords clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. This is 9 Luminaries sword art. The sword was blocked easily, but the expression on Williams's face completely changed. He was slightly startled and shouted, "How did you?" But before he could finish his words, a faint sound of thunder suddenly came from the ground. William's expression changed as he instinctively sensed danger. He hurriedly jumped up, only to see sharp rock spears suddenly break out of the ground beneath his feet. Crashing sounds could be heard as the rock spears, several meters long, created a rock forest below the Temple Knight's vice-captain. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been pierced by the rock spears. Halran Gaia. There was no need for Williams to remind them. Everyone recognized him. Oberwei, Her Royal Highness, and the students of the Royal Cavalry Academy were mostly from noble families. They had more or less heard of the legend of Halran Gaia. As long as it was on the ground, as long as it was on the ground. This was the Halran Gaia. Williams's heart was also cold. Before this, he only knew that Brando was the descendant of the sword Saint Darius, but he did not expect this guy to have so many secrets. Allies with the Nagas and Druids, outstanding strength, and the identity of a summoner. Now, even a dragon descendant and the Halran Gaia had appeared. He felt more and more that Brando was troublesome, and his heart was determined to get rid of him. But the moment this thought flashed in his mind, he saw Brando not far away pick up Princess Erwin and quickly retreat. Of course, he did not forget to look up and grin at him. This taunt? Not good. Williams had a bad premonition. He looked down and saw that there was something sparkling on the topmost rock blade. It was a crystal. Boom! There was a loud sound, and even the ground in the forest shook. A blinding light rose from the top of the black pine forest, and then the strong wind blew the tall pine trees into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the pine trees in the forest at the foot of Anchor Mountain fell, forming a huge pit in the middle. Smoke curled up from the center of the crater. Williams, who was standing at the bottom of the crater, had not been killed by the explosion. However, his body was no longer shiny. His armor was charred black, and his golden-red cloak had been blown to pieces. He looked like a beggar. "You!" Williams immediately understood what was going on. The other party had obviously predicted that he would come looking for him. He had actually dropped an exploding crystal by his feet. Although he had never seen an exploding crystal before, he could roughly guess what it was based on everything that had happened before. But what he did not understand was how his opponent guessed that he would attack from that side. This was also Orthlis's question. The Wind Elf could not help but say in Brendel's mind, "That move of yours just now was not bad. Back then when The Wind Empress fought with Gretel. She often used the 9 luminary sword art to dodge his flash strike sword art. But how did you guess that he would attack from your left side?" "Because he is left-handed," Brando replied. Others might not know Williams, but he was familiar with him. In order to avenge the princess, he had fought with this guy many times. You are so cunning, Brando." "That is because you taught me well." "I did not teach you this. There is an old saying in the 9 Phoenixes, what the master teaches depends on the individual." Brando smiled. Orthlis was speechless. Brando was arguing with Orthlis, but it did not mean that he did not take Williams seriously. In fact, the explosion had just occurred. He immediately put down the princess and quickly pulled back. "Mr. Brando," Princess Griffine called out. She saw Brando and Williams leave the crowd one after another. The deputy commander of the Sanctum Knight Regiment quickly caught up with the former, but this time, the Mephistopheles blocked him. At the same time, Brando once again put down the third card, Glory. Echelonius Spellweaver and the Nightmare Forges went into reset again. At the same time, the filtering cards of Lightning Storm and Glory allowed him to draw 2 more Daybreak cards. But what surprised him even more was, he also drew back and rolled his Holy Ring, which was shuffled back into the deck. "It's here." Brando looked up. Williams had already swept away the Mephistopheles, blocking him with his sword. The female vampire crashed into the forest like a meteor, raising a cloud of dust. The peak of the law, the enlightenment, the gap between the two was still too big. Williams withdrew his sword and looked at Brando. There was no one between the two anymore. At the same time, Andrique, who was in mid-air, finally reached the end of her life under the siege of 10 Sanctum Knight. 3 sharp swords pierced the chest of the vampire princess almost at the same time, but at the same time, Andrique used the last of her strength to stab the neck of the female Sanctum Knight who was caught off guard. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a rain of blood. Both Andrique's and the Sanctum Knight's blood slowly descended from mid-air. "The second one." The vampire princess replied calmly. The soul flame in Andrique's eyes seemed to fade in an instant, and then she closed her eyes. Her skin was as white as frost, and she was quiet like a real princess. 9 Sanctum Knight passed over her falling body. Higher up in the sky, the fleet of the Holy Cathedral of Fire was engaged in a fierce battle with the Black Tower mages. Arrows, explosions, and even magic were intertwined between the Black Square Tower and the 3 warships. The layers of magic shields that shrouded the tower and the warships were blooming with the brightest and most dazzling light. Almost every moment, countless attacks exploded on top of it. The Wyvern cavalry of the Southern Legion once again joined the battle. Nosida tightly held onto the dragon's spear on his saddle. The wind and rain accompanied him, and beside him, more Wyvern Knight were soaring in the sky. On the back of each wyvern was a blurry face. He only vaguely remembered that it belonged to someone from the Southern Legion. No name but history was written. The crew's fleet immediately adjusted their direction again. Bright flames exploded between the Wyvern Knight, and giant beasts fell from the sky. But even more Wyvern Knight passed through the dense barrage. Nosida screamed and ordered the Wyvern Knight to climb up. The crew's fleet had no choice but to open the green magic shield and let the wyverns pass over them. The first wave of Wyvern Knight attacks immediately threw a fist-sized exploding crystal. The dazzling light created a pure white halo in the air. The frigate Taylor's protective shield flickered 10 times before it shattered like glass. Then, a ball of sparks exploded on the side of the frigate. The floating battleship immediately tilted to one side. A set of magic-powered turbines on the ship quickly generated electric arcs and then exploded due to overload. Then, the ammunition room exploded as well. The entire battleship spewed out a huge ball of fire in the air. It began to roll over and slowly descend. Finally, it fell into the formation of the Northern Alliance Army. The other frigate, Jigsaw, was in a slightly better condition, but there were bright flames on the ship. Only the Empire's flagship, Perrin, was still standing strong in the wind and rain. The flagship's magic shield almost didn't move under the impact of the exploding crystal. It was just that under the siege of the Black Tower mages, it was also in danger. But it was at this time. Suddenly, there was a throbbing roar in the clouds, as if a giant beast was passing through the clouds. On the Black Tower, Bun-Eyed, the leader of the Highland Knight Regiment, looked up and stared in that direction. Then he saw a red dot. Then, more red dots appeared on the sky. 1, 2, 3. More than 20 red circles opened up under the black clouds at the same time. In the rain, the shadow of a giant golden-red ship was gradually transforming into reality. A huge fleet was entering the battlefield. Finally, after the vanguard fleet of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, their main fleet finally arrived on the battlefield. All the mages on the Black Tower couldn't help but stop their spell movements at that moment. In the air, the Wyvern Knights of the Southern Legion were also in a panic and were flying back. The second fleet of the Cruz Empire, Canolia, entered the battlefield. Before Brando noticed what was happening above his head, 9 Holy Cathedral Knight had landed beside him. In front of him, Williams, the deputy leader of the Knight Regiment of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, held his sword horizontally, and the golden lines of law once again extended from behind him. He moved forward, and wherever he passed, there was a sea of fire. Descendant of Darius, do you have anything to say before you die? Williams, Brando suddenly said seriously, if the Holy Cathedral of Fire could really keep its word, maybe the result wouldn't be like this. But if you were given a chance to start over, I wonder if you would still choose to do so? It's too late to beg for mercy. The deputy leader of the Holy Cathedral Knight Regiment replied with a cold face. No, Brando smiled. I just want to say good luck. What did he mean? Williams was slightly stunned. At that moment, Brando put down 2 more Daybreakers. Light Elemental Pool, 3350 Dark Elemental Pool. 4360 He duplicated the Nightmare Forges for the 4th time, and at the same time, the counter on the Impasse Trojan Horse finally reached 40. Brando tapped the Impasse Trojan Horse, and then the Impasse Trojan Horse's ability, when tapped and the requirement is met, move the opponent's card into the battlefield, was activated. And now, Brando's opponent cards were Glorious Martyr, Vampire Baron, 2 Death Sentinels, and Sacred Grimoire of Life. A golden sword slashed straight, but Enrolda's holy ring lit up again. The cycle is complete. Brando smiled again under the pure white light shield. Good luck, Williams. Accelerated thinking was activated, and then he began the next round of drawing cards. P.S. Begging for votes. Begging for votes. Ah, and continue to recommend Red North's Golden Throne. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 6:12. 2 High Spirits, Fire Jin, 2 Glorious Trumpeters, Unicorn Knight, Flow Loss, Sea Wave Gem, and Daybreak. In addition, there were Sunblade, Death Sentinel, Echelonious Spellweaver, and 2 Lightning Storm in his hand. Once the cycle was completed, the progress of the Paradise of Adversity began to accelerate. The flame sword in William's hand slashed on Enroldo's holy ring, creating sparks on the platinum arc of light. At the same time, a glorious martyr wearing a white robe, a sun crown, and a golden staff entered the field. Under the golden battle flag, a level 62, Elemental Enlightenment, glorious martyr entered the field. The deputy commander of the Holy Cathedral Knight had to retreat, but before that, he still killed the vampire baron who had just entered the field. At the same time, Death Sentinels began to appear on the battlefield in large numbers. In the valley, the Northern Coalition army began to waver and retreat for the first time. Brando displayed high spirits. Desperate Trojan Horse, Echelonious Spellweaver, and Nightmare Furnace Construct were reset. The next card, Daybreak, entered the field. Echelonious Spellweaver entered the field. Tapped. Light Elemental Pool, 2450. Previously, only 8 Nightmare Furnaces were duplicated, and Roldo's Holy Ring cost 10. Dark Elemental Pool, 4960. 2 Daybreak cards in the graveyard. Pay 10 water. Sea Wave Gem entered the field. Then, Sea Wave Gem's ability was activated, and the Glorious Trumpeters entered the field. Holding a golden horn, a young girl wearing a Greek-style white linen dress and a laurel crown appeared on the field. This was the 7th card of the Paradise of Adversity. She was only level 49, upper gold, under the golden battle flag, but her special ability was to tap and pay 1 Dark Elemental Pool, and choose any creature card from the holder's hand to enter the field. Brando ordered her to blow the trombone, and the 2nd Glorious Trumpeter appeared on the field. She blew the horn again, and the Unicorn Knight Metasha appeared on the field. "My lord!" The Silver Fairy Princess shouted happily when she saw Brando, because she knew that her return to the field meant that the cycle of the Paradise of Adversity had been completed. Brando smiled at her. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. As soon as Williams retreated, the 9 Temple Knight immediately surrounded Brando. However, with a flash of fire, the Infernal Giant Spirit appeared between them and Brando. Fire Element Pool, 4,378. Before everyone's expression changed, the unlucky giant spirit charged into the crowd and self-destructed. Brando could almost hear its grumbling before it died. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He didn't have any large creatures to summon. If he did, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Once the desperate Trojan horse cycle was completed, these cruise people would be sent out of the country. The sound of an explosion rang out in the forest. In the end, the speed at which he cast spells would only be related to the speed at which he cut cards, and nothing else. This was the storm. Tap the impasse Trojan horse. The grimoire of life was moved into the field again. This was an endless cycle. The killer move of the Paradise of Adversity. Williams finally found the problem. He killed the Vampire Baron, Andrique, and Ropar again. His men also killed the Fireclaw Spearman and the Rune Summoner. But it was meaningless, because they were gradually getting away from Brando. The opponents they killed often appeared on the battlefield in less than a second. They were so fast and varied that it made one's hair stand on end. Everyone in the forest was stunned. There was only one shocking thought in everyone's mind. Could it be that he didn't need to use his mental strength to summon creatures? But there was another possibility. In history, Saint Tassol the Wind was famous for being a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. It was said that she had endless magic, which was why she could create a swordsmanship like the 9 Luminaries sword art. And Brando also knew the 9 Luminaries sword art. Could it be that he really received her complete inheritance? Ever since Williams shouted the name of the swordsmanship, everyone couldn't help but have this thought. But this wasn't enough to make them waver. What really shocked everyone was that Brando stood there alone, and in front of him were 10 truly peerless powerhouses. 9 Knight of the Holy Cathedral, and one of them was at the peak of the Law Realm. But Brando fought against 10 of them alone, and they were forced to retreat. This scene, every detail, was destined to depict the birth of this miracle. It would be forever engraved in the hearts of everyone present, as the nightmare of his enemies, and a legend in the mouths of others. Williams had a deep understanding of this. He found that not only was he unable to get close to Brando, but even if he attacked from afar, that nightmarish white light would flash, and Enrolda's holy ring made him return without any success. He almost wanted to cry, but no tears came out. In fact, the vampire girl he was fighting was becoming stronger and stronger. Previously, he could casually sweep her into the forest with his sword. But now, he could only fight with her. He could faintly feel that she was about to break through the peak of the elemental enlightenment and step into the peak of the law realm. Was there any justice in this world? He had witnessed her transformation from elemental activation to elemental enlightenment, and then from elemental enlightenment to the peak of the law realm with his own eyes. He finally understood that it wasn't some hidden strength at all, but that she was becoming stronger bit by bit through the battle. It was a pity that Williams didn't understand the existence of a fighting race in this world. Otherwise, he would have thought that the Mephistopheles were the legendary fighting race. The more they were defeated, the braver they became, and the more they fought, the stronger they became. Of course, that was just an illusion. The real reason was that Brando was constantly sacrificing non-black creatures. The bonuses of the 3 combat counters were similar to the Wolf's Den card attached to the Shire. Each experience counter now seemed to give a fixed amount of experience. Although the Mephistopheles' lives were becoming slower and slower, they couldn't stand up to Brando's accelerated cycle. Finally, the vampire girl entered the peak of the Law realm at that moment. A powerful aura rose from the battlefield. All the strong people on the battlefield couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Someone actually broke through on the battlefield? The Mephistopheles let out a long howl. To Brando, the sound was very soft, but to the Northern Alliance army, it shook their hearts. A pair of demonic wings suddenly grew from the Mephistopheles' back, and silver bloodlines appeared on their foreheads, the family seal. Enough! Williams couldn't take it anymore and couldn't help but roar. It wasn't that he didn't try to kill the Mephistopheles, but Brando casually sacrificed the glorious martyr, making all his efforts futile. Moreover, under the healing effect of the grimoire of life, how difficult was it to kill a peak existence of the Law realm? The commander of the Knight Templar finally understood that he had already reached a dead end. He suddenly understood the meaning of Brando's gaze. His heart was cold. There was still one more chance. At that moment, William's aura suddenly changed, and the golden threads around him suddenly turned pure silver, with platinum flames burning on them. The Mephistopheles in front of him raised their heads and looked at the deputy commander of the Templar Knight Templar in surprise. Because in her senses, Williams didn't seem to exist. No. He shouldn't be above this boundary. The ultimate realm. Brando, be careful. Orthless suddenly shouted in his mind. Flash strike. Flash strike. Among the 3 swords, the 9 luminaries' sword behind the wind represented the supreme magic sword. It used mana to reflect multiple shadows, giving people the illusion of a fast sword. But in fact, the fastest sword among the 3 swords was the Flame King Gretel's flash strike. What was the principle behind the flash strike that allowed it to reach a speed faster than the 9 luminary sword behind the wind? Brando had asked Orthless this question more than once. But today, he finally knew the answer. Because at that moment, he felt his lines of law vibrate. It was space. The flash strike actually pierced the boundary of space with a physical sword, so that the next attack could appear in any position. It was so similar to the nature of his space. The next moment, Brando saw Williams appear beside him. His eyes had turned silver, looking at him coldly. He also looked at him. He had Enroldo's holy ring in his hand, so he wasn't afraid of any of Williams' attacks. But Brando was wrong about one thing. Williams did not attack him. It was just that suddenly, a majestic aura spread between heaven and earth, as if endless power was extending in all directions. In the blink of an eye, there was no boundary between heaven and earth. Everything was gray. The ultimate plane. This time, it was finally Brando's turn to be surprised. Williams had hardened his heart to use the secret technique of the Holy Cathedral of Fire to burn his life. This might be the only chance for him to step into the ultimate realm in his life. From then on, this cruise's former genius swordsman would have no room to grow. He did not hesitate to make such a choice. As expected of an expert at the peak of the law, he was so decisive and determined. Brando couldn't help but sigh. Williams pulled him into the ultimate plane. In the opponent's domain, except for the cards in his hand, all of his summons were isolated outside. This was indeed troublesome. His deck in hand only had 1/3 of the cards left, but the real problem was that because the desperate Trojan horse and the grimoire of life were left outside, the cycle was broken. Although it was only temporary, it was fatal for Brando. It had to be said that Williams was a battle-hardened swordsman after all. Although he was a little brainless when it came to dealing with people, he was born with a keen sense of battle. As soon as he made his move, he caught Brando's weakest link. That was himself, the planeswalker himself. Williams slashed at him with his sword, and the light of Enroldo's holy ring flashed again. But the deputy commander of the Holy Cathedral Knight Regiment did not give up and slashed again. This time, Brando's figure shattered into countless pieces under his sword like a reflection in a mirror. 9 luminaries sword art. Williams was not surprised but delighted. He could not help but laugh wildly. Ha ha ha, you really can't keep using that spell. I'd like to see how many times 9 luminaries sword art can save you. He was talking about Enroldo's holy ring. But Brando looked at this guy with some pity. If Williams wanted to fight him one-on-one outside, he would naturally be beaten like a dog. But this guy was driven to desperation, and had actually dragged him into the extreme planes. No, this was not the real ultimate plane. After reaching the ultimate realm, it was William's personal domain. In other words, this was a world where his laws were maximized. In this world, his laws were all-encompassing. This was his home ground, a world weaved by Williams's laws. Williams. Brando could not help but sigh. The deputy commander of the Holy Cathedral Knight Regiment was slightly startled. Then he saw Brando's eyes suddenly burning with black flames, followed by his hair and hands. In the blink of an eye, a pair of wings burning with abyssal flames spread out from behind Brando. And Brando's voice became hoarse and deep. "You really are an idiot." William's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "This is impossible. The fool. The fool. The inheritance of the darkness dragon." He pointed his sword at Brando and screamed in disbelief. You are the darkness dragon." "No." Brando shook his head. "I am Brando. Go to hell." William's face was pale and he roared, "Heresy!" He raised the long sword in his hand and was about to attack Brando. But his movements suddenly froze. Brendel took out a short, shiny, 3-inch-long object that shone with a golden light. This was the relic that Brando took from Amon, the god-slaying magic breaking cone, a consumable artifact that prohibited all elements, magic, and unnatural forces. And now, he was going to return it to the Holy Cathedral of Fire. In another way. No, this is impossible. Williams could hardly believe what he saw. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Legend had it that the god-slaying magic breaking cone made by Fanzan was the nemesis of all laws, and its only weakness was that it had to be hit for it to take effect. In the hands of a powerhouse of the same level, it was not inferior to a nuclear weapon in the magical world. But in Brando's hands, such a thing was hardly a deterrent to a true powerhouse. Williams was an exception. The man's face was ashen, and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. This was his home ground, the law realm. He should have had the absolute advantage, but now, it seemed like he was the meat on someone's chopping block. Because of this was his extreme plains. A world that was weaved by his threads of law. But it was also for the same reason. He could not escape. "That is possible," Brando replied. "You chose to die." Saying so, he casually stabbed the magic breaking cone into the gray ground. The golden cone instantly hit William's threads of law. "Ah!" William suddenly let out an earth-shattering scream. The entire world seemed to tremble. Brando stood up and drew Xianxia from behind him. He felt the world gradually crumbling, and William's elemental power was disintegrating. "You only have one chance to live, Williams." Brando raised his sword, which was burning with the same black flames, and asked coldly, "In the last holy war, what is the real mystery of the November War?" "Ah!" Williams held his head in pain. The laws in his mind were in a mess, as if they would explode at any time. But even so, he still gritted his teeth and looked at Brando with red eyes and roared, "You want to know? Dream on. I will never tell you." "Then please die." This sword. The world was fading, and the outside gradually returned to the scenery of the Anchor Forest. "It is for the princess." Brando's sword moved forward, and the sharp blade of Xianxia and the burning black flames pierced through William's body. The sacred swordsman of the Holy Cathedral of Fire screamed and raised his head. The silver light in his eyes quickly faded, and only a look of disbelief was left. At that moment, the world of Extreme Plains completely collapsed. P.S. 5K, please vote, vote, vote. Also, I recommend Dazed Fish's Heart Hunting Royalty. Well, speaking of which, many people in the group already know this book is from Qidian. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 6:13. The gray sky was disintegrating above his head, like oats dissolving into milk. Brando stood in the middle of the plains, looking at the corpse of the vice-captain of the Holy Cathedral of Fire's Knight Regiment. The black flames on his body were gradually fading away, like black butterflies dancing in the air. "How was it?" Orthlis suddenly asked. "That was close." Brando gasped softly. The last exchange with Williams made him deeply feel the difference in strength between him and a true powerhouse. At the last moment, even if Williams did not retaliate, he would not have been able to break through the vice-captain's defense without activating the Fool's Frenzy. In the end, he still had to rely on his own strength to save his life. But in any case, fortunately, he won, and that was enough. After a pause, Brando suddenly asked, "Lady Orthless, you knew that Kelsey's deck had flaws, right?" Orthless smiled gently. "Some things will only leave a deep impression if you experience it yourself. Many years of war have taught me this truth. It is very difficult for a new recruit to transform into a veteran without experiencing setbacks, young man." Brando felt a pang in his heart. The moment Williams pulled him into the extreme plains, the absolute law of planeswalkers was broken. Metasha, the Shire, and the other summoned creatures were all isolated from the world. This meant that even if a cycle was formed, Kelsey's deck still had flaws. From the final result, he had won this battle by luck. But fortunately, it was Williams and not other stronger opponents who discovered this flaw, so the one lying on the ground now was not him. This meant that he still had a chance to make up for it. But the reason he asked Orthless was because he suddenly remembered that the enemy of the four saints was the darkness dragon Odin. Elaine told him that Odin was also a powerful planeswalker, but since the four saints were able to defeat Odin, it meant that planeswalkers were not above this world. Orthless seemed to know what he was thinking and replied softly, "It is said that every planeswalker pursues a perfect cycle. Under almost perfect conditions, the law can form a world of its own. In this cycle, the power of a planeswalker is invincible. Unfortunately, no one has been able to do this." Brando knew what she was trying to say. Odin didn't do it back then, or he wouldn't have lost to them. Odin's deck is total darkness. That deck is much more aggressive than the deck in your hand. The specialty of that deck is to transform all elements into the power of darkness, and in turn, the power of darkness is his home ground. Can you imagine the feeling of fighting the dark dragon while he gets stronger and stronger while you get weaker and weaker? That sounds a bit like Madara. Don't interrupt. The undead of Madara were once his subordinates and admirers. Orthless replied, "Odin doesn't have as many creature cards as Tumen and Kelsey. All his cards are artifacts, abilities, spells, and barriers. Furthermore, his strength was incomparably powerful, so he didn't have that pitiful little weakness of yours. However, we still managed to defeat him in the end. How did you do it?" Brando couldn't help but be curious. She was a little proud, because his core power is transformation. He must have used the artifacts and spells on the field to transform our power. His cards can quickly form a cycle, much faster than yours. As long as he starts, he can form a cycle. Then, all that's left is to constantly filter the cards to counterattack our attacks. And every time he counterattacks, he can draw out the dark elements from the cards to continue his cycle. Wait, you mean he doesn't have land cards? Land cards are the weakness of a planeswalker. Why would he leave such a flaw? Little guy, do you really think that the land cards in your world won't be attacked? Have you forgotten how you entered William's world? He just stepped into this realm. The real extreme planes is a complete world, which is a world where a person's law is maximized. And the planeswalker's land cards are in his extreme planes. Ah! Brando couldn't help but cry out. That's why having land cards is a weakness in itself. We can't attack your land cards directly like a real planeswalker, but we can destroy them violently. Orthless continued, Odin is a genius. He designed a deck that doesn't need land cards. But unfortunately, it also planted a hidden danger. In the final battle, Fanzan constantly dismantled his core spells, causing his elements to break, giving us an opportunity. You can counter the cards of fate? No, although we can do it, it's not that simple. Because the spells that counter his spells will also be countered and transformed by his spells, Orthless said awkwardly. We used a clumsy but effective method. Before he could counter our spells, we dismantled our own attacks. Because he didn't have land cards, the elements that Odin could use to activate his deck were very limited. If his counterattack didn't get replenished, the elements would dry up. Because of this, we finally won after paying a huge price. Brando was stunned. He didn't think that the result would be so simple. But he knew that this was only what it sounded like. In reality, it was probably something else. The Darkness Dragon's strength surpassed the four saints, and they had to attack each other to dismantle each other's spells. One could only imagine how tragic the battle was. Brando only knew that in the final battle, the Allied forces lost nearly 4/5 of their forces. Those who survived later became heroes. His heart wavered as he listened, but he couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. He didn't think that even a powerful being like the Darkness Dragon couldn't escape the fate of defeat. He thought that planeswalkers were invincible. But he was also looking forward to it. What planeswalkers pursued was perfection. This was what Tumen had told him. Now that Orthlis had asked him about it again, was there really such a thing as an invincible deck? Orthlis looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Come on, little guy. You should have realized it by now. How can you be a real planeswalker if you use other people's cards? Whether it's a planeswalker or a saint, the ultimate goal of a first-rate expert is to open up their own law. Brando nodded. He looked up and saw that Williams's extreme planes had almost completely disappeared. He stretched out his hand, and his palm was stained with a few drops of cold rain. The wind and rain from Anchor Mountain were seeping into this world, and the sounds of the two armies fighting became clearer. Indeed, it was time for him to walk his own path. He had been hesitant, but it was also because of the situation. Erwin was in a precarious situation. Choosing his own deck meant that he had to start from scratch. By the time he became a planeswalker, the kingdom would probably no longer exist. But now it was different. Ampere Seal already had a different history. Her Royal Highness didn't compromise with anyone in this history. Erwin also had a glimmer of hope. He already had the ability to control everything that was left. Williams's world completely collapsed, and the sound of the wind and rain outside became real again. But at that moment, his figure once again returned to the torrential rain. Everyone in the forest saw the deputy commander of the paladins lying on the ground, and Brendel standing beside him with Halran Gaia in his hand. There was a moment of silence in the rain. From when Williams pulled Brando into the extreme plains to when Brando killed him and reappeared, only a moment had passed in the outside world. Princess Graphine, Amandina, Metasha, the Shire, and everyone else's hearts had experienced a journey from hell to heaven. My lord! Amandina seemed to have lost all her strength, and couldn't help but slowly lean back against the black pine tree. Mr. Brando! Metasha's joy was like the sound of a skylark, piercing through the forest. Ha! The Shire stood in the rain, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It was the same sincere smile that came from the heart when he and Brando went to steal the priceless treasures of Duke Grinoires in Fortress Reden. Andrique snorted softly. The worry on the vampire's face seemed to have just disappeared, and then it turned into the warmest and happiest smile. My lord! The tall Ropar did not speak, and the lizard man lord's eyes were only filled with determination. He believed in his lord, just like he believed in the most outstanding hero of his clan. Because heroes would never disappoint the people who trusted them. The mercenaries of Lopez cheered in unison, and the red-haired girl let out a long sigh, and silently drew a cross on her chest. Among the crowd, only Princess Graphine closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. At that moment, she finally felt that Lady Martha did not abandon the kingdom. Just like a mother who always tenderly watched her children, watching them hold on to the noble glory and faith that belonged to them for generations. The rain was still falling. There were only 7 Night Temple left, and their hands and feet were cold. They did not know how to accept the reality in front of them. They had lost their comrade, and even their vice-captain had died here. The noblest blood of the Cruz people quietly wandered in this remote mountain range that they did not even know the name of. Above the clouds, the flames reflected each other, and the square tower of the Black Tower Wizard was torn apart in the violent explosion, and then fell down into the mountains of Erech. The dragon cavalry of the Southern Legion was organizing the final charge, and under the curtain of rain, there were explosions. Under the golden light, the kingdom's Night Temple paid the greatest amount of courage. The tailor withdrew from the battle. The Iris withdrew from the battle. The Ralbo's cabin caught fire, and then exploded. The Vivanli crashed. Nosida felt the wound under his armor was tearing open, and the viper he was sitting on had a huge hole in its shoulder, and its tail and wings were also scorched. The pain tortured every inch of his nerves, but he knew that he could not take a step back. The battle between the Temple Knight and Brando's group would determine the outcome of the battle. Before that, they had to stop the Cruz's fleet from covering the central position of the princess's army. But the Southern Legion had already done their best. Without reinforcements, It seemed that the outcome of the battle was still far away. Although the Northern Coalition army on the ground was slowly retreating, the soldiers of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in the sky were like endless meteors, outlining a nightmarish scene in the rain. A row of crisp sounds rang in his ears. It was the volley of gunners on the Perrin's cannon deck. Xianxia felt a huge force hit his chest, but he held on to the reins tightly. On the side, a few more comrades fell from the sky. "We've done our best." He looked up, as if hoping to see the bright light of the loop of trade winds. But the storm made the entire outer sea of Ampere Seal obscure. The sky and the earth merged together, and it was dark under the clouds, and the sunlight could barely penetrate the dark clouds. There was no light in the darkness. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, there seemed to be a flash of light in the distant darkness. In an instant, the already weakened magic shield of the Perlon seemed to have been torn open, and a ball of fire lit up on the flagship of the Kurlutz. Explosions, flames, and broken pieces of wood rose from the deck. "It's a bombardment." Xianxia seemed to have a shock and woke up. How could there be a bombardment? Was it an accidental injury by the crews? No, he suddenly remembered the flash of light. He turned his head stiffly in that direction. The crews did not seem to believe that they were attacked. But the second fleet of Canolia was indeed suffering from an unexpected artillery bombardment from the flank, and the bright flames of the explosions crisscrossed in the sky. The first round of bombardment fell on the 7 frigates on the flank. Especially the Bellagio at the edge. Due to the lack of defense, almost all of the bombardment was absorbed by the side armor, and the entire warship disintegrated in mid-air, turning into gorgeous fireworks. The bombardment continued. An unfamiliar fleet was entering the battlefield from the direction of St. White Bay, and fierce artillery fire roared out from this fleet, enveloping the entire flank of the second fleet of Canolia like a storm. The crews lost nearly 1/10 of their ships in an instant. The huge fleet tried to turn around clumsily, and they seemed to have finally realized who their opponent was. It was indeed a fleet that was not inferior to theirs. The Erewhon people bought these battleships from the Wind Elves, and within 20 years, they spent countless manpower and financial resources to build this fleet. It could be said that this was the only army in this ancient kingdom that had the aura of this era. The first fleet of the Erewhon royal family was slowly sailing forward in the clouds. P.S. Well, that idiot Blackie insisted that I change the recommendation, saying that I have too few paragraphs. Just send that idiot. Oh no, I wrote the introduction again. Try using the following chapters, anyway, it's not included in the word count. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 6:14. In the sky, Aween's royal first fleet was biting tightly onto the Kurlutz fleet. The Ptolemy-class first-level battleships purchased from the Wind Elves were far more mobile than the Pelin-class battleships of Canolia's fleet that entered service 20 years ago. However, the Kurlutz had a stronger will to fight and the quality of their personnel. Although it was only a local fleet, it undoubtedly showed the spirit of the Empire. The two sides opened fire in the sky and attacked each other. From time to time, there were battleships that turned into fireballs and fell down. However, when Brando's Wind Spirit Drake joined the battle, the crew's people finally showed signs of weakness. The Perrin-class Asha battleship was the first to withdraw from the battle. The Wind Spirit Drake launched a suicide attack on the battleship's magic shield and then used its mana to burn the battleship's energy source. The Asha battleship, which lost its power, plunged into the Northern Coalition army and caused a lot of casualties. Soon, a cannonball from the Erewhon frigate, Corin, penetrated the magic shield and hit the stern of another flagship, the Perrin. The captain and the first mate were killed on the spot. The Kurlutzian fleet fell apart and had to flee in all directions. When the fleet retreated, the Northern Coalition army on the ground also began to flee like ants. The mournful sound of the horn pierced through the curtain of rain. On the other side, under Brando's gaze, the 7 Paladin Knight put down their weapons one by one. There was no chance of winning on the battlefield. Their resistance was meaningless. Soon, the whole battlefield quieted down. Only the sound of the rain and the wailing of the wounded could be heard. Brando finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He sat down on the rock behind him. Maynard was ordering the survivors to build a simple shelter so that the wounded could be moved in. Most of the wounded were soldiers of the Northern Coalition Army. A small number of them were cruise people. Because of the sacred Book of Life, there were almost no wounded on the princess side. Princess Griffine quickly found him. Mr. Brando, should we continue to pursue the cruise fleet? The half-fairy princess asked hesitantly. The cruise people had 12 main fleets. Canolia was just a local fleet, similar to the Ampere Seal Navy. In her opinion, there was no need to continue the pursuit. Instead, it would anger the cruise people. We have to continue the pursuit, Your Highness. Letting them rejoin the Northern Coalition Army will be a new problem. Brando knew why the princess was hesitating and immediately explained, "It's best to order Count Janalesu to chase them all the way to Ampere Seal and completely annihilate this fleet." His words exposed his intention to take advantage of the situation to take Ampere Seal. Even Princess Griffine was shocked. In fact, it was not that she had not discussed this issue with Oberway and Austin. Now that the Northern Coalition Army had been defeated, and the Ampere Seal harbor guards had suffered heavy losses, it was reasonable for them to take advantage of the victory to take Ampere Seal. With Ampere Seal, a stronghold that connected the north and south, and then attack the north, they would be in a position without any worries in the war between the two sides. But the only problem was the attitude of the cruise people. Annihilating a Kurlutz fleet and defeating their fleet were two different concepts. If the Kurlutz Empire were to be dragged into this war for the sake of Ampere Seal, it would seem that the gains would not make up for the losses. Thinking of this, she could not help but stare at Brando with her beautiful silver eyes, as if she wanted to see through the man's thoughts. He seemed to have never taken the cruise empire seriously. Without even thinking about it, he wanted to annihilate the entire Canolia fleet. This was a bit too bold. Even the kingdom's lone wolf, her teacher, could not help but be cautious when talking about the cruise people. After all, they were living under the shadow of the lion. Being too ostentatious would lead to a disaster. Of course, Brando was aware of Princess Erwin's concerns, but he felt that these concerns were a bit funny. "Your Highness, you can rest assured that the cruise people will not dare to trouble us because of this." "Why?" Princess Griffine frowned. She felt that this was a bit too blindly optimistic. "Because of the Wind Elves. So that's why." But she shook her head. "Mr. Brando, the Wind Elf support for us is not as great as you think. If the cruise people were just using the north to punish us, and did not really intend to attack Erwin, I'm afraid that the Soul Court of Saint Tossel would not be able to do anything." "That's because they won't get the benefits they deserve," Brando replied. He shook his head and sighed. After all, Erwin is a country under the Holy Cathedral of Fire. This civil strife is also an internal matter under the jurisdiction of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. How can the Holy Cathedral of Wind intervene? The 4 holy cathedrals have a tacit understanding on this. Exactly. Her Highness nodded. In that case, let's just announce that the new Erwin has joined the Holy Cathedral of Wind. Brando replied matter-of-factly. But Princess Griffine was immediately stunned. The look in her eyes was as if Brando was a monster. She simply did not know why he would have such an idea. After all, the people of Erwin were descendants of the Flame King, and it was also a human country. Psychologically, all the people of Erwin were more willing to belong to the Holy Cathedral of Fire than the Holy Cathedral of Wind. Therefore, it was not that the nobles did not think of relying on the Holy Cathedral of Wind. At most, they wanted to rely on the Holy Cathedral of Wind to contain the strength of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. It was like bargaining, but in the end, they still had to rely on the Holy Cathedral of Fire. However, no one would have thought that Brando was a freak. As half of a transmigrator, he did not have any sense of belonging to the so-called 4 holy cathedrals. In his previous life, he had lived under the jurisdiction of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the Holy Cathedral of Wind, and the Holy Cathedral of Light. From the perspective of a player, he preferred Fanzin's Holy Cathedral of Light. At least until they stabbed him in the back in the game. In this life, Orthlis of the Holy Cathedral of Wind had been accompanying him on adventures and growth. Speaking of which, compared to the Holy Cathedral of Wind, he had a deeper affection for it. Brando quietly looked at the princess who had a hesitant look on her face. The look in Princess Griffine's eyes quickly became clear. She raised her head and looked at Brando seriously. "I admit that this is a choice, but we will only consider it at the last moment. Is that okay, Mr. Brando?" Brando nodded. He knew that not only Her Highness the Princess, but also the nobles of Erewhon would find it difficult to accept this proposal for a while. Change needed time and opportunity, and he roughly understood that Her Highness wanted to use this as a bargaining chip for the last negotiation with Cruz. She was very likely to succeed. Erewhon's geographical location was too important. To the south of it was the endless wilderness and the Black Forest, and it was also the pass to monitor the movements of Madara. For the Empire, Erewhon was not only a source of resources, but also a natural buffer zone. Cruz's importance to Erewhon was not without reason. But for the Wind Elves, it was also the same. Otherwise, they would not have supported Erewhon's founding hundreds of years ago, and secretly supported Oberg VII to build a new fleet, and help the Erewhon's people train naval personnel. Although the Ptolemy-class battleship was not the main force of the Wind Elves, it was still a first-class battleship from more than a decade ago. Technically speaking, it was a first-class warship. Cruz's people were well aware of this weight. If the princess announced that she was joining the Holy Cathedral of Wind, it was likely to lead to a holy war between the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the Holy Cathedral of Wind in advance. However, Her Highness was probably worried that there would be a misunderstanding between the two, and added, "Mr. Brando, please believe me, I'm not going to be stubborn. It's just that the people of the kingdom are descendants of the Flame King, and have believed in the Holy Cathedral of Fire for generations. It's not easy to change such a concept." "Your Highness, you don't have to explain." Brando was a little touched. In fact, the other party did not have to explain to him at all. After all, she was the princess. In theory, he was her knight and her subject. Of course, Brando himself might not have this concept. In his opinion, everyone was born equal. But he knew that Her Highness, who grew up in the royal family, would never think so. She was willing to tell him her thoughts so carefully, at least it proved that she valued him enough. People were born to need each other, and Brando enjoyed this feeling of satisfaction. But the Canolia fleet must be wiped out. We must occupy Ampere Seal so that we can have the confidence to negotiate. Brando still reminded her. In fact, he was a little uncertain. Wiping out the Canolia fleet was a small matter. Him killing Williams in front of everyone was the real big deal. After all, the fleet belonged to the Empire, and the deputy head of the Holy Cathedral Knight Regiment was from the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Simply put, the Empire could lose face, but the Holy Cathedral of Fire must maintain its dignity. The other party was likely to ask Her Highness to hand him over. He could not help but look at the princess, who was only 16 years old and was about to turn 17. Princess Griffine nodded firmly. "I understand. I will immediately order Count Janalesu to continue the pursuit, wipe out the Canolia fleet, and capture the port of Ampere Seal in one go. Mr. Brando, I will fight for the best interests, whether it's for Erewhon or his people. I will seriously consider your suggestion. I will never let the tragedy of Lord Darius repeat itself." Brando knew that this was a promise, and he bowed to the princess seriously. Her Royal Highness turned to leave, but Orthlis's voice rang out in his mind. "This princess is really good. I'm sure you're so touched that you're in a complete mess." "Not really, just a little bit of warmth," Brando replied. "That's why I said you're really a little fool. The strength you displayed in the previous battle is enough to prove that you're the only person she can rely on, and also the biggest help. You know in your heart that it's not your strength, but she doesn't think so. Her attention to you is just a means for the royal family to win people's hearts." Orthlis said to him seriously. Brando chuckled, but he was touched. He knew that Orthlis was reminding him, afraid that he would be at a disadvantage. "Thank you, Lady Orthlis." "Humph, it's good that you know," Orthlis said. "I've seen a lot of palace fights. I admit that the little girl is still kind, but who knows if she will change in the future. You have to be careful." Of course. Brando felt that Orthlis was more and more like his sister. Only a family member would guide him so patiently. Explosions flashed in the sky from time to time. Those were the cannons of Erewhon's first royal fleet. The battle had come to an end. Brando was gradually dismantling the cycle of the paradise of adversity. Although the cycle was powerful, it was very tiring to maintain it. It had only been a short while, but he already felt exhausted. The powerful planeswalkers in history, whether it was Tumen, Kelsey, or the Darkness Dragon Odin, other than their planeswalkers' abilities, their strength was also at the top of their generation. Maintaining this level of energy consumption was as easy as breathing for them, but it was a bit too much for him. After all, he was only at the peak of Gold Elemental Awakening. However, he was still careful and did not let the vampire Mephistopheles remove her strength. She was now at the peak of the stability stage of the law. Now that Williams was dead, she was basically the strongest combat force on the battlefield. The Nightmare Furnace did not disband, leaving more than 70 metal beetles behind. Brando left an anxiety card in his hand to replicate the real lightning storm, which was one of his killer moves. With these two killer moves, Brando was relieved to put away the grimoire of life and the desperate Trojan horse, and then dismissed the Death Sentinels. After all, summoning undead creatures was a negative reputation in human society. Brando did not want to have prefixes such as undead or darkness attached to his title in the future. It would have a bad impact on his reputation. To be honest, if this battle was not so urgent, he did not plan to use this card. He looked up at the explosion outside the curtain of rain and quickly thought of something else. He quickly called for Falerne, and then whispered something to the wild elf lady. Falerne's face immediately showed dissatisfaction. This time, she firmly refused. "I refuse. This is too much, my lord." "Why? Isn't it just opening the corpse?" Brando did not understand. He did not understand why Falerne had such a big reaction every time. "Anyway, I refuse." Falerne glared at him fiercely, then turned and left. She hoped that the Lord would see her as an elementalist, not a coroner. Brando stood there awkwardly. It was not easy to find a lucky girl in the group, but she did not like opening corpses. This made him very helpless. He sighed and turned around to find another way to persuade the young lady, but suddenly his eyes widened. "Don't!" He almost screamed, but it was too late. Maynard had already moved the corpses of the Temple Knight to the side, and then the pair of terrifying black hands pulled William's corpse up. At that moment, Brando's heart was filled with 10,000 alpacas. "What's wrong?" The female knight heard his sudden scream and was slightly startled. She turned around and looked at him. "What spoils of war did the knight have?" "Oh, I checked. The magic was greatly depleted. There were only a few flame-patterned longswords left," Maynard replied without a change in expression. "But these longswords are not bad. Our kingdom does not have the craftsmanship to forge them." Brando's vision darkened. In fact, the moment she touched the corpse, he had a bad premonition. She looked too much like his senior sister, and it gave him an instinctive sense of danger. He felt that the two of them might be involved in the same scheme as him. But he still held on to a sliver of hope, but Maynard's answer immediately shattered his last hope. She could only open a standard long sword from the corpse of a temple knight. This could no longer be described as unlucky. At that moment, Brando felt that even his senior sister's face was not as black as hers. "What about William?" "William? I haven't seen him yet." Maynard did not know that the man in front of her was probably thinking of pushing her down, so she answered seriously, "Let me see." "Don't." Brando felt like he had been hit in the face with a hammer, but before he could shout, he saw Maynard remove a ring from William's hand. Brando was immediately stunned. It was a silver ring with a very special pattern on it. This ring does not seem to have been depleted. The female knight examined it and replied seriously. "Brando!" Orthlis suddenly called out. Brando immediately nodded. "I understand." At that moment, the two of them had seen the pattern on the ring. The pattern was divided into 9 branches, and each of them was very familiar to him. It was the Wind Empress rune of Saint Tassol, the second Wind Empress ring. At that moment, Brando finally understood why William recognized his swordsmanship. "Let me see." He immediately walked over to Maynard and said. The female knight who looked like senior sister looked at him and nodded. Then, she placed the ring on his palm without hesitation. "How do I use it?" Brando asked. "Inject your power of law into it." Orthlis also seemed a little excited. After all, there was a heroic soul in each ring, and they were all her companions in the early years. Brando did as he was told. Suddenly, a white light flashed between him and Maynard. Then, in the next moment, a translucent, ghost-like elven girl appeared between them. The girl was very short, and looked like she was only a little taller than Princess Griffine. Her skin was very white, and had the crystalline color of the wind elves. Her ears were pointed, and her long purple-blue hair was tied into a ponytail. She wore a set of tight leather armor, but the most conspicuous thing was that she carried an elven longbow that was almost as tall as her. She seemed to have just woken up and yawned sleepily as soon as she appeared. "Who are you?" Maynard was slightly startled, and one of her hands immediately pressed on the hilt of her sword. However, she guessed that this elven girl's origin was related to the ring on Brando's hand, so she did not pull out her sword. But at that moment, Brando heard Orthless whisper in his mind. Then the female knight appeared on the other side of him. Ah! This time, it was the elven girl who appeared with a longbow on her back who widened her eyes. She did not seem to see Maynard and stared at Orthless in disbelief. "Miss!" Orthless stared at her fiercely. The elven girl was immediately startled and shouted, "Miss! Miss! Miss!" Brando was stunned. Could it be that the subordinates of the Wind Empress had a master-servant relationship? He had never heard of it before. He did not see Orthless's expression and only looked at the two strangely. Orthless smiled at the elven girl with satisfaction. Brando looked at the elven girl in confusion. "Hello, I'm Brando. May I know your name, beautiful lady?" The elven girl looked at Brando and Orthless and guessed their relationship. Therefore, without even thinking, he replied loudly and righteously, "That's right. Hello, Mr. Brando. I'm the sharp-blade knight Orthless, the chief archer of the Wind Empress. Please give me your advice." Ouch, it hurts. With a loud bang, she immediately hugged her little head. P.S. 5K chapter, the word "die in battle" is added at the front. Facepalm, I slept too late and was too muddle-headed. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 6:15. The elven girl hugged her head and squatted down in pain, and Brendel reacted immediately. He immediately looked back at Orthless and asked, "If she is Orthless, then who are you?" "She likes to play pranks. I am Orthless." The elven girl replied rudely. The elven girl's tears flowed out. She felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. When did she like to play pranks? And why did she lose her name? But she didn't dare to say a word. She could only hold her head and cry silently. "Then who is she?" "She is Sonia." Brando already had an answer in his heart. He had long suspected that the elven girl would often address the Flame King, Great Sage Fanzan, and even Elaranta as equals. As a knight of the Wind Empress, this was very unusual. Secondly, would the sharp-blade knight Orthless master the inheritance of the 9 luminary sword empress? It was just that Brando found it hard to believe that the legendary character was the one who spent time with him, taught and assisted him wholeheartedly, and occasionally threw a tantrum. Orthless gave him the feeling that she was the sister next door, not the legendary cold hero. This answer really took him by surprise. He didn't show it on his face and pretended to be suspicious. "Sonia? Isn't that the Wind Whisperer?" "If I remember correctly, Lady Sonia seems to have a rare long black hair, and she shouldn't be so young." Orthless stared at him fiercely with a pair of purple-blue eyes. Brando pretended not to see it. "Also, Orthless, didn't you sacrifice yourself in the Grey Swamp?" "I didn't think of it just now." "How did you know about the final battle with the Dark Dragon?" "That's because I told her," she replied fiercely. "You told her? You!" The elven girl finally realized that she had let it slip again, but she still couldn't change this habit of hers even after thousands of years. "I don't want to see you today, Brando. Get the hell out of here as far as you can." After the elf queen said this, she immediately disappeared in front of him. "Looks like she's really angry." Brendel sighed. The answer was just as he thought. Orthless was Sonorso. She was the sage of the Wind Elves, one of the 4 saints of the Holy War, the Wind Empress. Maynard looked at all of this until the elf lady disappeared after scolding Brando fiercely. She was stunned for a moment before she calmly asked, "Did I do something wrong?" As most of the communication between Brando and the Wind Empress after Saint Tossol was done through consciousness, she did not know what had happened. Brando shrugged. "It has nothing to do with you, Madame Maynard. It was just that someone was angry out of humiliation." The real Orthless in history sat obediently, looking at Brando with tears in her eyes. Brando helplessly comforted her. "Speaking of which, The heroic soul of the Holy War was actually made to cry by the Wind Empress. This elven girl's character was really bad. Then he turned around and explained to Maynard about the soul-sealing ring. Of course, he did not mention the part about the Wind Empress. After all, Maynard had already seen the previous scene. If he continued to hide it, it would be suspicious. He might as well tell her 70% truth and 30% lies. The key was that the identity of the Wind Empress was too sensitive, and Brando did not want to be hunted down by the Wind Elves. So, this is the inheritance of the Wind Elves? Maynard seemed very calm after listening, and did not pursue the issue of identity. But why did it end up in the human world? To be exact, it is the inheritance of the Mist Elves, Brando replied. After the Silver Fire was extinguished, the Wind Elves of today are no longer the race of the War of the Holy Saints. The fall of the Holy Seal is not without reason. Maynard's eyelashes fluttered slightly. You said that a person can't wear 2 rings of the Wind Empress, right? She asked again. The key is that it is meaningless to wear it. After all, an inheritance contains endless knowledge, and for most people, they may not be able to fully understand it in their entire life. Things like the ring of the Holy Seal are not the more the better. If you are greedy, you will only end up with superficial knowledge. Brando replied using the original words of the Wind Empress. So you don't want it? Maynard asked. Can you give this ring to me? Brando froze for a moment. In fact, he wanted to leave it for Freya. But on second thought, although Orthlis's title was the Sharp Blade Knight, her teacher, Xianxia, was a famous sharpshooter of the Mist Elves. Moreover, it seemed that she also used a bow. It was not necessarily suitable for the future Valkyrie. But Maynard did not seem to be an archer. You want it? No. Maynard shook her head and did not hide it. It is not me, but Her Royal Highness. Her Royal Highness? Did Princess Griffine know how to use a bow? It did not seem necessary. But Brando reacted. Maynard was indeed thinking for Her Royal Highness, because Princess Griffine would definitely give this ring to her brother, hoping that the inheritance of the Wind Elves could change the cowardly character of the little prince. But could an inheritance really change a person's character? Not necessarily. Brando was a little disapproving of this. He replied, It can be, but the Ring of the Soul is very special. The inheritance also needs to be approved by the heroic soul. Maynard immediately looked at the tearful Orthlis. The elf girl was still sobbing. Noticing the gaze of the two, she sniffled and stopped. Then with red eyes, she shook her head seriously at Maynard. No, I have already chosen a candidate. You have already chosen a candidate? Brando was stunned. From the time she was summoned until now, she had only seen him and Maynard. Could it be that she had chosen William? But it did not seem like it, and she had never seen William use a bow. I chose you, Sister Maynard. Unexpectedly, the elf girl's words were shocking. She pointed at Maynard and said. Brando felt a little awkward. It was not because Orthlis had chosen Maynard as her successor, but because she actually called Maynard sister. It should be known that she was a heroic soul that was thousands of years old. But then again, when Orthlis sacrificed herself, her mental age was only 16 years old. From this point of view, it was not wrong for her to call Maynard sister Maynard. Me. Maynard was slightly stunned. But I don't use a bow. I don't use a bow either. Orthlis said with her eyes wide open. She seemed to have just noticed the longbow on her back. Oh, sister, you are talking about this. I thought that teacher's bow looked good, so I followed him. Actually, I am a magician. You. Brando was speechless. Her title was the Blade Knight, and her teacher was a holy archer. She carried a longbow and wore leather armor, and then she claimed that she was a magician. A wind elf. No, a mist elf. But I am also not a wizard. Maynard was also a little helpless. Wizard? Is that what you call a magician in this era? But it doesn't matter. Orthlis suddenly became serious. Sister Maynard, I feel that you have a very outstanding magical talent. Besides, you are still young. I believe that one day you will become a great magician. Maynard was silent. Brendel looked at her curiously. He did not know why Orthlis said that the female knight had outstanding talent as a mage, but his heart skipped a beat. Perhaps it was too much of a coincidence, but she was indeed a very outstanding magician. But she shook her head. I don't want to be a magician. Orthlis was stunned. Why? Magicians are very powerful, and their magic is very beautiful. Brando frowned slightly. He did not know why, but he saw a flash of struggle between the female knight's eyebrows. Let me think about it. Maynard replied. Very well. The elven girl was clearly brimming with confidence. It was obvious that she was extremely confident in her magic. Her pitiful look from before had disappeared to who knows where. She put one hand on her chest and said, By the way, I am an expert in string magic. Ancient string magic. Dragon magic. Brendel shuddered in fear. Maynard could not help but raise her head slightly. String magic was divided into 2 stages after the Great Library of Babel Tower was burned down. After that, the magic exclusive to the dragons extended to a lower branch, which was the so-called modern string magic. And today, as long as there was no specific article, string magic often referred to modern string magic. But ancient string magic always had only one meaning, and that was dragon magic. Brando did not expect that among the 24 Knight of the Mist Elves, there would be someone who was proficient in dragon magic. Sure enough, the heroes of the ancient times were legendary monsters. Even the wizards of Galaga did not learn dragon magic. No wonder she was so confident. She did have the capital to back it up. Brando thought that if it were him, he might have agreed. After all, it was dragon magic. Dragon magic was a completely different system from modern magic. In fact, in modern magic, most of the spells that requested the authority of the Dragon of War, Tiamat, were born from dragon magic. For example, the Shire's dragon strike that blew up half of the Andurla Cathedral. Dragon magic was a step further. Dragon magic itself was a spell that obtained the authority of Tiamat, and it was known as the most destructive spell. In comparison, the elementalist's magic was as docile as a kitten. But what he did not expect was that Maynard was still unmoved. She thought for a moment and calmly said, Let's continue to check the loot. At that moment, Brando only wanted to say in his heart, No, sister, you should go and learn magic. Leave the glorious and arduous task of opening the body to me. But Maynard naturally did not hear the words in his heart. The female knight removed a bracelet from William's body. To be exact, it looked like a wrist guard. The whole thing was made of flowing silver, and the shape was part of a claw that extended forward. This bracelet? Maynard was slightly stunned. It was probably because she had never seen flowing metal that could be stabilized into a specific shape. Damn! At that moment, Brendel's heart was filled with shock. If he did not see it wrongly, if he was not mistaken, this bracelet was one of the top equipment dropped by the Wind Elf players of the Holy Cathedral of Wind when they killed Williams in the future. Firefly. Or rather, it was called the Torch of Knowledge, one of the holy items of the Sky Dragon Crystal. This. Brando did not know for a moment whether this senior's hand was considered black or red. P.S. Today I'm taking a small break. 3,000 words, take a break. I think I will maintain an average speed for a while to rest and prepare for the next explosion. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 6:16. The reason why Maynard was unlucky was naturally because of her previous battle results. Although there was a phenomenon of magic dissipation in the world of Wond, magic items were closely related to the power of their owners. When the previous owner died, most magic items would lose their magic and even disintegrate into pieces. However, this dissipation was not random. Some specially treated equipment, such as the Ring of the Wind Empress, would not have magic dissipation, and for ordinary equipment, losing about 2/3 of its magic was more normal. For example, the existence of elemental activation, Wond was definitely a first-class figure in this era. In other words, the magic equipment on them would not be ordinary goods, but under Maynard's inspection, only a standard long sword was left. Luck was sometimes illusory, but sometimes it was hard to deny its existence. At least, before Maynard removed the bracelet from William's body, Brando was sure of it. Can I see it? He was stunned for a moment and said to Miss Knight. Maynard did not think and directly handed the bracelet to him. Brando did not need to look to know what the attributes of this thing were, but even so, out of a player's instinct, He could not wait to open the window. A light green, translucent light screen that only he could see, with a few lines of elvish text on it. Because this equipment had a lot to do with the wild elves. Firefly, bracelet, silver rank, ancient magic item, equipment requirement. 225 ounces, strength plus 27, constitution plus 22, wisdom plus 6 special effect. Increase experience gain by 5% special effect. Dark perception plus 3. Sure enough, it was exactly the same. Brendel held the bracelet in his hand and felt completely at ease. Although it was only an ancient equipment, the name of the Firefly was definitely famous in the game. First of all, its owner, William, was not an ordinary person, and secondly, the attributes of the bracelet itself were extremely powerful. Strength plus 27, Constitution plus 22, Wisdom plus 6. It should be known that the main attributes of a Gold Peak warrior were only around 500 ounces. Now, although he had reached the realm of elemental activation, his attributes were still in the upper reaches of gold, and his main attributes did not exceed 300. To put it simply, an ordinary equipment position that could increase the attributes of more than 10% was a very substantial bonus. But the strength of the Firefly was far more than that. In addition to the attributes, the increase in experience and dark perception were the most important components of this ancient bracelet. Needless to say, the increase in experience was a very rare attribute, and dark perception was a crucial attribute in the game. The most important function of dark perception was to let people feel the flow of dark magic, and in the world of Woned, due to the erosion of the 12 magic moons reflected in the sky, the Sea of Magic, the entire continent, including the Blessed Land, was constantly infiltrated by dark magic. Having dark perception could foresee the threat. The easiest way to use it was to sense the movement of monsters. This attribute in the future of the dark, of sorcerers of sorcerials. Because of sorcerer serials the dark, of Woned of Sorn, of sorcerial dark, and the of sorcerials, of dark. If he wanted to quickly increase his strength in that era and be one step ahead of others, he had to have a high enough darkness perception attribute. This was a consensus in the game later on. But in fact, in the game, except for some special existences, such as witches or blind prophets, most of the ordinary people had zero dark perception. Therefore, equipment with dark perception bonus was crucial. Even if he did not get this bracelet today, Brando would collect similar equipment for the future. Erwin wanted to survive in the future, and its enemies were not only the nobles of the north. But he did not expect Maynard to give him a surprise. "You know this bracelet?" Maynard looked at him and asked sharply. "I've heard some rumors about it," Brando replied. In his memory, it was said that this bracelet was made by the Sky and Knowledge Dragon Crystal for the Council of the Surveillance Eye. But in the game, the Council of the Surveillance Eye had long disappeared with the destruction of the final fortress, Babel. So no one knew the real reason why the Dragon Crystal made such a bracelet for the Council of the Surveillance Eye. "I'm very interested in this bracelet," Brando said. "It was originally your loot, Mr. Brando," Maynard replied. "Thank you." Brando immediately put on the bracelet, and the Firefly melted into the Crimson Blessing and Bahamut's gauntlet like mercury, as if it had become a part of the gauntlet. But most magic items had the ability to change their appearance, so Maynard did not find it strange. He put on the Firefly and immediately felt a new power merge into his body. Then, a very strange yet familiar feeling spread out from his body in all directions. The curtain of rain seemed to darken slightly, and then it became clear in an instant. At that moment, he suddenly felt the flow of magic between heaven and earth. Although it was obscure, it was everywhere. The storm in the outer sea also contained traces of magic. This magic was actually the purest power, or to put it another way in the game, EXP. It was just that no one had a way to collect it. Brando glanced at the female knight Maynard beside him. There were also traces of magic flowing in her body, but it was not obvious. It mainly gathered in the muscles of her limbs and shoulders where explosive power was bred. This was the power of the upper silver level. It was already considerable power among mortals, but it was still too rare. "Miss Maynard, can I ask for your advice?" The female knight raised her head and immediately understood that he wanted to experiment with the new magic equipment. She nodded, took a step back, and drew her long sword. "Excuse me." She thrust her sword forward. In Brando's vision, Maynard's swordsmanship was divided into 3, extending 3 red lines. This was the effect of the in-depth analysis skill that the Silver Elves taught him. However, he didn't need this hint at all, because he was too familiar with Maynard's swordsmanship, Erwin's improved battle formation swordsmanship. Brando instinctively thought that she had learned it from Freya. After all, this improved swordsmanship from Sword Saint Darius would definitely shine in the eyes of those who were interested. When he taught it to Freya, he didn't intend to keep it a secret. Without even thinking, Brando clenched the Bahamut's grip in his left hand and grabbed the path of Maynard's swordsmanship in advance. At that moment, it was as if the female knight had delivered the sword to his hand for him to grasp. Maynard was slightly startled and lost her mind for a moment. "Use your skills, Miss Knight," Brando immediately reminded her. He wasn't here to practice swordsmanship with Maynard. Maynard immediately gritted her teeth. The blade trembled, and a white light shot out from the sword. At that moment, Brando immediately sensed the magic gathering in Maynard's body. He immediately leaned to the side and avoided the sword wind. This was the power of dark perception, exactly the same as in the game. Unlike the Silver Elves' in-depth analysis, dark perception couldn't determine the direction of the enemy's attack, but it could sense the magic gathering before all special skills were cast. The two complemented each other's strengths and weaknesses, making it the best warning system in a battle. Brando finished his experiment, but Maynard's eyes narrowed and another sword came at his shoulder. Good heavens! Brando knew that the female knight was serious this time. Obviously, she felt humiliated when he caught her sword. As the best student of the Basta Royal Knight Academy, she naturally wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Their personalities were very similar, but Brando wasn't afraid of the current Maynard. Not to mention strength, he could easily crush her in swordsmanship. He didn't even draw his sword. He blocked with his left hand, and then grabbed Maynard's sword hand with his right hand. In his imagination, this grab would naturally make the opponent lose the ability to attack further. But he didn't expect Maynard to be so decisive. Her right hand was controlled, so she immediately threw her sword away. At the same time, her left hand grabbed the falling sword, and with a cold face, she stabbed it at Brando's abdomen. Left-handed sword. Brando hurriedly let go of the female knight's right hand, but instead of retreating, he moved forward and pressed down on Maynard's left hand that was holding the sword. But it was at this moment that the Bahamut's grip on his left hand determined that this was an attack or defense action, so an unexpected scene happened. Crimson Blessing, the special effect of the Bahamut's grip, the fire shield was activated. A ball of flame exploded between the two. Brando was fine, but the armor in front of his chest was slightly blackened. But Maynard, who was wearing the Erwin military uniform, was miserable. The front of her upper body was directly burned, and her snow-white skin was immediately exposed. Even under the charred holes in her underwear, a towering round curve was faintly discernible. The two of them froze. At least Brando only had this thought in his mind at that moment. "Turn your head," Maynard said coldly. Brando hurriedly rubbed his nose and turned his head, feeling a little dry in his mouth. "Let go of my hand." "Give me your cloak," Maynard said calmly. She didn't turn around because there were many other people there. Although the noble private soldiers under Count Audine and the officers of the Royal Knight Academy hadn't noticed the unforeseen event here for a while, Brando did as he was told. He took off his cloak and handed it to her with his eyes closed. Maynard calmly wrapped herself in the cloak, then looked at Brando and asked, "Mr. Brando, are you really the son of Lord Darius?" Brando didn't know why this lady knight suddenly asked this. But it couldn't be better if she didn't pursue the matter. "I'm not too sure, but I don't think the Shire would lie to me." "Your swordsmanship was taught to you by your grandfather?" "No, of course not. I learned it from other players." But of course, Brando wouldn't answer like that. Otherwise it would really be hard to explain. He thought for a moment and nodded. Maynard glanced at him and nodded. Then, she picked up her sword from the ground and turned to leave. Leaving Brando standing alone in the rain, he was completely relieved. "Mr. Brando, you're so lecherous." Orthlis looked at him curiously. "By the way, did you do the same thing to the Wind Empress? Otherwise, why would she be so angry with you?" Brando just remembered that there was a peeping girl beside him. But this question was a little tricky. If he dared to do such a thing to the Elven Queen, he would have died without a burial place. So he glared at her fiercely. "Child, go away. I'm more than 1,000 years old." The elven girl suddenly became proud. "Compared to me, Mr. Brando is the child." "Damn, now you're thinking of this?" Brando suddenly felt that this girl was a little bit unbeatable. He couldn't be bothered with her and went to check William's body. He thought that no matter how unlucky he was, he couldn't be more unlucky than Maynard. In the end, he really did find two pieces of equipment that didn't have mana dissipation. One of them was a cloak, the Cloak of Flame, plus 15 bloodline, plus 3 defense. He was willing to bet that Williams didn't even know that this cloak had bloodline bonuses. He must have taken a fancy to this cloak's defensive ability. In fact, this was a very common phenomenon in the world of Wound. Because NPCs couldn't see the attributes of the equipment, they would often make judgments based on the surface ability of the magical equipment. Only a few great scholars like Tullman could carefully analyze all the effects of a piece of equipment. This process was called appraisal in the game. But for normal equipment, players didn't need to appraise, except for a few special equipment. This was probably a benefit for the players. The other piece of equipment was also a wizard's item. It was a gold-ranked staff with plus 32 constitution, which could summon 2 gargoyles and increase one's magic power. This staff was limited to gold-ranked wizards. Unfortunately, only the Shire under Brando's command could equip it. But the Shire was a card creature, so it couldn't equip items in the real world. Brando didn't know that Williams would carry this item with him. He could only guess that it was a spoil of war. It was not a surprise to him that he found 2 items that were used by wizards. In the game, he couldn't find what he wanted for many years, so he was called the friend of the wizards. His senior sister often joked to outsiders about this. Sophie is her best friend. But this kind of praise was unnecessary. Brando couldn't bear to look back on his miserable past. After sorting out the spoils of war, there were a total of 11 blazing long swords, the Ring of the Wind Empress, Orthlis's version, Firefly, the Flaming Cloak, and a gold-ranked staff. There was also something that Brando didn't expect. He immediately recognized that it was a fragment of the flaming blade Odorfice. It should be the middle part of the broken blade. The fragment was as bright as a mirror, but there was a dark red flame pattern on it. When Brando found this fragment from William's corpse, the soul of the flaming blade that was bound to him immediately vibrated. Brando didn't feel excited at all when he got this fragment. He only felt that it was a big problem. Cruz's people couldn't leave the flaming blade in Erewhon. If this matter wasn't handled well, it would be a situation where one of them would die. Just as he frowned, he saw Freya running towards him from the rain. Brando! What's wrong? Brando put away the fragment of the flaming blade and raised his head to ask. He saw Freya's nervous look and couldn't help but feel a little strange. At this time, the royal fleet of Erewhon shouldn't have killed Cruz's people so quickly. Could it be that they had encountered a new enemy? Impossible. Brando didn't think that Cruz's people would dare to continue to increase their troops, just like he didn't think that the Northern Coalition army could regroup in a short time. Someone came. Freya ran to his side and answered while gasping for breath. He did not know how far she came from. Someone? Yes. The girl from Bucci nodded quickly. Who? It's Archbishop Wood. He said he wants to see you. What? Brando was slightly stunned. He just thought of trouble, but he didn't expect it to come to him so quickly. But why did Wood come to him at this time? Was it for the flaming blade? He should know that there was no room for compromise. P.S. 4,500 words. Preparing to make a new character card. Comrades, I need your help. You know what I mean. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 6:17. Through the misty forest, Brando, accompanied by Freya, saw Wood. This was the second time he had seen the Archbishop of the Holy Cathedral of Fire since he was in Ampere Seal. Seeing Mephisto standing next to Wood, Brando hurriedly saluted, "Teacher." Although Saint Tassol taught him the 9 luminary sword art, Mephisto also taught him a lot of practical skills. Nominally, they also had the status of teacher and student, and the Elf Queen did not object to this. Wood glanced at Mephisto with slight surprise. "So that's how it is, you have a good student." "Indeed." Brando looked up and saw several red-robed knights of the Holy Cathedral behind the two of them. He couldn't help but squint his eyes into a line, trying to figure out Wood's intentions. However, Wood had made him suffer a big loss in the name of Tumen, and Brando would never forget this lesson. Seeing Brando's expression, the Archbishop of the Holy Cathedral of Fire smiled awkwardly. It seems that Mr. Brando has a deep prejudice against me. He suppressed the surprise in his heart. Knight Williams brought 10 knights of the Holy Cathedral. Even if the Canolia fleet was blocked by Erwin's royal fleet, it would not be wiped out immediately, not to mention the White-Winged Knight Regiment. But what he saw was the dejected cruise people who were restrained, and the flag of the White-Winged Knight Regiment was thrown into the muddy water. He didn't know if the Holy Cathedral had been too greedy for comfort for a long time, or if its enemies were too strong. Wood looked at the young man in front of him, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Lord Archbishop, you know the proverb of the elves, everyone gets what they do. Brando replied. Ha ha, Wood smiled bitterly. So I'm here to taste the bitter fruit I planted back then. But Mr. Brando knows that this is not prejudice. The Holy Cathedral always needs a stable Erwin. So you chose the nobles of the north? Brendel's eyebrows were raised in an aggressive manner. Wood was right. From the standpoint of the cruise people, there was no need for him to put himself in the enemy's shoes. He was not so kind. Whether it is the cruise people or the Erwin people, they are all descendants of the Flame King. They have to uphold the honor. The Cipher royal family had long lost their throne. After the O'Casey siblings lost the Lionheart sword, this matter became known to the world. At that time, the nobles vowed to abdicate Hesse I's throne, and promised that his heirs would no longer covet the throne. Therefore, Erwin today has no second heir other than Prince Haruz. I admit that the Holy Sanctum did not consider this matter properly. Moros was too stubborn, and I could not stop him. Wood sighed. Brando watched helplessly as Wood put the blame on the dead Moros. Wood was different from Williams. He was a typical pragmatist, but the other side said so, which was already a concession. This made him feel a little vigilant because the Holy Cathedral of Fire's compromise was almost unnecessary. He stared at Wood warily. The chief priest of the Holy Cathedral of Fire smiled bitterly again. You don't have to doubt. I am here on behalf of the Holy Cathedral of Fire to ask Her Royal Highness Princess Griffine for peace. Ah! Freya, who was behind Brando, could not help but let out a soft cry. This time it was really Brando's turn to be surprised. Was it just for the Canolia fleet? But wasn't the face of the Empire more important than a local fleet? If the cruise people really thought so, they would be a terrible opponent. But Brando thought of another possibility. Williams is dead. He died in your hands. Wood was stunned. Yes. Brando nodded. This was a secret that could not be hidden. Besides, Mephisto was on the side, and he was not worried that the cruise people would turn hostile. The chief priest of the Holy Cathedral of Fire was silent. This is indeed a problem, he muttered to himself. But Williams is grumpy and arrogant. His stubbornness led to his death in a foreign land, which is not unreasonable. What? Brando almost thought he had heard wrong. Brando, I'm afraid that the cruise people don't have the time to go around biting people. Just like the dog that fell into the mud to fight for the bone. They can't even protect themselves. But we also have a problem. But you can now make conditions to them. Mephisto finally spoke, and as soon as he spoke, the knight behind Wood glared at him. Can't protect themselves? Mr. Brando, I hope the princess will give up the pursuit of the Canolia fleet. Wood said. That's impossible, Brando refused firmly, but he paused and asked, what are the conditions? Wood smiled. Sure enough, as he expected, the real mastermind behind the princess side was this young man. But what made him feel uneasy was that the other party was the same kind of person as him. The Holy Cathedral was going to bleed a lot this time. We can make the nobles in the north give up Ampere Seal. You mean we still have to coexist peacefully with these people who are trying to usurp the throne? After annihilating the Canolia fleet, we can still take advantage of the situation and go north. Wood was already very clear about the way people like Brando acted. They must have considered the results before giving such an order, so he would not use the revenge of the Holy Cathedral of Fire as a false threat. It would be meaningless. He thought for a moment and said, as you said, the royal family of Cavardo should continue to hold the throne, but there are still many nobles in the north, and it will take time to calm their suspicions. It is better for Erwin to unite peacefully than to confront each other. Brando looked at the Archbishop of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in surprise. He understood the meaning behind his words. would meant to acknowledge the legitimacy of the royal family of Cavardo, so that the North would have no actual basis to rely on, and the internal strife in the kingdom would disappear. But this was a little too easy. How could the Holy Cathedral compromise so thoroughly? It was not that the remaining forces in the North did not have the strength to fight against the princess. Even if they failed, Cruz's people could be very stubborn. Or was this another trap? He could not help but deeply suspect. Mr. Brando, you don't have to suspect that this is another deception. I will tell you the reason, and you will understand as soon as you hear it. The reason is actually Moro's. Moro's? You should know that he killed Princess Magadal. No, wait, Brando suddenly reacted, and he thought of a very terrible possibility. Wasn't Princess Magadal killed because she discovered your secret? Wood's face was a little ugly. How could the Holy Cathedral do such a thing? Not to mention that she did not know the Holy Cathedral's plan from beginning to end. The request for reinforcements from the Empire and the transfer of Williams from the headquarters was just a spur-of-the-moment idea after I read Moros's letter. No one else knew about it except Moros himself. In other words, Her Royal Highness discovered another secret? I'm afraid so, Wood's face was dignified. Mr. Brando, I'm afraid that Moros is a spy from All for One. Ah! Brando could not help but cry out. So you opened the door of flame of the Holy Cathedral of Fire in the port of Ampere Seal? He saw Wood looking at him seriously, and understood that there was no need to say more. At that moment, Brando felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on his head. The situation was serious. He finally understood why Wood came to him to make peace. It turned out that the whole thing was a huge conspiracy. If Moros was a spy from All for One, then he knew early on that the Holy Cathedral of Fire would set up the door of flame in Ampere Seal. He might even have been the one who guided it, because All for One's goal was those door of flame. The door of flame was a huge teleportation circle, and the core of the teleportation circle designated the destination of the teleportation. But the teleportation circle itself had no intelligence, and it could be used to connect to other places with slight modifications. For example, the Devil's Lair, the Sulphur River. Brando suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Brando, the Roman said that she found a trap, and she wanted to help you. That was the first thing Amandina said to him when they met. He thought she was talking about the Holy Cathedral's trap and was angry at her childishness. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that Amandina might have known what she was going to face. She knew about the conspiracy that he did not know about. For the first time, Brando felt extremely uneasy, and even had the thought that he might lose the lovely person who always stood by his side fearlessly. Once this thought appeared, it could not be suppressed, and made him feel even colder as he stood in the rain. Since Bucci, Brando knew that at least one person in this world would be with him forever. He could pinch her face without restraint and call her an idiot, and she would frown at him and throw a tantrum. But he would never forget the promise, the word she said to him that night. "Why don't you go over?" Amandina seemed to still be sitting on the rock, holding her bag with both hands on her leather skirt, and a pair of round-toed leather shoes swinging back and forth in the air. "They don't like me. Why? Auntie and I are weirdos in their eyes, and no ordinary girl wants to be a merchant. So it's normal that they don't like them. I've never seen them. Auntie has been by my side for as long as I can remember. Auntie said, 'Little Roman, when you grow up, you have to repay Auntie. So that's why you want to be a merchant.' Yes. What a strange idea. It doesn't matter." From that moment on, he knew that he had fallen deeply in love with that strange girl. That was because they had some similar characteristics. He was also a strange person in the eyes of others, but the two of them had the same goal. She wanted to be a great merchant, and he wanted to save Erwin in his heart. These were strange goals that ordinary people could not imagine, but it didn't matter. As long as they agreed, it would be fine. Brando Roman she. Freya also reacted. This simple-minded girl from the countryside of Bucci had worried about her best friend even earlier than Brando. But Brendel gave her a reassuring look, although his heart was also cold. "Archbishop Wood, do you think that All for One can control those doors of flame?" he asked, still holding on to the last bit of hope. "Mr. Brando, there's no need to guess. We lost them before we came here. All for One connects them to the underground of Georgandy Ridge, and you should know where that is." "The Sulphur River," Brando replied through gritted teeth. "So what am I supposed to do?" Give the order to stop pursuing Canolia's fleet, and then turn around to fight the demons of Jorgandi Ridge, here on Aween's soil? He could not help but curse. Look at what you've done, Kurlut's bastards. What bullshit holy cathedral of fire. This was the first time Freya saw Brando so angry, and her face was pale with fright. The last time was in Fortress Reden, but she was not there. Well said, Mephistopheles replied. Now that's more like a man. Wood was speechless. It was an indisputable fact that the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and even the 4 holy cathedrals, had been infiltrated by the cultists. It was just that the situation had never been as out of their expectations as today. This time, the Holy Cathedral of Fire had really lost a lot of face. Even more than when Cruz's fleet was defeated by Brando. We will fight side by side with you. That was all he could say. Brando snorted softly. He did not trust these Cruz people at all. If he had known that Moros was all for one spy, then he might have guessed the other party's plan the moment he saw those portals. It was a pity that Moros missed this opportunity in history. There was no war in Ampere Seal, and Cruz's people did not build the Door of Flame in Erewhon until after his term. Later, Moros returned to Cruz, and Brando also went north to Saint Tassol and Fanzan. Later, some news about the Holy Cathedral of Fire gradually faded from his memory, and he would forever miss the opportunity to identify Moros. Well, Brando finally said, I will persuade Her Royal Highness to give up chasing the Canolian fleet, but you must also persuade the Northern Coalition Army to join our camp. If things are allowed to develop, you know better than me what will happen near Ampere Seal. He then pointed to Wood and said, I hope Lord Archbishop remembers what you said today, or you will regret your previous words and deeds. Brando's heart was burning with anger, but now he was only worried about the safety of Romaine. If the Roman were to suffer even a little bit of damage in Ampere Seal, he would definitely make the Holy Cathedral of Fire pay the price. This was by no means an empty threat. When he turned around, Wood vaguely heard Brando mutter, I hope the number of demons sent by All for One is not too large. The Archbishop of the Holy Cathedral of Fire seemed to be stunned for a moment before he reacted. This young man seems to know too much. P.S. 4000. Also, thank you for the character form. I will use it as a blueprint to check it myself to make a character card. This will make it much easier for me. Thank you very much. Also, today I will put up the second group's log. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 6:18. The invasion of the demons quickly became the most serious situation at the moment, and everyone knew the weight of this news. Would hope that the princess could first release the captives of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, and let the Canolian fleet recover at least some combat power to deal with the coming war with the demons. But Brando did not immediately respond to this request. Time was tight, but it did not mean that he needed to give up the previous victory. The war took a break, and both sides needed to rest. The demons could not appear in front of them immediately. These creatures from the Sulphur River would also be hindered in the heavy rain. Before that, even in the worst-case scenario, he had more than 10 hours to negotiate with the Cruz people. Brando's request was very simple, but it was also a bit of an exorbitant demand. The Northern Coalition Army should return all the captives belonging to the princess, including His Royal Highness the Little Prince. After that, the Holy Cathedral of Fire had to bear all the losses caused by this war, because Brando believed that the northern nobles started the war under their instigation. He did not care whether the truth was the case or not. This included the compensation and trade compensation agreement. Of course, the compensation was done privately in order to take care of the face of the Cruz people. Brando could still meet this small request. After all, he only focused on the practical benefits. The trade compensation agreement was a compensation method proposed by Brando. On the surface, it was a trade preference of the Cruz Empire for the Erewhon Empire. But in fact, there were many detailed conditions, including 2 important technology transactions. The drawings of the magic transmission device and the manufacturing technology of the Empire's Dreadnought-class battleship. This was simply blackmail. Seeing these 2 conditions, the expression on Wood's face was as dark as the dark clouds outside Ampere Seal. He did not say a word and just left. Then he sent an envoy to negotiate with Brando. The envoy simply claimed that if Brando did not cooperate, the Holy Cathedral would give up on Erewhon, and Cruz people would lose a little face at most. But the best outcome for Erewhon was a great loss of vitality, and the worst outcome was undoubtedly the destruction of the country. If these words were placed in front of other Erewhon nobles, it would undoubtedly be a huge bomb. Even the princess would be shaken by these words. However, Brando just smiled and ordered Mephistopheles to throw this guy out of the camp. What a joke. He was well aware of the holy sanctum's weakness. Cruz's people probably didn't just want to save face, but more importantly, the secret of the Door of Flame must not fall into the hands of all for one. He knew that there were several permanent doors of flame in the Cruz Empire. Once the secret of the Doors of Flame was leaked out, the Empire would become another gate from the Sulphur River to the surface world. With this secret in hand, Brando naturally wouldn't compromise easily. However, he also felt uneasy in his heart. If that old fox would really dare to bide his time, Brando was afraid that he would have to take the initiative to compromise with him. This was because only he, Amandina, and Freya knew that the Roman were still in the port of Ampere Seal. And once Cruz's people took the initiative, he was afraid that Erewhon would be skinned alive. Brando gritted his teeth and held on for an hour and a half. Finally, Wood couldn't help but come to the door. After all, the Archbishop didn't have any news that was enough to make him feel at ease. When Wood came, Brando breathed a sigh of relief. Cruz's people had given in. In just half an hour, Brando signed a temporary peace agreement with Wood, taking advantage of the momentum of Cruz's people giving in. Brando was not soft-hearted. In addition to the superficial agreement, the two sides signed a temporary secret agreement. The Holy Cathedral of Fire privately recognized the right of the royal family of Covardo to prosecute several major leaders of the northern nobles for usurpation in the future. This included the right to dispose of Duke Cipher, Marquis Balta, Count Vitokin, Marquis Yoakum, and others. However, this second clause was not brought to the surface. First of all, now was not the time to shake the confidence of the northern nobles. Second, the Archbishop had already discovered that Duke Cipher, Marquis Balta, Count Vitokin, and Marquis Yoakum were nowhere to be found. Presumably, His Royal Highness Prince Haruz had also fallen into the hands of all for one. Therefore, even if the Holy Cathedral wanted to fulfill this clause, they did not have the ability to do so for the time being. After meeting all the requirements, Brando naturally agreed in principle to return all the captives of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, including the 7 knights of the Holy Cathedral, the White-Winged Knight, and the other captives of the Canolia fleet. After all, these people would also play their role in the war and could be regarded as Brando's coolies. Although Cruz's people might not think so. At the same time, in exchange for a second more important agreement, Brando also took a step back on the original technology transfer agreement and changed the latest type of magical transmission device to a blueprint that was not more than 10 years behind, and the battleship manufacturing technology was also changed to frigate manufacturing technology. But even so, Brando still left a trap. Because his original target, the Knight, was the design of the Cruz Empire's new frigate. The Cruz battleship pursued firepower and armor, which was cumbersome and unpleasant. He preferred the Wind Elves' new type of battleship, but the Cruz's new frigate was a design stolen from their old enemy, the Hazel people, but it was extremely brilliant. After all, the Hazel people were one of the best magicians in the world of Wond. Unfortunately, although Wood was a respected archbishop and the most talented senior of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, he was not a technocrat. Most of the nobles who followed the army of the Holy Cathedral of Fire were unlikely to bring along master craftsmen. So in the case where everyone was unaware of the trap, Brando naturally tricked them cleanly and ruthlessly. In the end, the two sides exchanged captives and reached a preliminary settlement. Brando did not intend to let the two armies that had just killed each other a few hours ago merge together to fight against the demons. This was undoubtedly a fantasy. So he simply let the Northern Coalition army stay in the Bunuo area, while the Princess's army and Anthony's army were directly stationed in the Ma Highlands. This proposal was also approved by everyone. Anyway, the northern nobles were not necessarily willing to stand in the same trench as Her Royal Highness. Then Brando blocked the news of the demon invasion and did not let any rumors spread among the ordinary soldiers. He only told them that there might be a foreign army from Jorgendy Ridge invading Ampere Seal. Although it was frustrating to have to go back to the battle before they could celebrate after winning a big battle, it was better than having a large number of deserters immediately. He had seen similar scenes before, during the Second and Third War of the Black Rose. Both Austin and the nobles of the royal faction agreed. They knew the virtue of their men. Although the royal faction had parted ways with Her Royal Highness earlier, the princess had said that she would let bygones be bygones, and the two sides were temporarily back on the same chariot. Due to the presence of Brando and Eek, Princess Griffine's status had improved a lot. But the morale of the soldiers was still a problem. Brando threw this problem to Cruz and asked Wood to persuade the nobles of the Northern Coalition army to mobilize supplies from the vicinity of Bunyuo, at least to let Anthony and Count Austin's army celebrate a victory. As long as there is hot meat soup, even in this terrible weather, the ordinary soldiers will still be satisfied. Before evening, Brando had begun to send scouts to the periphery to get information about the vicinity of the port, as well as whether the port had fallen into the hands of the demons and the number of demons. But considering that the residents of the surface world knew little about the situation in the underground world, Brando decided to go in person and explore the vicinity of Ampere Seal. His risky action was naturally strongly opposed by Amandina, and even Princess Griffine did not quite agree with it. But he still decided to go ahead. It was just that he did not expect that Her Royal Highness could not stop him from taking the risk and insisted on going with him. She ordered Oberwei to stay behind to pacify the soldiers, then changed into a knight's uniform, mounted a horse and joined his team. Count Austin went with her. Brando was naturally powerless to stop what Her Royal Highness wanted to do. Fortunately, he did not intend to fight with the demons. He just wanted to investigate the situation at the front line, so he let her be. Brando naturally would not think that Her Royal Highness was particularly concerned about him. Perhaps it was also because of this. But there were a few times when he saw the half-elf girl's bright silver eyes reflecting the rain, and he thought to himself that she must not be satisfied with her identity as a woman. Indeed, she was far more suitable for the throne than her brother. I just don't know if those cavemen will give us a night to rest. Count Austin replied with some uneasiness. Brando could understand Austin's uneasiness. Events like the demon invasion could be big or small, and it happened in the surface world all the time. For example, an evil sorcerer summoning a demon and forming a contract with it, or occasionally, a ferocious beast from the Sulphur River escaped to the surface. These events were not important. But once a situation like this happened, where the demons controlled one or more large teleportation portals, it would be a serious matter. Because the demons themselves also had the technology to create teleportation portals, if the local lords did not react quickly and destroy the teleportation portals, the army of creatures in the lower world would snowball rapidly. In history, there were a few incidents where a country was destroyed. The earliest example was in the Year of the Golden Hoof. Then it happened again in the Year of Glory. That unlucky duchy was very close to Erewhon, near the Duchy of Antiburo. I'm afraid not. Brando replied. The demons were not like Erewhon's wyvern cavalry. They could march well at night, but the heavy rain would also hinder their movements. The hillsides in the Black Pine Forest became slippery and difficult to walk on under the heavy rain, and the sky became a line at the end of the horizon. Fortunately, Brando was very familiar with the terrain in this area. The group bypassed a few short hills, and then a mountain peak appeared in their sight. This was Brando's goal. Under the protection of the night, he, the princess, and Count Austin climbed up the highest mountain closest to Ampere Seal in the rain. Then they looked down from the top of the mountain. The direction of the port was dark, which was one of the worst signs. He looked up and saw a few dark clouds floating from the north. Then he found that they were all harpies. They were close relatives of the sirens, but they were expelled in the Battle of Cairano and later hid in the underground world. Brando put down the binoculars in his hand and could not help but take a breath of cold air. He looked back and saw that Her Royal Highness was pale. As Wood had expected, there was already an army from Georgandy Ridge in the port of Ampere Seal. The three of them were silent for a while. Those don't seem to be demons? Her Royal Highness asked. Brando nodded. He glanced at the other two, but found that they did not seem to realize that there was a problem. The army of Georgandy Ridge was mixed in with the demons, which was not a good sign. There were not only cavemen in the underground world, but most of the surface residents were called cavemen. Few of them could distinguish the relationship between the demons and the other forces in Georgandy Ridge, so it was understandable that they showed such an attitude. But Brando knew that Georgandy Ridge was actually a general term. The underground world was crisscrossed and connected to many areas, such as the Mushroom Field and the Eternal Dark Abyss. The Sulphur River where the demons lived was actually the lowest level of the core world, isolated by the elemental boundary of Wonde. The first to discover them were the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves built a city on the lava plains, Scorching Tip. Due to the influence of the dark magic, the high-ranking nobles of the city quickly corrupted and destroyed the seal of the elemental boundary. The demons broke out of the box, and the Dark Elven Empire disappeared. After that, the Dark Elves retreated into the eternal dark abyss, and the demons quickly occupied a piece of land and became one of the original inhabitants of the underground world. However, the residents of the underground world were hostile to each other. The Jorgendi Ridge Empire, which was controlled by the Black Dragon, would never surrender to the demons. How did the two races mix together? Brando remembered that the first time Jorgendi Ridge invaded the surface world in history was at the beginning of the Second Era, after the Second War of the Black Rose. That was the fourth chapter of the game, Eternal Dark. Could it be that there were some unknown changes in the underground world? It couldn't be. Brando didn't think that the history he changed would affect Jorgendi Ridge so quickly. The Halran Gaia was already a coincidence among coincidences. But in any case, the real problem still needed to be solved. Mr. Brando, what should we do now? Princess Griffine asked. There were so many harpies in the sky that they looked like a dark cloud. She never dreamed that such a large army would gather near Ampere Seal in just one day. The number of demons on the ground could be imagined. This was a force that even Anthony's army and the Northern Coalition army together could not resist. Brando also looked at this scene and was silent for a moment. I don't have any good ideas. Mr. Brando, you don't have any ideas? Princess Griffine was almost speechless. Brando nodded. All for One's move was indeed beyond his expectations. The demon army now was almost more than the previous Holy Cathedral of Fire and the Northern Coalition army combined, and he no longer had the ability to start the cycle of the Paradise of Adversity again in a short time. Summoning the Holy Cathedral of Life, the Adversity Trojan Horse, and all the pre-cycles, he had to accumulate elements for a long time. At least he didn't have to think about it for a week. He pursed his lips tightly, and for a moment his mind was full of thoughts about the current situation. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 6:19. Dark clouds gathered in the north, and the port of Ampere Seal was pitch black. However, outside the port, there was a sea of sparks, as if lava was flowing all over the ground. That was the characteristic of the Devil's Charred Land. The portal obviously connected the Sulphur River and Erewhon together, and the two sides overlapped. On the charred land, the transformed portal emitted a scarlet color, which was clearly visible from this direction, like agate scattered on a black velvet carpet. The scene was like the end of the world, and everyone could not help but hold their breath. Brando listened to the princess's question and lowered his head to think of a solution. But at this time, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly changed direction. The princess and the others were slightly startled, and felt that something was wrong. The knight could not help but look at each other, and then subconsciously looked at the young lord beside them. After all, none of them had actually seen the creatures of Jorgendi Ridge, and the one who seemed to be the most knowledgeable was undoubtedly the Lord of Trentheim. Brando came back to his senses. He raised his head and noticed the change in the sky. His face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Quick, cover the reflective things on your body with a cloak." The harpies had an extremely wide field of vision and were very sensitive to light. They also liked to collect shiny things to decorate their nests, which was similar to their winged counterparts. And for the same reason, they could easily catch faint reflections dozens of miles away, which made them excellent scouts. It was obvious that someone's armor reflected lightning that caught their attention. It was also a moment of carelessness that he forgot to mention it to the others. It was probably because he saw the army of Jorgendi Ridge earlier, and his mind was distracted for a moment. Everyone hurriedly wrapped their armor with their cloaks, and then fastened the laces on their collars. However, it seemed that it was a little too late. When they raised their heads, they saw that a few dark clouds in the northern sky had already begun to move southward. Those strange creatures with pairs of wings spread out in groups in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they had already swarmed over in an overwhelming manner. Brando looked back and saw that everyone's faces were completely pale, and Princess Griffine was no exception. There were only 17 of them in total, while there were tens of thousands of harpies on the other side. One of the night even unsheathed his sword subconsciously. Brando was startled and rushed over to stop him. "Don't move! They haven't discovered us yet," he shouted loudly, afraid that someone would pull out their sword in a panic. Once the reflection of the blade was emitted, everything would be too late. "Quick, find a place to hide." Brando knew the habits of harpies very well. These cautious creatures must have come to check after attracting attention. They like to move in groups, but they might not have really discovered them. After all, this place was still more than 10 miles away, and the harpies might not be able to detect even the slightest movements in the forest. But the night had already lost their minds. Brando's words became their only hope. They all retreated to the back of the black pine forest and found a place to hide. Brando pulled the princess to hide under a huge rock. This gray-white rock stretched across the top of the mountain and was covered with moist moss. Brando first settled the princess down, then guarded the entrance of the cave. He raised his head and found Count Audine hiding behind a rock opposite him, shouting at him. "Don't worry, Count Audine." "Horses." Brando then remembered that everyone's horses were still at the foot of the mountain. He suddenly had a headache, but it was obviously unrealistic to rush down the mountain now. He could only hope that Martha would prevent the harpies from discovering the war horses. In just a few minutes, the harpies had already arrived. The sound of flapping wings passed over his head, letting him know that the winged creatures were close by. His heart pounded, but Brando did not dare to stretch his head out to look. He looked back and saw Princess Griffine sitting at the side, looking at him. Although she looked a little nervous, her eyes were calm when she looked at him. "Don't worry," he mouthed to her. Princess Griffine nodded gently, one hand on the hilt of her sword. He looked up again and saw that Count Audine's face was also pale. The two of them looked at each other and could not help but smile bitterly. He knew that he was not much better. He dared to fight Williams because he had Kelsey's deck of cards in hand. But now, there were 17 people facing thousands of harpies, and there were 10 times that number in the distance. Even if he was drowned, he would still be drowned. But fortunately, although the harpies were very sensitive to light, their eyesight was extremely ordinary. Moreover, they were very cautious creatures, and would definitely not descend below the canopy to check. Brando, who knew this in his heart, was slightly relieved. But it was at this moment that his heart throbbed. It was like his heart suddenly skipped a beat, feeling that someone was spying on his secrets. The others were fine, but the experienced Brando immediately realized what it was. Magic. Detection magic. He was sure that there was a pair of malicious eyes inspecting this place through the crystal ball, and the demon warlocks in blood-red robes that came from under the Sulphur River were the best at this. Her Royal Highness beside him turned pale, and her weak body trembled, as if she had also sensed something. Brando subconsciously felt that something was wrong, and immediately reminded her, "Quick, don't think about anything that you are most worried about now. Think about what to eat tonight, the annoying carrot stew or oatmeal." The half-elf girl's silver eyes looked at him in confusion. "This is a demon's spell. Black magic. It will affect your mind and see the answer it wants to know through your mind. The more afraid you are, the more negative emotions accumulate, and the more it can see what you are most afraid of now. That will expose our position." "But I don't hate carrot stew," Princess Griffine replied with a little grievance. "That's impossible." Brando was stunned. But regardless of whether it was possible or not, just as the two of them were a little relieved, a scream suddenly came from the distance in the rain. Someone was discovered. Brando's heart went cold. He should have let everyone hide together. After all, he was the only one here who had experience in avoiding detection spells. "Mr. Brando," Her Royal Highness whispered. Brando's hand clenched the hilt of Halran Gaia for a moment. Should he rush out now? The harpies were just upper silver-ranked monsters, and the knights he brought were all at the peak of silver-ranked. If he rushed out now, he might be able to save the other party's life. But what about Her Royal Highness? If he made a move, could he lead these people to kill their way out of the thousands of harpies? Brando had no confidence at all. But he immediately felt cold fingers on the back of his hand. "Mr. Brando, I understand your thoughts, thank you," Princess Griffine said softly. "But no matter what, please don't go against our ideals and pursuits. This is the value of our existence." She nodded to him. Brando's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly understood why when Orthless warned him to be careful of the princess, he did not take it seriously. Princess Griffine had never changed. If she had chosen to compromise, she would not have broken with the royal faction. In the face of ideals and reality, she had always been the holy princess. Brendel had never seen a person who could combine wisdom and conviction into a single person. Before that, the players of Erewhon had never seen such a person. He made up his mind. He raised his sword and rushed out, only to be met by a harpy that immediately swooped down on him from the sky. Her beautiful female head had blood-red eyes that flashed with a venomous light. She opened her sharp claws and slashed at him like 8 knives. Brando was not in a hurry. He pursed his lips and took a step back. He pulled out Halran Gaia with both hands and swung it upwards. The blade immediately cut off a pair of claws. The harpy who lost her balance screamed and fell backward. Her head hit the trunk of a black pine tree, and her brain splattered. Brando then saw the knight who was caught. He was not in a good situation. He was surrounded by 7 or 8 harpies. With Brando's reminder, the knight in the second round of attack calculated the distance behind the monsters. This time, more than half of the harpies were shot. The knight was excited. "My lord, how did you know?" "Knowledge is power. The answers to the world are in the scrolls," Brando said casually. This sentence sounded like an enigmatic wizard. The knight immediately showed a look of awe. But this sentence also reminded the princess of the knowledge that Fleetwood had taught her. Wisdom sharper than swords is hidden in the scrolls. This was an ancient proverb in Cruz. It was said that the mages all believed in the same idea. Her hand was tightly held by Brando. She ran forward with all her might, but her heart was calm. She thought to herself, Mr. Knight is indeed a Danny Lean. He admires the knowledge of the Highland mages so much. At this time, Brando noticed that the experience points of the harpies killed by the knight were also counted to him. 1 harpies gave him 60 experience points. This was obviously the result of the calculation of the penalty for teaming up and the level penalty. But the harpies he killed alone only gave him about 90 experience points. This amount of experience points was nothing to him at the moment. But the key point was that it further confirmed his previous speculation about teaming up. It seemed that as long as they were on the same side, they would be in the same party as him. He just did not know the upper limit of the distance. The group had now passed through half of the forest. More and more harpies were climbing down from the tree trunks in all directions. They did not dare to stop and rest for a moment. If they were even a little slower, they would be surrounded. Previously, a moment of carelessness had already caused 2 knights to be dragged out. One could imagine the fate that awaited them. Seeing that the end of the forest was approaching, there was an open space outside. It was at least 100 meters wide. When they passed through there, the harpies would obviously launch the fiercest siege. In fact, Brando already had some harpies hovering in the sky over there. "Brando, what do we do next?" Obviously, Count Audine had also noticed the predicament that they were about to face. But Brando looked around and was at his wits' end. Almost none of the cards in his hand were suitable. Even if there were, they lacked elements. He had already summoned the Black Wolf once. He only had the giant King Buni's concealment cloak to escape this disaster. But Buni's concealment cloak could only accommodate 10 people, and it could only last for less than 5 minutes. "Everyone, hold hands and charge together. Be careful not to be dragged out." Brando activated conflicting aura, and a pale yellow aura array immediately spread out from his body. Most of the knights recognized the signature skill of this Knight of the Templar, and understood what he was going to do. Now, it seemed that they could only brace themselves and charge out. Brando looked outside the forest and decided to cast a mist spell or a similar spell first. Anyway, he had the level of an elementalist. Mist spell was just a level 2 spell, so it was not difficult for him. The only trouble was that he was still wearing armor when he was running, so the failure rate of casting the spell was frighteningly high. Brando tried 3 times in a row before he finally cast the spell. Mist spell was actually just to create a hazy mist. This spell was very effective in defending against the enemy's accurate long-range attacks. Brando wanted to use this spell to prevent the harpies from taking advantage of their numbers. But he did not expect that the moment he cast the spell, an unexpected scene would happen. It was not mist that emerged in the open space, but a dark cloud. This dark cloud seemed to cover the entire hillside in the blink of an eye, and the surroundings were plunged into darkness. What's going on? The knight suddenly fell into a panic. Brando was also shocked. This was not a mist spell. Fortunately, it was not the first time he fought in the dark. In the game, he had to be prepared to deal with all kinds of dark spells when he fought against the Lich of Madara. Brando was still calm. He subconsciously grabbed the princess' hand to make sure that the wizard who cast the spell was not targeting the most important target beside him. At the same time, he held his breath and listened to the sounds around him. The sound of rain in the distance was loud, but in the rain, there were the same panicked cries of the harpies. It seemed that the newcomer was not an enemy. At least, it was not a demon warlock. He was a little relieved, but it was at this time. He felt an old voice in his mind. Please come with me, my king. Do not care about the dangers around you. Go north, I'll wait for you there. Brando was slightly stunned. Who are you? How can I trust you? He asked in his mind. Use your heart to feel. The darkness is no secret in front of you. You should be able to feel that I have no evil intentions. Brando took a light breath. He did not have a premonition of danger. The other party obviously wanted to help him in this situation, but he still had to be careful. He hesitated for a moment before saying to everyone around him, Everyone, listen to me. Hold hands and follow me. Then he reached out and pulled Count Audine on the other side. Everyone held hands together. Brando did not know which direction was north, but he vaguely felt that one direction was safer, so he subconsciously walked in that direction step by step. Sure enough, after a few minutes, the screams of the harpies in the dock were getting farther and farther away. Everyone could not help but let out a sigh of relief. After all, no one wanted to die if they could. Because of that, the knight could not help but feel grateful to Brando for helping them escape. Mr. Brando, Princess Griffine's voice came from behind him. Is this your magic? No, I don't know. Brando replied. In fact, he did not have any confidence. He had already opened a spiritual link in his mind and began to contact the Shire on the other side. God knows if this was another trap, but he had to be safe. The Shire, you damned bastard, can you hear me? In the pine forest, the students had temporarily built a camp to shelter from the rain. A wooden wall was built with pine wood, and a waterproof canvas was propped up on both sides to form a simple tent. In the tent, Makarov and the rest of the royal faction were in a cold war with Oberwei. It seemed like the royal faction was about to break off relations with the princess again, but those who were here all along knew that it was just a disagreement over the next battle plan. Oberwei supported Brando's idea and thought that it was better to divide the defense area with the Northern Alliance temporarily. Makarov did not trust the nobles in the north at all. In his opinion, the Northern Alliance could be the main force in Cruz's army to defend against the Devil's attack, while the nobles would attack the Devils from the flanks. The parchment map, which had been drawn countless times, was now placed on the wooden table. Amandina and Countess Yenbao, Dilferi, were whispering to each other. The two of them were not interested in the nobles' battle plan. Dilferi looked down on the royal faction, while Amandina only had absolute trust in Brando. Naturally, she was not interested in the nobles' suggestions. However, the fatigue on Amandina's face was obvious, and she did not let out a yawn. Makarov and Oberwei seemed to be natural enemies. The two of them had different opinions on the future of the royal faction, and now they had different opinions on how to cooperate with the Northern Alliance. Fortunately, they were aware of the current situation and did not start a fight. Otherwise, the cunning fox and the lone wolf of the kingdom would have to duel again. The older generation of the kingdom's nobles might still remember the last time they dueled. That was when they were young, but that was for their beloved lady. This time it was for their ideals and beliefs. Just as they were about to speak again, Charles walked in from the outside. He glanced at everyone in the tent and said, "Let's go back to our camp. My lord is in trouble." Everyone was stunned. All right, it's like this. Her Highness and my lord were discovered by the harpies of Georgandy Ridge, and they are currently surrounded by the devils. The Shire had to explain again. What did you say? P.S. 6,000 words. Speaking of which, there was a small bug yesterday. I changed the 4th chapter of the game into the 3rd chapter. The first 4 chapters of the Amber Sword are: Chapter 1, The Birth of All Things, The Rise of Madara. Chapter 2, War and Chaos, The War Between the Holy Temples. Chapter 3, Ancient Legacy, The Excavation of the Slate and the Beginning of the Slate War. Chapter 4, Eternal Darkness, The Beginning of the Great Demonic Tide. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 620. At the same time when Brendel's party was attacked, the Kurlut's defense line was dark and heavy rain was pouring down. Sir Hawthorne rode his war dragon through the forest with his monk soldiers. "What the hell?" he grumbled in a low voice. "Lucky for those Aween people to be able to endure this weather. It's enough for us." The monk soldiers laughed in a low voice. Hawthorne was from the warm northern foothills of Cruz Mount Merlan. He was very uncomfortable with the damp and cold of Ampere Seal in this season. The dragon under the saddle was more than 3 meters tall, and the iron armor on its body weighed half a ton. It was the most common mount for heavy cavalry in this era. With every step it took, the ground seemed to tremble slightly, leaving a mud pit several inches deep in the muddy woodland. The reason why they were here was because they received a report that a corvette of the Canolia fleet was attacked by strange creatures on the way back after the Erewhon Royal Fleet stopped attacking. However, the dragon cavalry of the Erewhon Northern Coalition Army did not find any trace of the corvette in the relevant airspace, so it was their turn to send their ground troops. Hawthorne was willing to bet that the corvette must have crashed. The group passed through the forest, and a burning wreckage of a warship appeared in front of them. The once majestic war machine was now only a broken frame. Broken masts and sails were scattered on the ground, and even many cables were still hanging on the nearby branches. "This is the corvette that was reported to have been attacked and crashed. What a huge thing." Sir Hawthorne couldn't help but think. "Oh my God, it's the bull shark." Someone recognized the corvette and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "Who on earth made it look like this?" "I think we'll know soon." Sir Hawthorne suddenly raised his head and pulled out his sword. "There's an enemy, get ready to fight." Following his roar, everyone saw a pink monster suddenly crawling out from the wreckage of the warship. The monster climbed up the fallen mast and quickly reached the broken part. It was a giant monster that looked like both a bat and a humanoid creature. It was about 2 to 3 meters tall, and its forelimbs were more developed than its hind limbs. Its upper arms were muscular, and it had a bull-like head on its neck. It also had a nose ring. "It's a devil, a reckless devil." Someone with sharp eyes called out the monster's name at a glance. Demons were one of the archenemies of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The soldier monks had seen images of these demons in various scrolls and books. "Spread out." Sir Hawthorne reacted faster than they did. The brute devils were the main air force of the Sulphur River. Young brute devils had the strength of a pinnacle silver rank, and once they reached adulthood, they would have the strength of a beginner gold rank. And the brute demon in front of Sir Hawthorne had already grown long horns. It was clearly a genuine adult brute demon overlord. Brute demon overlords, like many other demons, had the innate ability to control flames. They had several flame spell-like abilities. The fireball spell was one of them. With a flash of fire, a ball of flame had already exploded in the formation of the soldier monks of Cruz's Holy Cathedral of Fire, and several young soldier monks suddenly turned into flaming men. After releasing the fireball, the brute demon overlord let out a roar on the broken mast, as if it was enjoying the pleasure of killing. "Damn demon!" Sir Hawthorne couldn't help but be furious. He immediately ordered the war dragon to speed up. The brute demon overlord flapped its wings and flew up from the ship, flying into the air and throwing fireballs at him one after another. But Sir Hawthorne was not afraid. It was as if he was walking through the flames, and when he was close enough, he took a short spear from behind him and threw it forward. The soldier monks only saw a straight golden line fly out from Sir Hawthorne's hand, and the next moment, it hit the brute demon overlord in the sky. It was a special magic spear of the Holy Cathedral. The spearhead had been sanctified and was the natural enemy of demons. When the short spear hit the wings of the brute demon overlord, it was like a drop of water rolling into boiling oil. With a crash, a blazing white flame burned fiercely. The brute demon overlord screamed and fell from mid-air, hitting the broken mast of the warship. Its head was immediately separated from its body, and its spine was pulled a few meters away from its muscles. It couldn't be more dead. The soldier monks were stunned for a moment before they let out a cheer in unison. Hawthorne also breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head, and in his heart, he probably already knew what the attack on the bull shark was that caused it to crash. It seemed that Archbishop Wood's guess was right. The demons had invaded Erewhon on a large scale. The demons lacked an advanced air force, and the brute demon overlord was already one of the best elite flying troops under the Sulphur River. But it was at this time that he suddenly heard someone scream, "What is that?" Sir Hawthorne was startled and subconsciously turned his head to follow the voice. He felt that the sky seemed to brighten slightly. The layers of dark clouds in that direction parted, and a flaming meteorite fell from the sky and fell in a certain direction. Then, as if it was a copy of this scene, the black clouds rolled as if boiling, and countless fiery red spots appeared behind the separated clouds. Then meteorites tore through the dark clouds and fell, and for a time, half of the sky was reflected in a blood-red color. Sir Hawthorne was completely stunned. He had already estimated that the meteors were falling in the direction of the main position of the Northern Coalition Army. "It's over." His heart was cold. He saw with his own eyes a meteor hit the Perrin in the distance in mid-air. The Kurlut's flagship turned into ashes in a dazzling light at that time. At that moment, Sir Hawthorne even forgot that the captain of the Canolia fleet was still on the flagship. In fact, he had lost the ability to think at all. There was no magic array in the sky. This was the curse of the demons. It should be the top 14 circle spell. Doomsday. A high-grade demon of the Lord level entered the portal. This was the only thought left in his mind. "What did you say? Where are they now?" Makarov and Oberwei spoke at the same time, but they did not have time to continue. Suddenly, a bright light flashed outside the camp, and a cry of alarm came from outside the tent. Half of the sky outside the tent seemed to have lit up. Something big had happened. Everyone was shocked. The Shire was the first to react and turned to open the tent door. Then, the red-haired girl who had been silent all this time rushed out from beside him, followed by Amandina. Makarov and Oberwei looked at each other and followed out. Once they walked out of the tent, everyone suddenly lost the ability to speak. In their field of vision, they could only see that the sky in the northwest was brightly lit. Countless meteors fell from the sky like rain, crashing to the ground. Makarov quickly calculated that the direction was Bunyuo-en. The demons have begun to attack the Northern Coalition Army. He immediately came to a conclusion. That's Doomsday. The enemy has an ultimate wizard. Oberwei sucked in a breath of cold air. It's a demon lord Martha above. This time, there will be an entire demon army, more than the last time recorded in history. Everyone knew which time he was talking about. That time, a kingdom similar in size to Erewhon was completely destroyed and turned into scorched earth. Under the demons' rampage, millions of lives were completely wiped out. In fact, it was no longer a war, but a massacre and disaster. It was a scar in the history of Wone that would never be erased. But this time, it seemed that it was the ancient kingdom of Aween's turn. What did Erewhon's people do wrong to deserve such a punishment? Everyone could not help but have this thought in their minds. But the kingdom's lone wolf was the first to react. "Makarov!" he yelled. "I know, Oberwei, I made a mistake." Makarov also suddenly realized his mistake. Although he originally wanted the Northern Coalition Army to be cannon fodder, he suddenly realized that he had misjudged the strength of the demons. The situation now was very clear. If the two sides did not unite, neither side would be able to fight against such an army of demons. In fact, even if they united, there was little hope. "We must immediately find a way to support the Northerners." Makarov gritted his teeth. After the spell, the demons will definitely launch a ground attack. The Northerners and Cruz's people will definitely not be able to hold on. Once they retreat, Erewhon will be finished. Oberwei nodded, but his heart was filled with anger. This was all done by Cruz and the Holy Cathedral of Fire. He finally understood why Brando was so angry, and did not even give the Holy Cathedral any face and ruthlessly extorted a large sum of money from them. Now that he thought about it, if it was him, it would be great if he did not break off relations with the Holy Cathedral on the spot. But what about the Lord and Her Highness? Amandina suddenly said, "They are still surrounded by the demons." Oberwei and Makarov were stunned. They seemed to have forgotten about this problem. "Where are they now? Did Brando say anything?" Oberwei asked. "According to the Lord, they should be in the mountains near the west of Marchenko. The Harpies have sealed off their retreat, and they have no choice but to retreat to the north. The Lord ordered us to send the royal fleet to support the princess and open a path for them." The Shire said. "I already said that they should not have put themselves in danger." Makarov snorted in annoyance. Her Highness also has her own temperament. She should have expected this situation. "Look at this, the demons are attacking us, and we have to think of a way to save them when we are barely able to defend ourselves?" But other than Brando, who else here is more familiar with Georgandy Ridge? The princess is willing to put herself in danger. This is a noble action. Makarov, I thought you were just brainless, but I didn't expect you to give up the honor of being a noble. The kingdom's lone wolf sneered. "What did you say?" "That's enough, stop arguing." Amandina stood up and interrupted the two of them. Her brows were furrowed into a knot. "What else did the Lord say?" she asked the Shire. She felt that Brando was not someone who would give orders so rashly. "Actually, the Lord has other plans. He wants us to inform Archbishop Wood and let Cruz cooperate with us," the Shire said. "What does he want to do?" Makarov raised his eyebrows and looked sharply at the young wizard. "What does he want to do?" Wood also wanted to know. The demons had already launched an attack on the Bunyuo region. To put it nicely, the Northern Alliance was retreating, but it was just a sign of collapse. This was an army that had already been defeated, and they had already lost their morale. Now it was the Holy Cathedral of Fire that was holding on, but they also suffered heavy casualties under the attack of doomsday spells. Canolia's fleet was almost completely wiped out. Admiral Earl Robbins and the Perrins sank together, and more than half of the White Wing Knight Regiment were killed. A large number of high-grade demons appeared in the battlefield, and even more dangerous was that an army of Georgandy Ridge was also fighting with the demons. The first to discover this information was a group of stone statues of the Northern Alliance's mountain infantry that the scouts found on the battlefield. It was obviously not a sculpture, but a masterpiece of Medusa. "Cruz can only hold on for 3 more hours. After half a day, we will lose the last soldier. And you should know what the Northern Alliance is like." A holy knight replied to the young wizard in front of him. "We need support." Wood actually knew the other party, the famous young wizard of the Pilus family, the Shire. "We can support you. In fact, our army is already on the way. But after that, we still can't stop the demons' attack. You know our situation." The Shire replied. The holy knight couldn't help but be silent. "So how long can we hold on?" Wood asked. "1 day at most. Can we still open another door of flame and ask for support from the headquarters of the Holy Cathedral of Fire?" the Shire asked. "That's impossible. We don't have enough materials on hand." A holy knight retorted, "It's not a simple matter to build a portal." Wood pondered for a moment and asked, "So, what does your lord think?" The Shire nodded. "In that case, we may still have a chance left." A chance? Brando finally led the remaining 12 Lantern Island Knight out of the pervasive black fog. When they saw the surrounding scenery, they found that they were already in a valley in the north. The valley was cloudy with rain and fog, and not far ahead was an open space in the forest. On the green grass in the open space, there was a group of erect horses eating grass with their heads down. If they were not mistaken, those were the war horses they thought they had lost earlier. Count Audine and Her Royal Highness followed him on his left and right. They were so surprised by the strange scene in front of them that they were speechless. "Oh my God, what the hell is going on?" the knight couldn't help but exclaim. Although Her Royal Highness didn't ask, she also cast a puzzled look at Brando. Since Brando could lead them to get rid of the harpies and walk out of the black fog, he should naturally know what the mystery behind all this was. But Brando was also carefully observing the surroundings. The whole valley was shrouded in the sound of the rain, and the surrounding scenery didn't look much different from other places in the Erech Mountains. But he had a subtle feeling in his heart at the moment. "May I ask who helped?" He couldn't help but ask. Everyone saw a stooped old woman in a black robe suddenly walk out of the forest. When she saw Brando, she bowed respectfully. Her trembling movements made people think that she would fall at any time. Brendel, however, was shocked. "Ah, it's you." He had already recognized this wrinkled old woman as the old witch Babasha that he had blackmailed in Fortress Reden, but he never dreamed that he would meet her here. P.S. It's already the 18th of November. Time flies. It's been almost 2 months without a day off. My performance is not bad, right? I'm looking for a vote while I'm at it. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 621. Just as the demons were fighting Erwin's Northern Coalition Army and the army of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, in the quiet port of Ampere Seal, the army of Georgandy Ridge quickly occupied the entire port. The coast guards had long been beaten to a pulp by Brando, but these creatures from the underground took advantage. Under the guidance of All for One, they easily opened the city gates and dispersed the remaining coast guards. By nightfall, there was only minimal resistance left in the entire port. In the torrential rain, a graceful figure was slowly going up the spiral stairs of the city tower. Medusa Lysimachia was wearing a white linen robe, revealing her bronze-colored, scaly skin. Her legs were far more slender than those of a human woman. However, she liked to wear her coin-patterned python-like tail on her shoulders, which looked like a shawl. She climbed to the rooftop of the city tower, separated the chattering harpies, and saw the dying Viscount Benninger. She picked up his wrist and chanted a word. A circle of black patterns faintly appeared on the third joint of the Viscount's left index finger. She carefully observed it next to her beautiful prismatic eyes before looking up and asking, "Where did you find him?" The harpies replied in a shrill voice in the unique language of the underground, "Nearby, madam." "Why hasn't the messenger woken up?" "The messenger has been knocked unconscious, madam." "Humans are so fragile." Lysimachia was full of disdain. However, she did not dare to show this emotion. This person was an important figure of All for One. All for One was a believer of the Twilight Dragon and worked closely with the demons. It was not something that could be evaluated by lowly people like her. She lowered her head and stuck out her forked tongue to make a black mark on Viscount Benninger's forehead. Then, with a gentle stroke of her hand, she created a cover for him to block the rain. "Let's wait for Lord Brooke to come. Take good care of him. Our enemy this time is the terrible Holy Cathedral of Fire. The Lords still need All for One to unearth that instrument for them. As long as we have a firm foothold, we can have a wider land." Lysimachia seemed to yearn for it. Her beautiful long snake-like hair was raised, and she hissed and flicked her tongue. She looked at the erect mountains in the distance. The undulating shadows of the mountains were shrouded in gloomy dark clouds. Her beautiful eyes reflected the color of lightning, as if some kind of spark had been ignited. But not far from her, in a leeward place, 2 ladies were having a serious discussion. "White Mist, we were right to leave Viscount Benninger there. We've caught a big fish. They're definitely up to something. All for One would not appear here otherwise. So what? Do you plan to follow her?" White Mist looked at her from the corner of her eyes. "Of course." Roman nodded matter-of-factly. "With your clumsy tracking skills, we'll be discovered in less than a minute. Then, you'll be captured and killed. If that's the case, I'll have to die too." White Mist calmly attacked her. Roman couldn't help but show a dissatisfied look. His small eyebrows quickly raised. "Is it that bad?" "It's worse than that. Then we'll have to give up on this plan." White Mist. White Mist. What do we do next?" The merchant lady very casually rejected the plan that she had thought of for a long time. It was as if she wasn't the one who came up with the plan. "Think about it yourself." White Mist replied lazily. "I know. Brando won't be afraid of enemies on the surface, but it's hard to guard against conspiracies. That's what the night novel says. Besides, Brando looks stupid and easy to fool. We have to dig up the thing that they're going to dig up before they do." Roman immediately came to a new conclusion. "What do you plan to do?" White Mist felt that using Knight's novel as a model for action was a textbook example of what not to do. But this judgment was correct, and she was too lazy to argue. To be honest, if she could, she wouldn't even bother to speak. "Let's go find those sneaky guys first." Roman replied confidently. "Sneaky guys? I saw Ducarec just now. Didn't that Viscount say that they were also members of that association? Next time, please tell me this earlier. White Mist finally rolled her eyes weakly. This was the first time she made an expression today. It's you, Babasha? Brando already recognized this wrinkled old woman as the old witch Babasha that he blackmailed in Fortress Reden. A witch. Brando, who is she? Princess Griffine was the first to react. Because they used to follow the Darkness Dragon, witches didn't have a good reputation in the human world, so most of them lived in seclusion. They were shrouded in a halo of evil, mystery, and ulterior motives. Many bedtime stories in Wonde used them as the typical bad humans. Princess Griffine, who grew up in such a cultural atmosphere, was no exception. She only frowned, which showed that she had good self-restraint. Of course, one of the reasons was because the other party helped them once. Not only the princess, but Count Audine also raised his eyebrows slightly. But as a mature noble, he was obviously more shrewd and didn't show the surprise in his heart on his face. It's me, my lord. She was wearing a long black robe, and her wrinkled face was hidden under a wizard's hat. She bowed respectfully to Brendel. Everyone, please do not worry. My lord has helped this old woman once, and I have sworn an oath in front of the Darkness Dragon that I will repay your kindness. Today, I'm here to repay his kindness. My lord, please don't take it to heart. Babasha looked at everyone with her small eyes and replied. This was obviously a lie. When did he help her? It was more like blackmailing her. But Brando could more or less guess why she helped him. Soon a voice in his heart confirmed this guess. My lord, don't be confused. We are your loyal followers. At this juncture where history is about to change, the witches of the Winter Kingdom will first fulfill their promise. Sure enough, when Babasha predicted that he would bring the return of the Darkness Dragon in Fortress Reden, he only thought it was ridiculous. However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. Later on, he really did become the successor of Odin's inheritance. However, he only obtained a fraction of this inheritance. In fact, he couldn't be considered the real Dark Dragon. He had no idea how this old witch found him. Humph. At this time, there was another cold snort. Brando, where did you provoke these dirty allies? Do you really want to be the Darkness Dragon? This was the voice of the Wind Empress. Brando was shocked. He didn't expect the Wind Empress to speak at this time. She and Odin were sworn enemies. In other words, she was also one of the great enemies of these witches. He hurriedly looked up, but found that there was no strange expression on Babasha's face. Only then did he feel relieved. It seemed that Babasha's voice was just a magic effect. She couldn't pry into his thoughts. She obviously came to me. What does it have to do with me? Brando couldn't help but answer with grievance. Humph. You're on your own. Don't be complacent. The Wind Empress coldly dropped a sentence and didn't say anything again. Brando's heart moved. Madam Wind Empress, I thought you really wouldn't see me today. You? The Elf Queen gritted her teeth and cursed the pig Brando 10 times in her heart. Then, she made up her mind that this time, she would never pay attention to this guy until the last moment. Brando didn't realize that he had once again greatly offended the Wind Elves' ancestors. If he could, he would have been burned at the stake in the Wind Empress' holy temple. Babasha, how do you know all this? He asked. The old witch smiled mysteriously. Master, you don't have to hide it. As long as the contract on the Black Prophecy has not disappeared, we witches can read all the secrets from it. The Black Prophecy has already predicted everything today. The Dark Dragon will return to the earth. The Black Prophecy also said that Madara will rule the earth, and the 12 branches of the witches will move towards unification. Isn't that just a matter of time? Brando criticized in his heart. However, he didn't want to get involved with these people. Witches didn't have a good reputation in the mortal world. Getting involved with them was tantamount to admitting his identity as a follower of the Dark Dragon. The followers of the Dark Dragon were just like the cultists in Vaunt, who were under the rule of the 4 holy shrines. They were all hated by everyone. Could you have made a mistake? He asked. No, Babasha seemed to react and replied humbly. Master, are you worried about your identity? It doesn't matter. We will help you in secret. We will never expose your identity, At least until the Second Judgment Day. What is the Second Judgment Day? Brando felt that talking to these witches would make him half crazy sooner or later. However, if Baba Shah was really as she said, the witches would be quite a good help for him. Witches and prophets were the first mortals in the world to master the power of magic. The ancient wizards achieved the magic of mortals by developing the magic in words and languages. The source of their power was actually the 12 moons reflected by the dark magic in the sky. Therefore, there were 12 different branches of witches walking on the earth. For example, the Roman ant was the eternal witch with the magic moon in the constellation Lyra. The strongest branch of the Bunasan of the Witch Kingdom was the Winter Witch of the Witch King. The witches had been eroded by the dark magic for a long time, so they became strange. Most of them were evil, cruel, and murderous, but there were also some kind and rational existences. However, without exception, they were all firm followers of the order. No matter how different the world was, there was no denying that they were as irreconcilable as the pagans. This was why Brando would never wallow in the mire with All for One, but could accept the inheritance of the Dark Dragon. For the same reason, he didn't mind Babasha's help, as long as it didn't cause him trouble. He pondered for a moment. Babasha, you said that the Winter Kingdom responded to the promise. You didn't complete the dark sky curtain by yourself, did you? Master, there were several sisters with me, Babasha replied. Brando's mind suddenly had the same dry faces. Due to their specialization in dark magic, witches like to live in seclusion in wild areas. A small kingdom on the border of civilization like Erewhon was simply a paradise for them. At least for witches like Babasha, he knew more than a few in Erewhon. In fact, the Roman ant, Aunt Jenny, was a typical example. How strong are they? They're basically the same as me, Master. Brando raised his head and looked at Babasha with sharp eyes. Babasha, you said that the Winter Kingdom would respond to the promise of the Witch King to the Dark Dragon. The Bunasan of the Witch Kingdom you speak of isn't just a few of you, is it? Of course not, they're just limited by their own constraints and can't come. Master, please don't doubt our loyalty. Babasha's face was respectful, but she was a little hesitant. Brando understood everything. He already knew that the 12 branches of the witches were scattered on the earth, and presumably they wouldn't agree with each other's opinions. Although he was the heir of the Dark Dragon, he wasn't the only heir of the Dark Dragon. Babasha came to him, obviously to invest in the long term. This old witch was quite shrewd, but Brando really didn't think highly of the few silver-ranked witches at present. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Babasha, you don't think you can help me with this little power, do you? Of course not, Babasha said quickly. But Sir Lord, the power of the witches has always been more about wisdom than power. Difficulties that can't be solved by power can be solved by wisdom. In the last 2 sentences, Brendel and Babasha did not use the whisper magic. Count Audine, who was listening at the side, immediately said, In that case, old witch, what kind of wisdom have you brought to us? His tone was not polite, because witches were simply synonymous with conspiracy, cunning, and deceit among the people. Sir Lord, we can take you through this area and avoid the surveillance of the harpies. Babasha replied. Really? Brando's eyes lit up slightly and asked carefully. You said you can take us through this area without being discovered by the army of Jorgandi Ridge? Exactly. Whether to the south or north? Brando asked. Mr. Brando, what do you want to do? Griffine was shocked by the princess's words. She turned her head and looked at Brando with her silver eyes wide open. She looked surprised as if she was getting to know him all over again. Yes, yes. The wrinkles on Babasha's face seemed to have increased a few more. She was also thinking about something, but she didn't lie. Babasha, how many people can you guarantee will pass through this blockade without being discovered? Brando didn't care about the others. The line in his mind was getting clearer and clearer. No more than 20 people. I see, Brando nodded. Your Highness, the anchor key you gave me can be used to determine the anchor point for Erewhon's first royal fleet, right? How much magic power will it take to activate it? Mr. Brando, Griffine looked at him and whispered, It's too risky. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.